In the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. All right, looks like that's a rockin'. Good stuff. All right, everybody. Hey, good morning, Note Campers. Welcome to day 3, and we have got a busy and full lineup again for today. A lot of nuggets, a lot of content, a lot of actions, a lot of marketing, and a lot of profit-generating nuggets for you here on Note Camp. And guys, if this is your first day, hey, welcome. Glad to have you. If you missed day 1, day 2, don't worry. The replays are available there for you guys. We'll have those replays out to everybody come Monday, come Tuesday for all the paid attendees. So you can still grab your tickets. You can still grab a ticket by signing up there for you guys if you're watching this on Zoom or listening, or I'm sorry, on YouTube. Or you can always catch the replays by going to notecampreplays.com to catch the replays and an early bird ticket to next year's event. All right. Replays, next year event for $99 at notecampreplays.com. But anyway, day 3 is a big jacked up lineup. Yesterday, day 2 was phenomenal. I want to thank all those that shot text messages or emails to me saying, man, that was great stuff yesterday. We had a great lineup on day 2, great lineup on day 1. Today's going to be another great lineup with yours truly kicking off things here in about 25 minutes. Talk about what's really working now in the note industry. Followed up by my buddy Darren Adams from Keep, and talk about how to close more deals, raise more capital on automation. Then we've got our buddy Bill Twyford, the rock star investor, coming on, talking about subject to deals, how to take those down, how to find those, how to make those happen. Then we've got my buddy Tom Hazard from Podetize Podetize.com coming on, talking about how to podcast your way to real estate success. Such a great tool. So many real estate investors are using podcasting, including yours truly, whether they're using their own thing or they're guesting on other shows. You guys have the opportunity to both of those. Then we bring back Kelly Alexander, who was on Note Night in America a couple of weeks ago, just absolutely blew people's minds with her tax strategy, how to avoid paying taxes. I mean, literally, she dropped some bombs on Monday night, and she's going to do the same thing again today. Then you've got yours truly again coming back to wrap up the day with some good stuff there for it. Kind of a little fireside chat for the most part. You want to hang around for that. Yes, I know it's Saturday. Yes, the sun might be shining. Heck, half the world could be burning wherever you're at, burning in heat or crazy fire. It almost feels like the end of days these days a lot of times, doesn't it? With all the craziness of COVID and now Delta variant and extreme heat, extreme winter. It's an interesting time to be alive, and it obviously affects the mortgage markets in a variety of fashions. And I think it leads to a lot of opportunity for those that are willing to strike, willing to take action. That's why you guys are all here. That's why I like working with each and every one of you. That's why I love doing this Note Camp event, because you get people coming from all across the country, all across the world, looking to maximize returns, maximize profit, specifically in the United States market. And we still live in a very blessed place here in the United States. If you don't live here, you probably want to live here or have lived here before. So kudos to our international flavor. I was looking last night, and we actually have people from 15 different countries outside of the United States join us on here. So kudos to each and every one of you. I'll tell you this, one of the things that we've always done, if you're in a country, not the United States, and we'll recognize and get a little bonus. If you want to send me a flag, it does not need to be a large flag. I was looking through as I was changing offices here a couple months back, and I opened up a box, and there was like 20 different flags, small ones to big ones, from international listeners of the podcast who sent me flags. And I mentioned something about it. I'll throw it out of here again. If you want to send me a flag, it doesn't be big, sign it. I'd love to have it and love featured on there of our international flavor audience, because I think most people don't realize that it's just not like your city. Many people get so bogged down and just focus on their backyard, like Austin or Phoenix or wherever you call home, or maybe expand it down there to the county or the state. Most people have a hard time grasping the fact that we're really not just the United States, your city or your state. We're literally East Coast to West Coast, and literally we have people outside of the world. Anytime, any place you can get really an internet signal and get on the internet, you really are you're one degree away from Kevin Bacon. You know what I mean? And so kudos to everybody joining us. Good morning. Right. Charlie says, good morning, Scott. Ready for more knowledge. Awesome, Charlie. Thank you much for joining us. Why don't we do that, everybody? Those that are on here right now, why don't you, whether you're watching us live on YouTube or you're here on Zoom, even on you, if you're watching the replays, do me a favor, type in the chat roll, type in the comments. What nugget did you take away from day one or day two? What's been the biggest aha moment? Let's start with day two. Yesterday, I know, like, who did we have speak yesterday? Well, we wrapped up the day with Bethany Humphreys talking about due diligence. Before that, we had Kevin Day, one of the nation's top estate planning and trust experts, talking about how to protect your assets the Rockefeller way. Before that, we had Brent Busquet from Lawful Associates. Hopefully, you took them up, Lawful Associates, on their product, the Corp Veil Protection, such a valuable tool with your entities and business. You've got to realize, ladies and gentlemen, this, if you're in notes, you really aren't a hobby. Yes, some people treat it as a hobby, but you're in your big boy level, big boy pants, big girl panties when you're in the note business, because you are dealing with debt. You're dealing with banks. It's not just, some ugly house on the side of the street. You're dealing with debt, and it holds you to a little bit higher accountability aspect. Prior to Brent Busquet, we who did we have before Brent yesterday? Sorry, we had our buddy Joel Block on from Bullseye Capital, talk about raising funds and his hedge fund symposium. And prior to that, we had my buddy Randy Dickinson talking about marketing. So it was a busy day for day two, and we've got another double barrel round of content for you guys today as well for you. So biggest nuggets. Come on, everybody. Throw those in there. Let's see here. David, what was a big nugget for you? Gilbert, Howard, Arlissa, BizHelp. What's up? Charlie, thank you for sharing. David, Howard, Janelle, Joanna, Julianne, what's up? Kay, Keith, Ken, Mark, Martin, BJ, Sean, Tony Miller, Terry, Tony Pearl, what's up, buddy? Haven't seen that name in a while. Mr. Tony Pearl, Mr. Wayne Brinstein, Will Cunningham. What's been a big nugget from day two, or what are you looking forward to day three? And if you don't know that, you're like, the coffee's not kicked in yet, Scott. I need double shot of espresso to deal with you this morning. Starting off with welcome to the jungle. What's up with that, man? Tell me what's one big thing you're looking to learn. That would be a biggest thing, or your biggest need, your biggest hurdle. What are you struggling with? This is what No Camp is all about, is helping to fill in those gaps, helping you put you in the right path. I mean, I'm very, very blessed for the last 15 years, 16 years, I guess you could say, going back to 2004, it should be 17 years ago. You have to realize there's a lot of opportunity out there. And if you just reach out, most of the time you can find what the answer you're looking for or find the help. So what's your biggest need, biggest nugget, biggest aha? Share with me. Feed me, folks. Feed me what we can do to help you. Yes, my energy is rocking and rolling. David Straley says, Joel Block takes the prize for day two. IMO, yeah, okay. Wayne Brinstein wants to understand more on those tax income, or the income tax secrets from Kelly Alexander. Wayne, you want to book a call with her, not just sit here for an hour. This is one of the biggest things, ladies and gentlemen. Sitting through a 4-day conference like this can be intense. It's like, oh my God, my brain is filled, it's saturated. Do yourself a favor, reach out to our speakers. I mean, they put their contact information out there for you to ask questions. It is one thing to have questions, and I want to learn more, but take that next step. Pick up the phone, schedule a call, jump on their calendar. My people here aren't here to, you got to buy my shit. It's not like that, okay? They want you to succeed. They're passionate people about helping people take their businesses to the next level. All right, let's see here. Okay, good stuff. All right. Well, Julianne, I love the due diligence with Bethany. Always important and well presented. Yes, she did a really good job, didn't she? Kudos to Bethany. Let's give her another round of applause for doing such a great job yesterday to wrap up day two. Let's see here. Janelle says, everything but raising capital. You liked everything but raising capital? Or you need help with everything but raising capital? Gilbert, No problem, man. Hey, he's my first day. I missed the first days. We'll have to watch the replay. Not a problem. He says he's struggling with raising capital to buy notes. Okay, no problem. No problem. We got a couple more people throughout the next 2 days. I'll talk a little bit about it today, this morning, a little bit about it this evening. And we got some people talking about it tomorrow as well for it. Tony Pearl. It's been years, brother. I'm jumping into this conference that I haven't seen before today. No problem, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I actually talked to our buddy, mutual friend Bob Leonetti out of the blue just the other day. So it's blast from the past here on a Saturday. David says, biggest thing I'm struggling with is getting my arms around the actual legal details. In specific, where can I get sample contract documents for dealing with sellers, funders, and others with whom I must interact? Okay, David. Oh my gosh. Look, dude, if you've ever been through our virtual note buying workshop, our three-day, we call it note buying for dummies, there's contracts in there. You are overthinking all the stuff that to deal with. If you need a sample lending agreement, you can literally do a lending agreement. If you need a JV agreement, you can Google joint venture agreements, loan sale agreements, all that stuff. There's paperwork in literally the 200-page manual that's included with our quarterly workshop. Okay. There's sample contracts in there for sellers, for funders. Dude, don't overthink the legal side. And I'm not just saying this to David. This is a lot of people. Oh, I need to see the contracts. The contracts they've been around. There's no big deal. A loan sale agreement, there's reps and warranties in there in case people don't deliver. It's a 20-page contract, roughly. You see that loan sale agreement, nothing to be worried about. And you know what? Worst case, you pick up the phone, you call me, or you call a real estate attorney for your custom joint venture agreement. That's what it comes down to. I'm thinking it through. I'm not overthinking. Actually, you are. If you're having to worry about that comment, you're overthinking it. I love you, man, but you are an overthinker. It's not that difficult. And I only bring this up because I know David and other people are probably thinking the same thing. Well, I want to get started. Well, then get started. Don't worry about, I got to have all the paperwork properly done in place. That's like literally, I got to have the perfect car built before I'll even put 2 tires on the rack. Okay. Even though you got a perfectly good car in front of you. All right. I got to figure out how to make it go 500 miles an hour, even though you only need to get started off and start going 60. Most of you guys are stuck in the starting blocks and not taking action. Most of you, I hate to say this, you're a lot of times scared of your own shadow. Oh, what if? Well, what if? Not what if it didn't go right? What if it goes well, which it will go well? Most of us have fears, and we know what fear stands for: false evidence appearing real. You have fears that stop you from taking action, from making phone calls, from jumping on LinkedIn. And one of the things I get so overjoyed about is, like, every 2 years, we do this thing called Banking Blitzkrieg, where we get 20, 30 people together and they're dialing for dollars with banks. And the requirement is they've gone through my virtual workshop and they've watched the videos. They've watched me make phone calls to asset managers. They've either been through our banking blitz. Calling asset managers. This is a simple business of rinse and repeat. It's a simple business of rinse and repeat. Now, we have successful students that are 18 years or younger, actually, all the way up to folks that are in their 80s. You have to just start taking action. If you keep worrying about putting everything being properly or thinking through things, all the things, it's like the worst thing that I hate hearing is I need to prove concept. Oh my gosh, it's like my pet peeve. I hear that, and I would rather hear somebody take their fingernails and write down a chalkboard. Proving concept, the concepts have been proven for decades and decades and decades and decades. From the first time somebody gave an IOU, or the Knights Templar who invented banking back, in the Middle Ages, the Crusades, or whatever they got. Notes have been around. You have an IOU to your brother, you're in the note business. Everybody's in the note business. It's just whether you want to be on the right track of the payment stream. You want payments coming in, or do you want payments going out? You want payments coming in. Cha-ching, right? Okay. I'm not picking on David. I'm simply saying this because I hear this from a lot of people. And what it is, it's fear-based statements. I have to prove concept. I'm thinking through it. The worst thing, I have to go home and pray about it. What do you got to pray about? God already answered your prayers. It's not Sunday, but you in the church of higher returns. Okay. I'm going to bring down the Holy Spirit into your investments. You have to realize, ladies and gentlemen, you have an opportunity. And that's the thing. Opportunities exist if you take action, if you take that next step to march forward and get rocking and rolling. I mean, it's a lot of stuff to go through. Yes, it's like anything else. It takes time to learn this stuff. It takes time to participate. And there's a variety of different ways for you guys to do that. What kind of coffee do you drink anyway? I don't know. It's some Italian roast that we buy, fresh ground beans. I used to drink 2 Red Bulls. That's not a good thing. Give it Red Bull cold turkey and I'll have a couple cups of coffee. But here's what you have to realize. Maybe I'm wired a little bit more. Maybe I'm more of a riverboat gambler than some of you all out there. I was very blessed over a decade ago, back in 2004, to meet my mentors. And I got to spend 4 years traveling the country, going to these big seminars, these big expos, learning about real estate investing from the likes of like Ron LeGrand, Dan Duran, Bob Leonetti, Jamie Kayla. All right. I learned marketing from, oh my God, so many great people out there. All right. So many great people out there that I've been blessed to. And that's why I like doing these note camps, because I'm able to bring some of my mentors, some of my people to you to help add value to your guys' life, to your guys' businesses. And I'll tell you this, every one of them has gone through ups and every one of them gone through downs, and they've overcome them going down. And the best way I will tell you to find success is deal with somebody who's been up and down before. You can't deal with somebody who's just gone up. And that's why many investors over the last couple of years, they've just been buying real estate, buying retail and watching the market climb. Well, that situation only works when the market keeps going up. Yeah, we're in hot times like right now, but what happens when the market turns south? And people overpay, and you always see that happening. People jump in when it's going up at the peak. They don't jump in at the bottom and ride it all the way up. Everyone I've had on here has gone through ups and downs in some sort of fashion. And that's why I love dealing with them, because they're going to give you this straight. They're going to give it to you straight. They're not going to sit here and candy coat it. They're going to tell you, hey, things are going to go right and things are going to go wrong. That's investing, period. Not just real estate, any type of thing. But you can't be afraid of what if. What if the boogeyman jumps out? Okay. You punch the boogeyman in the face or in the huevos and you keep moving forward. That's what it comes down to more than anything, right? All right. Damn right. Tony Pearl says, yeah, buddy, you and me both. So I'm really jacked up for my presentation, as you can probably tell here. I'm getting a little, I'm gonna be tired today. At the end of the day, because I'm giving a lot today for you in my energy. And I love what you guys are doing. I want you to have success. Trust me, every bone in my body wants you to be successful. Julianne Ferrero on here today. I love Julianne. She's called bank. She's gotten the bank to give her an asset, a note. She bought a note. She got the bank to finance it for a period of time. She's taking action. She's a police officer as well. Kudos out to our Blue Stripes out there. Kudos out to our first responders. Kudos to our military. I love working with our military. I love working with our first, because you guys are coached by, heck, you have to realize that a lot of times you're going to make the most amount of money in real estate when things are going wrong, because that's where opportunities lie. And over the last 18 plus months, we've had a lot of opportunity that is coming to a threshold. That crest is already starting to move over. That wave of distressed debt is already hitting the markets. If you'll take what we give you and you apply it and you go out and take a running with it. Quit thinking through it and run and do it. Quit thinking through it and do it. I'm going to have to use a hashtag, quit thinking through it and do it. You've got mentors. You've got people here to support you, ladies and gentlemen. You're the only bottleneck in your business, okay? Howard says, I'm looking forward to do a note. I'm a newbie. Hey, welcome to the club. Welcome to the note jungle, Howard. Welcome to the jungle, okay? All right, let's go through some housekeeping here really fast before I get on. It's 9:24. Woo! All right, big day 3, big day 4 tomorrow as well, too. We will run from 9 to 5, 9 to 6 tomorrow. So stay tuned. You make as many events as you can on this. We've got a great, if you need to line up, go to notecamp.live. Check out the full schedule. Great day tomorrow with Raising Capital, Performing Notes, tax liens, wholesaling, and then private money with Rocket Dollar, and me wrapping things up on stage. But anyway, we want you to have fun, be respectful and courteous. I know we had a lot of people join us here day 1. Be respectful. Rudeness will not be tolerated, okay? respect what we talk about here with everybody out there. Ask questions. Ask questions. That's the only way you learn, is by asking questions, and it helps our speakers. Our speakers love questions. I got so many great comments from the last 2 days from our speakers. Like, oh my God, love the questions your students ask. It's really great. It's a breath of fresh air. Many of them, I mean, we've all spoken at many events, but there's nothing worse when you go to an event and you get no questions asked. You're like, was I that awesome? Okay. If the internet goes out, any weird things, hey, we'll have a backup plans. Don't worry, just stay tuned. Stay where you are. I'll be right back. Okay. All sessions are being recorded. If you're a ticket holder, you'll get the replays. We are live streaming this to YouTube. The YouTube replays will not be up past Monday. Okay. Expand your network of knowledge. There's opportunities for you guys to tap into everybody else that's a part of this here. If you've got a friend or business partner you want to be a part of, hey, invite them. Use the link. NoteCampRoom1.com is the link to all the videos, live Zoom. So Notecamp Room 1. If you want to share that to your database, share it to your database. The more, the merrier. Okay. Big thanks to our sponsors. We'll get to more of them throughout the day. We're over 480 plus, just south of 500, 486, 487, as far as people have RSVP'd for this event. So kudos to everybody joining us for the first day or been on it at some point there. So anyway, people all across the country, 34 different states. I think we're actually up to 40 different states now, 15 different countries. You have to realize, everybody, you are not just in your bubble. You are all across the country. If you're not a part of the Note Nation Facebook group, do so. NoteNationFB.com. That'll take you there. Easy way to get straight to the Facebook group, NoteNationFB.com. Over 970 investors as a part of it. It's your network. It's here to help you. And all of you that are on Note Camp, it's a private Facebook group. You're invited to join the Note family. Okay. So make the most. That's many questions, relevant, timely questions. Share your favorite nuggets, lessons. I know we've got people joining us in, opting in. We've had over 376 people join in the last 2 days through Zoom. All right. Lots of great stuff there. Share screenshots. If you love a nugget, I'd love to see that. Make sure you use hashtag. Many of you are not even doing any social media marketing for yourself and leveraging this event to your network. Do so. Doesn't cost anything for you to take a picture of a nugget of a speaker that you like. Hey, I would love to see how you guys are watching. If you want to do a little selfie setup with you watching Note Camp, share that. Tag me in it. Love to see it. Okay. One big thing, ladies and gentlemen, if you love the content, our videos, our podcasts, Note 9 America, you can always go to WeCloseNotes.tv and subscribe to the channel. I am on the verge of hitting 5,000 subscribers to the channel. I'm like 33 south of that. I'd love for you guys, if you're not subscribed, go there. Help me hit that 5,000 mark before the weekend is up. Okay. And finally, this would be the big thing, ladies and gentlemen. If you're really looking for help, if you're looking for people to partner with, you're looking to build your audience, not your audience out, but your network of people and knowing what top 3 states they invest in, fill out the Note Camp survey. It takes you about 12 minutes to do it. I think is the average time. Thank you to those that have filled this out. We're not selling your information. This information, as I said before, is for us to help you. What is your biggest need? What's your biggest strengths? What's your goal? What's your personal goal? What's your birthday? What's your social media handle? Are you looking to partner with somebody? Do you have an entity? Do you have an IRA? How much are you, what kind of deals are you looking for? This is to help me help you. As we get deals in, as we get lists in, if something falls in those 3 states, I can send it out to you and say, hey, we've got deals. And I'm going to tell you right now, we are in the process to finish up the website for us on the trading side here for you guys to be a little bit more active. In the past, usually I'm sending out my list of stuff that I have available on a onesie Tuesday basis to those that are in different states. But we've ramped up things over the last couple of weeks. We've got a website we're working on creating to help you guys, because I've not wanted to get into the note sale platform side because I see so much crap taking place out there. But I guess necessity is the purest form of invention. We're going to put together a platform that's a little bit different. If somebody wants something that given away at a 2% yield, it's not going to make the platform. We want real deals, real assets, and real opportunities. So help us help you. Go to notecampsurvey.com, fill it out. Nobody's going to see that information except me, and we'll be rock and rolling for you. So help me out with that. You might just get a bonus there. You might just have a bonus there. If you haven't, tell you what, if you fill out the survey, we'll send you the replays at no cost. Okay. Now, if you're a ticket holder, you got the survey, but there's people on here, hey, I got opted in, stuff like that. Fill out the survey. We'll send you the replays. Okay. So anyway, once the Ben thing, I have to big shout out our vendor 10K cards. If you want to take a screenshot of that CAPTCHA image, it'll take it to my business card on 10K cards. You can get your free version of 10K cards as well. They got a bonus card for you. Big Sean over at 10K cards is giving that away. Everybody at Note Camp for you, ladies and gentlemen. If that doesn't work, I'll bring it on a little bit later and send an email or text message out with you guys as well there for you. But take the opportunity, 10K cards out there as well for you. Questions, comments, concerns. Look at me, right on time for my speaking spot. I thought I might run a little bit late with it. Any questions, comments here so far from housekeeping? NoteCampSurvey.com, NoteCampSurvey.com. If you want to order the replays, you can go to NoteCampReplays.com. I make it pretty freaking simple. Let me put that in the chat roll here. All righty. Thank you, David. I appreciate that, brother. All right. David says you're doing it better than a great job. I appreciate it, man. I've done this a few times. This is our 8th time of doing Note Camp, and hopefully I have it down. I was tired yesterday. I was tired when I woke up this morning, but my energy is flowing. I'm excited. All right. Let's move into some good stuff here for you. Let me pull up YouTube because I know we're going to have people watch it on YouTube so I can answer those questions as we see things pop up. Oh, do you guys like the multifaceted approach of being able to watch things and join in a variety of different ways? I hope so. It's not that hard for us to do that these days. It's actually becoming pretty cool. All right, let's get this rocking. All right, everybody. So I have been excited about this session for a while. When I make out Note Camp schedule, I get my speakers. I give first right to my speakers to come on and choose the spot that works for them, because we have people East Coast to the West Coast all the time. And this time around, I want to take the Saturday morning special hour, not only because a lot of people join in on Saturday because they're not working at their job, but it's also, I think, people are open to when they left work, whether you're working during the week or you did join us Thursday or Friday, or you're here, you're a little bit open. And oftentimes, I know Fridays are like our hobby day for most people, right? You get up, you go work out, you take a ride, take a walk, go to the farmer's market, sleep in. You know, if it's a sports day, you're watching ESPN, which is what I used to do, and just chilling with your cup of coffee and your loved ones, kids watching Saturday morning cartoons. Is that even a thing these days anymore? But one of the things that I get excited about is all the different opportunity that's taking place out there. One of the things that I do Saturdays, usually it's a fun day. I'm working in the yard, I'm chilling, and as I guess you could say, a avid gardener now in the last year, because with COVID, we turned our backyard into a garden, a tropical forest, is you had to learn what was working. And I thought, what a great topic to share with everybody, because there's tried and true tactics for being a nut investor. And there's also tactics that used to work that don't work anymore. In today's world, in 2021, you need the right tools. You need the right tactics to have success. Things that worked 2 years ago aren't working these days in a lot of cases. I mean, heck, I had somebody email me, and no offense if he's on here today, he emailed me and said, hey, Scott, I took your class 11 years ago. I was like, whoa. He goes, I had the manual from there. I had the videos from there, but I lost the videos. Can you resend me those videos? And I was like, what? Would you go to a doctor for an ailment or cancer or something like that and expect the same treatment that from 10, 11 years ago? I don't think so. And that's the thing I told him. I was like, listen, man, the market's changed. It is different. I would not feel good sending those videos out to you. It's a whole different ball game. Here's the two options for you. And I get phone calls. I mean, many people think my phone is ringing off the hook, and it doesn't. I always encourage you to schedule a phone call with me going to talkwithscottcarson.com. That's talkwithscottcarson.com. That is my direct schedule. You can literally communicate with me That way, by going and booking a 30-minute phone call, I'm gonna actually put it in the chat. We'll talkwithscottcarson.com. Usually it's talk to me Tuesday through Friday most of the time. Mondays is always our busiest day of the week because we have Note Night in America and stuff like that, and usually recovering from a weekend. Trust me, Monday I'll be a comatose person. One thing. But I talk to people, and there's so many people out there giving bad advice. Now, I don't know about you guys, but Clubhouse has been good. I like getting on there. But there are people giving bad advice out there, people that aren't doing deals, giving advice like they've done thousands of deals. And we all know that's a bunch of BS. Like I heard on another note group talking to me about oh, if it's a note, it's listed as a short sale, you can't go buy and view it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's on the freaking MLS. Yes, you can. You know, you buy a note and the people move out of it. Can you secure the locks? And they're like, oh no, you shouldn't secure the locks. Like, yes, you should. Heck, Fannie, Freddie, if it's a vacant house listed for a short sale, they're going to change the locks themselves. You have to realize that the tactics that maybe you learned or read in a book or you saw in a video that's a couple years old don't work in today's market. And you got to know what's going on in today's market. And I'm going to probably piss some people off with this presentation, but that's what I do. I get in and mix it up. And whether you like me or you don't, I don't care. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to shoot you straight, whether you like me or you don't. And I think it's one of my power things. You got a thick skin. In the note business, you got to have a thick skin. I'm not liked by everybody, and that's totally fine by me. Makes my life a whole lot easier. But let's share what's working in today's note market. You're going to want to take some notes on this, ladies and gentlemen, because there are some things in here that aren't going to work and may surprise you. You've got to evolve. It's the 21st century, and I'm beaming you into the future. Captain, I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. You're coming apart at the seams, okay? You got to know that you got to do things differently today than you did yesterday, than you did a month ago, than you did a year ago, than you did a decade ago. And many people are still trying to do the same damn things that they did last year, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. Okay, let's get to it. Woo! All fired up. All right. And I have this in what's not working and yes, what is working. That's kind of a red, red means stop. Yes means go. Pretty simple here. Trying to get to that inner mind of you, okay? The inception of thought. So what's not working first and foremost, okay? Doing every strategy in the book as an investor. This drives me bonkers. And I only say this because I was brainwashed into that as well. What I mean by that, oh, hey, come to your local RIA and meet a new strategy. Put another tool in your tool belt. So when you have a deal come across, you can pull out your work belt, your bench, and your crescent wrench and make sure it fits in your strategy. Such a freaking waste of time. Okay. I hate that. I absolutely hate that because you should not be trying to do every freaking strategy. Okay. The max you should focus on is 1 to 2 strategies. And if you have a full-time job, that one of those is your job. One of those is your career. Okay. And by focusing on 1 strategy or 1 to 2 strategies, that's max. Don't try to go out and do 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. Look, if you're going through strategies, and this drives me bonkers. And I mentioned this on an earlier session. Ron LeGrand, when I was fortunate enough to go and learn from Ron teaches a bunch of different strategies. It's his strategy. And I like Ron. I just don't think it's smart. Now, he teaches it because he has a strategy that he likes himself. That goes with it. Hey, find a strategy that you like. Hopefully it's notes. It doesn't notes. Do something else. Don't quit trying to do everything, because the minute you try to do multiple things, you water down your message. If you've heard the Pareto principle, right? 80% of our success comes from 20% of our activities. Well, what about, that means you're wasting 80% of your time doing other bullshit. Okay. Now I'm bullshit. I mean, some of that's family and other things like that. That's not BS. That's stuff that you have to do. But many of you are trying to do this and this and this and this. You're rushing from one thing to another, to another, to another. You're not going to be successful because you're not watering the seeds that you're planting. And as some of the great thing, when you plant a bush, you don't go out and just keep planting other bushes. You have to go back and nurture those plants. You got to water them. You got to feed them. Make sure they get some sun. You got take care of them. You got to nurture that plant to have it grow. You got to have it grow roots. Many people are out there doing every other strategy in the book because they don't have any patience. Oh, I didn't get money in the first 2 minutes. I'm moving on to something else. You can't do that. That is the biggest thing when I talk to people, when people call me up on the phone and say, okay, tell me what you're focused on. Well, I do this and this and this. I'm like, okay, how are you successful? Are you successful in any of those? Well, I need some help. I'm like, no, what you need to do is focus. If you were to eliminate cut your 80% wasted time and replace that with what you were doing in that 20%, you would see 3-4 times the amount of success, 3 to 4 times the amount of value. Elon Musk, to me, guys, done an amazing thing, guys. I don't care if you like him or dislike him. His always biggest thing is like, hey, if you want, he goes, you work 40 hours a week, that's the bare minimum. He goes, I would work 80 hours a week so I would have success twice as fast in 6 months versus 6 years, or 6 weeks versus 6 months. I was getting twice the amount of work done in a week. Hence why I was having breakthroughs after breakthroughs after breakthroughs. And that's the same thing in the note industry. Quit trying to chase every other thing. Focus on one strategy that's working in today's market and double down on it. Triple down on it. And then don't pick up anything else, any other strategy, until you've been successful. All right? People that go to workshops and buy everything, that's the first sign that they're not successful. And it kills me because I know how hard people work for their money. If you're signing up for a multitude of different things, hey, that's great, but you got to plant your flag at some point and move forward. And you're going to experience hiccups. And if you give up at the first hiccup, the first hurdle, you're not going to be successful because every strategy has hiccups. Okay? So quit trying to do everything and focus on 1 or 2 things max. And those 2 things need to be very similar to what you're doing. Okay? A jack of all trades is a master of none, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Master one strategy, streamline the marketing, systemize your due diligence, systemize what you do to find deals, and double down on it. You'll be a lot happier and you'll be a lot more successful in the long run for you. And I promise you that. Okay? And if it's not notes, it's not notes. It's something else, that's fine. But if you want to book a call with me, we can go through what you're doing. And I'll gladly give you, hey, this is why this is not working. This is why this is woodworking. Or that philosophy you have is 3, 4, 5 years old. Okay? Moving on. This is a thing that drives me bonkers as well. I just want to wholesale. Okay, I just want to wholesale. And the yes side of that is marketing for OPM. What do you mean, Scott? Wholesaling and raising capital, 2 different things. No, they're actually connected. Look, wholesaling is great. It's one of the easiest ways to make money. And many people start off wholesaling. Okay, I get that. But you're not evolving. Real estate investors evolve. Wholesaling is like the monkey. We all start off with, then we start staying up a little upright. We start doing some short deals and moving to the banking side. Banking is the evolution. Okay, we're no longer apes. We're Homo sapiens. All right, everybody. We didn't crawl out of the muck just to keep living in the muck. Okay, wholesaling can make you some quick cash, and I still wholesale some deals myself from time to time as we get portfolios in. But that should never be your loan strategy. You need to start buying deals. You need to start buying assets. And the number one reason that people say, I just want to wholesale, is because they don't have any capital and they don't believe they can raise any capital. And a good, successful wholesaler is somebody who markets out to their database. Well, you know what? That's the same strategy for raising capital, is marketing deals out to your database. But instead of saying, hey, take my deal and give me the short end of the stick, hey, take my deal and let's partner on this deal. Hey, you're still going to make a great above average return on your money. Let me run with the ropes. You fund it, I'll fillet it. Okay? You fund the deal and I'll do the rest of the stuff. And that's the big thing. That's a 4-inch hurdle in your head. Some of you have 5 inches, maybe some of it's 2 inches. Okay? I'm just joking. You can't sit here and just wholesale. I just want to wholesale because I'm scared to death. I don't have any money tied up. I get it. I've been there. I've been broke. Okay. But if you're broke, you might as well start marketing for other people's money right now because you have no place to go but up. It's the same strategies, same marketing tactics. Building a list is a successful wholesaler. Guess what? That's a successful money raiser. It's just a changing tweak of a few words to start getting people to take you serious and start funding your deals versus giving you the short end of the stick. Who in here wants the short end of the stick? Said nobody, right? I want to make the least amount of money in a deal. Nobody says that. Okay. But you do say that. I just want to wholesale. What, do you not want to be successful? That's like saying, I just want to work for minimum wage. That's what you're telling me. I want to do all the work to learn to become a PhD, but I just want to make $15 an hour flipping burgers. And I may piss some people off. I'm sorry. You're going to have me tell it to you straight. Because this is a lie that is propagated across the country. Wholesale. Great. And I have some friends that are great wholesalers, but they're literally teaching people how to stay broke. Yes. Oh, you make some good money wholesaling. Yeah, great. But you don't really invest in it. You got to constantly keep buying some stuff. You want to get rich. It's not the wholesale. You want to get rich. You have to buy assets, turn them into reperforming, and get cash flow. Okay. Become the bank. That's how the banks are the biggest entities out there. Bankers aren't in the rehab business. They're not in the wholesale business. They're not in the landlording business. Okay. Banks are in the lending, the money, the note business. And that's what you want to be. Okay. And that's the biggest thing. I just want to wholesale. It means you're scared to raise capital. That's what that means. Now it's different. I don't know how to do it. You have to be brand new. I get it. I get it. It's the same skills, same exact skill set of marketing, right? And you might as well come out taking the whole stick versus the short end of the stick. Okay. There's another thing that drives me bonkers. What's not working? Buying seconds for pennies on the dollars. I had a conversation 2 weeks ago with a guy, and he's all, yeah, I'm gonna buy a portfolio of seconds. I'm like, okay, how much are you talking about? He goes, oh, I got roughly about 50 grand in my own funds. I want to buy a portfolio. I learned from somebody, told me the strategy that would work. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's like 5 years old. You can't go out and buy seconds for pennies on the dollars anymore. Why? The reason why is when you could buy seconds, the market's values were down, or oftentimes borrowers owed more on their property than what it was worth. Hence, the seconds were really cheap because there was no equity there. There was no collateral really backing it. So you would buy seconds for pennies on the dollars. And you know what second and lien investors would do? You got to buy 4 or 5. You're going to get 2 to maybe work out, 2 to negotiate with, the other 2 to 3 you're going to throw in a desk drawer and hold on to for 3, 4, 5 years. Now, with the market evolving and values being increasing, there is these seconds are over encumbered. Actually, sometimes the properties are more than what the first and seconds are. You can't go buy a second. You can't go buy a lien at a big fraction when the value of the property is way much more than what's owed. And there are people out there, most of the true second investors have got down to the second space. They've gone into the rental side, the fix and flip side, or realized I need to start marketing for money. I'm going to go on the first side. Okay. You're not going to go buy seconds for pennies on the dollar. Anybody tells you that is blowing smoke up your ass, and you should run the farthest away. This is why you see all these seconds guys writing books right now. Oh, I'm not going to buy anything. I'm going to sell a book. I'm going to sell a strategy that doesn't work right now. You know, there's a couple guys that came up books. I asked to say, how many seconds have you bought? He goes, oh, I bought 30. I'm like, 30? What? How long has it been since you bought a second? Oh, like 2-3 years. What? Do you want to learn from somebody? Do you want to learn from a doctor who's not been practicing medicine for 2 or 3 years? Hell no. Okay. Now, what is working is buying non-performing firsts and non-performing first liens and contract for deeds. Contract for deed is a mortgage product. It's basically where the bank has a bunch of REOs. They're low value stuff. They owner finance them. It's very prevalent a few years back. That's what's working in today's market. Buying non-performing first liens and seconds, or performing liens if you want to go that route. I like the non-performing side, but that's what's working. Buying seconds isn't working. Okay. They're no longer a deal. They're overpriced. And you know what? Me and the seconds guys, they don't like me calling them out in their bluff, but that's bullshit. Oh yeah, you can buy a bunch of seconds for a discount. No, you can't. They don't create as many as they did. They haven't originated as many as they did. You may see some of them more creasing up, but you're not going to see them like they were. And you're not seeing the discounts. Same thing. We're not seeing the discounts like we saw back 10 years ago. I mean, I was buying Miami condos for 5 grand, 10 grand, the mortgages because they were so upside down. We've not seen that. Now, I'm happy at 50 cents on the dollar for the most part. Now I'll get some stuff below that from time to time because I bust my ass. But you're not going to see seconds for pennies on dollars unless somebody's just trying to clear house. And that's very still unlikely to see the big huges. They're just overpriced. Okay. Please don't fall in that trap. Oh, somebody said I could. Well, when was the last time they bought a note? Oh, 4 years ago. Okay. Hello. 4 years ago. Maybe so. Sorry. I love you guys. I just don't want you guys to fall into that stupidity trap. And it happens in real estate. Just not note investing. People telling you strategies that used to work years ago that don't work anymore. All right, here's another thing. Oh my gosh, buying loans in the hardest hit fund states. That's not working anymore. The hardest hit funds have been gone. Okay. It officially ended in December of last year. And many of the states were already out of money beforehand. And there are people out there teaching, hey, this is buy notes in the hardest hit fund states, where just the top 18 states plus District of Columbia that were hit hard back in 2008, 9, and 10. The hardest hit funds don't exist anymore. Now, I've bought thousands of notes, bought over $1 billion in distressed debt on residential and commercial stuff, and we've gotten a few hardest hit funds checks, but it's been years because those states that had it ran out of money or they weren't properly disposing the money, using the money. So if somebody tells you buy loans in hardest hit fund states, they haven't bought shit. Okay? Don't fall on that track. Run the opposite direction. Okay? There are people teaching classes still to this day. Oh, you should buy in the hardest hit fund state. No, that doesn't exist anymore. Bad info. All right? Bad info. Now, do I think that the government will come back with something here in this here in the next couple of years, this year with everything going on? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens, what states have been still hit the hardest with all these defaults and forbearance agreements, okay? And what is working, if you can't find loans in like Austin, Texas, or Dallas, Texas, or Miami, that's a primary market. Look at the secondary markets. Now, secondary market has two meanings here. It's like a secondary market means like, okay, Wall Street's the main market. Buying for a note for me would be like a secondary market. Okay, that's one definition. A secondary market is, I mean, like as a smaller market outside, like Oklahoma City is a secondary market to the Dallas. All right, Waco is a secondary market to Austin. Okay, doesn't mean it's a huge thriving metropolis. I mean, it's still gonna be a good area. But looking at your other larger cities besides just the main ones, okay. That's what you have to look at. There are plenty of deals in great cities out there, like Detroit's a primary market. Well, I'd be glad to buy in Bay City or Lansing, Michigan is a secondary market to the main cities, is what I mean by that. So David, you asked a question. What is a secondary market? It's besides secondary market sell assets, it's smaller secondary cities is the way to look at that, okay? All right, look at those. There are plenty of great deals in secondary markets out there, but I like to stay above cities that have at least 50,000, population. I prefer 100,000, but you're not always going to find that. Like I'll give a great example. Avery Carl, she talked about secondary markets, the Smoky Mountains, Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's a secondary market outside of Birmingham, the neck of the woods. Pensacola, Florida, Mobile, Alabama. Great markets. Okay, they're a secondary market. They're not the top 50 markets out there. Okay. Look, you'll find plenty of deals in those areas because everybody's chasing stuff in Miami. Everybody's chasing stuff in Austin. Everybody's chasing stuff in San Diego, San Francisco, okay? Phoenix. Look in the secondary markets. You'll find plenty of stuff there as well, okay? What's not working? Buying REOs. I have a guy in New Jersey who's called me 4 times. He sent me 4 text messages. Hey, if you got any REOs in New Jersey, I'm interested. I'm like, you're not going to see REOs. An REO is a real estate owned. What that is when a bank is foreclosed and they've taken a property back, it becomes a real estate owned. Okay. Banks, the market for REOs, if there is going to be any, won't be around until the end of next year, most of the time. Middle to end of next year, if anything fall through. What's going to happen is all those notes, all those non-performing mortgages are going to be gobbled up by hedge funds, Wall Street guys like me, investors like you, and those properties will either get worked out in modifications or the property be deeded and alluded back to the bank where the borrower walks, or if we do foreclose, we'll sell the auction. You're not going to see an REO wave. And if you're relying on REOs in a market that you're not seeing anything, you are on a sinking ship. It's time to do something else. And this guy, I've told him, like, listen, that strategy doesn't work. Now, you will find some REOs and some smaller secondary markets, stuff like that, but it's still not going to be like it was 13 years ago. History is not going to repeat itself. Why? Because there's more note investors up there buying that, gobbling up that debt to do some stuff with. It's a good thing for us as note investors. You have to realize if you're looking for REOs, you're not going to find it. You're going to be disappointed. Quit wasting time chasing REOs. Don't go chasing REO waterfalls. Stick to the non-performing notes that you should see. What is working, and I love what we have Bill Twyford talking about today, subject to deals. Okay, people that can't pay their mortgage are starting to fall behind and have low interest rate. People that purchase a new home the last year or the last 2 years. Those are great opportunities to take over real estate, take over loans, and either do owner financing like Bill Barnett was talking about on day one, where you owner finances somebody else. You got a low interest rate at 2%. You finance it to somebody on an owner finance deal or wraparound mortgage at 8-9%. and you'll arbitrage the difference. Okay. That's a great strategy. Wraparound mortgages, taking over a deal for yourself and turning a rental property. You got a low interest rate, low mortgage payment. You can rent it out, owner finance it. Those are what's working these days. And you ride that wave. Maybe you got to bring a little bit to the back end, or you work with a bar to get a forbearance agreement. So many people have left jobs or been laid off or moved to other places. You're going to have this happen. And you're already starting to see this. All right. We see this in just about every market out there. You just got to know how to market for it. Quit chasing REOs. It's not going to happen. And it's just, seriously, I got 4 texts. Hey, you got anything in New Jersey? He said to me, I'm like, I don't see anything in New Jersey. You're not going to see anything at that neck of the woods. It's just not going to happen. Okay. In New Jersey, that might be 2 years, 3 years of the foreclosure process taking place that long. Okay. This is going to piss some real, this is really going to piss you off. What's not working? Showing up once a month and networking at REIA clubs and meetups. Hey, I'm going to go scratch that itch. I'm going to go be my note investor. I'm going to go be a real estate investor tonight and go network one night a month, one night a week. That doesn't work. That's going to take you 6 to 8 to 9 months of showing up to see any type of success. Okay. Because a lot of you, that's all that you do. I get it. If you love your career, love your job, kudos. I'm not talking to you. But a lot of people, that's all that the marketing that they'll do is I'm going to go, I'm going to pass it a few cards. I'm going to go act like I'm doing something. And the reason I say this is because I see it happen. When I speak virtually at REIAs or I go in person, I always talk to people because especially when people give up with the haves and wants, I have a deal or need a deal. Nobody gets up and talks about the deal. They're always scared to. I'm like, wait, do you have a deal? Yeah, well, get up and talk. Well, that's not going to work. Just showing up once a night to be a butt and a seat at a REIA club or a virtual meetup, and that's all the marketing that you do, that's not going to work. Now, yes, it's good to go. It's good to network. It's good to join groups. I'm a big advocate of joining meetup groups and joining real clubs. Big advocate. Okay. But that's just the first part of it. If you're not going to market, post anything in those groups, show up and advertise what you're doing, marketing to the masses with either videos, blogs, or podcast interviews, you have to realize, ladies and gentlemen, it's never been easy to market to the masses these days. It is so easier to do it now. And you've had to do it over the last 12 plus months. Yeah, I love it that most of the REIAs have gone virtually. It's a great thing. But if you're not posting, and most of these REIAs have Facebook groups, meetups, discussion boards, are looking for content, why don't you become a content expert? Why don't you share what you know? We all got to start somewhere. Start a special interest group and notes in your REIA. And don't rely on once a month or once a week. You've got the minimum you should be marketing to your databases once a week. REIAs you should be doing on a regular basis. Now, it doesn't have to be all those things. It could be something. Just do something, an email blast out, a daily video, weekly video, something. You have to take you to the next level. 95% of people focus on the left versus the right. And that's why they're not seeing success. You want to say yes to success, you got to start marketing to the masses. And it's easier done. If you can do a Facebook Live or a Facebook post, that's better than nothing. Okay. You all have the power of marketing. I give you the power of Grayskull, the power of marketing. Okay. You all are able to do this, ladies and gentlemen. Look, yes, joining meetup groups and REIA clubs works if you will go and market, but you've got to do things outside of that. You're showing up for 2 hours, one night a month, paying your $20 a month dues. The only person making money off that's the REIAs, okay? Not you. And you need to be making money marketing. And if you're a member of a REIA, go to your president and say, hey, I'd love to talk about a case study. I'm a local member. Or talk about, I'd like to start a special interest group around your group. Can we do this? Yes, do that. Okay. But if you're not going to do that, then you got to start marketing the masses. You got to start reaching out to people. You got to start taking advantage and doing things on a regular basis, not the bare minimum. Bare minimum gets you minimal results. Okay. Makes sense? All right. What's not working? Mailing out flyers for owner finance deals. Yeah, I'm gonna mail out a letter. I'm gonna go pull a list of people that have an owner finance note. I'm gonna send them a yellow letter or send them buy their note. That does not work. Okay. And I know that's like Donna Bauer's favorite thing to do. And Donna's a great lady, love her. but that just does not work. It's the 21st century. You got to start marketing differently. Let's send out just direct mail and wait. No, okay? You can either be passive and wait to deliver your letter, wait for somebody to open up and to call you, and then usually what's going to happen, you're going to get people that are pissed off that you're calling, and then when you offer them a low ball deal, they're not going to deal with it, okay? That doesn't work. If you're looking for owner finance deals, that does not work. What does work is going on to LinkedIn and marketing, going after note investors, doing a search using Octopus CRM to reach out to note investors, reach out to people, to posting on social media that you are a note investor, note buyer, okay? Heck, going and using foreclosure lists in your area. You see plenty of owner financed people that bought a note that are foreclosing on their investor or their buyer because they're not payments. We did a special Note Night America using the RODI list, the foreclosure listing service list, Texas foreclosure.info. Recently, that's foreclosure.info, and showing you, hey, look at all these people that are finding a bunch of investor loans, investments, properties. That's what works. Not sending out letters to owner finance buyers. That does not work. I'm sorry. If you've purchased that course like that before, you paid for it by the weight. Okay. Yeah, you might get a deal here and there. Whoopee freaking doodah. We're not here for a deal every once in a freaking blue moon, once a decade. You want deals on a regular basis, and you got to go out and market using LinkedIn, foreclosure lists, leveraging Octopus CRM, Lead Fuse, variety of things. You got to start marketing. Okay. Maybe you're hearing that. Okay. But if you're focused on subject to owner finance deals, that's one of the great ways to do it. Use the, and LinkedIn, I'm talking a free account. Okay. Talking $21.99 a month for Octopus CRM to start automating some things out there for you. Okay. Heck, hire a VA to go out there. For what you would spend in direct mail costs, you could hire a VA cheaper. Think about that. Think about that for a second. For what you would spend in direct mail costs, you could hire a VA and do it digitally, more efficient and faster. That should make you start thinking about some things, okay? Here's another thing. What's not working is people going to local RIAs and expecting just to raise capital by sitting in the seats and not getting up there. Look, if you have a RIA that meets once a month, it kind of goes along with a previous one. But if you have a deal and you only go to your RIA and you only get up in front of the audience and you don't do anything else, that's really not going to work. You're not going to raise capital. You might raise a little bit of capital, but it's not going to be anything successful. What will work is if you go to the county records. This is the opposite side of mailing out letters. Yes, I would mail out letters and postcards to IRA investors directly. It's different. IRA investors, subject to IRA investors, have pulled the trigger. They have money. They've shown the proof they've either bought a property, which you can track them down in the appraisal districts, or you've seen that they've lent money out of the county recorder's office for deed searches and say, hey, are you looking for more deals? And notes are a great facet. Self-directed IRA investors love notes. It's such an easy thing. But how many of you, and I know there's some of you are probably branding my thing, but I know so many people have gone to our workshops. I mean, this is one of the biggest things we teach people on day 2 on funding in our virtual workshops. Like, hey, here's how you go to the county records and pull 700 IRA investors. Here's how you go pull 500 IRA investors in 5 or 10 minutes. What do you do with that list? Well, here's a sample letter. Do a mail merge and send it out. Or jump on LinkedIn, track them down that way. That's how you raise capital. Being aggressive, being offensive in nature, going out there and scoring that touchdown, going out for that pass, reaching out to people. Oh, I'm just going to be passive and show up once a month to my RIA and try to raise some capital. That's not going to work. I'm sorry. If you want to raise money, get some stuff done, you actually have to put a little WORK in your day and go out and market. And it's not difficult. Heck, the workshops, I give you the freaking what we use and it works. All right. Oh, get all hot and bothered here. Here's another thing that's not working. What's not working is going and buying notes from note sale platforms. It doesn't work to go to PaperStack or FCI Exchange anymore, or even Watermark, my buddy Val Satir. Can you find a note on there? Yes. And I've done a Note Night in America on this before. We're going show and trying to sift through all the crap that's on there. And that's important. What does not work is going there trying to make a business out of doing that. Yes. Can you find onesie twosie deal here for you if you're buying for your own money? Yes. If you're just trying to wholesale, you're not going to find anything on there because nothing's going to make sense. Okay. So quit looking. That's the whole point. And you know what? Some things do well when they start off. PaperStack did really, really well when it started off, but it's turned into a steaming pile of shit. It looks like a trash pile in our landfill. People posting deals on there that make no sense. They're overpriced. Been on there forever. And here's the thing: when you start seeing lists of notes coming from other note sellers from platforms, and you know that the guys that have these platforms, they can't even sell their own stuff. They have to try to rely on other people to help move it. So that's not working anymore. Okay, that doesn't work anymore. What is working is this strategy: is going out and tracking who has the deals, who's actually selling the stuff, or tracking other note buyers. Okay, you want to find other note buyers? Go to the county recorder's office and do an assignment search, assignment of mortgage search. That'll show you who sold from who to who bought it. You're looking for an easy search would be to go to the deed search and do a deed search for contract for deeds and look for Harbor Portfolio, Rock Top. Go to the bigger counties across the Midwest, and you can see a search over the last 2, 3, 4 years for Harbor Portfolio. You can see everybody that they've sold a contract for deed to, including my company. Those people that bought notes from them often have notes for sale. Every note investor I know is a buyer and seller. Everybody's got deals they're looking for sales. Non-performing, they got re-performing. Non-performing is still non-performing. A portfolio they bought that they want to get some of their capital back. Maybe they would be glad to make 5 or 10% on their money in 60 days. Okay. Buying notes from note sale platforms does not working in today's market. You've got to go direct. Okay. You've got to go direct to be a lot happier. And there's people that, well, I bought from FCI in the past. Well, that's great. Kudos to you. You're the lone exception, because is that the only place? No. How many did you buy in the last year? 2. Okay. Then shut the hell up. Okay. Buying notes from previous note buyers and targeting banks. I know most of you aren't going to call banks because you're scared to death or your shadow. That's fine. But buying notes from previous note buyers, all note buyers are note sellers. And that's one of the great ways of doing that. Okay. Doing an assignment of mortgage or an assignment search for notes. Or you can also search contract for deeds by doing a deed search and searching for Harbor Portfolio, Rock Top partners. Okay. What's not working? Only using your own funds. And what is working is using other people's funds. Well, Scott, that doesn't make any sense. I know I can use my own funds. Why does that not work? Because if you get into real estate and you've got 50 grand or 100 grand or even $500,000, that's great. Kudos to you. I'm very proud of the fact that you saved it. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But most people, the biggest mistake I've seen from coaching and working with so many investors across the country over the last 13 years is that becomes their ball and chain. That becomes their limitation. It's like the elephant tied up to a plastic chair. The elephant could pull that chair, that spike out and walk away, but they've been preconditioned to think that they can only buy with what's in their bank account. I've seen this happen before. People come and I got 50 grand, they buy 2 notes with that 50 grand, and now they sit around waiting for those deals to end, to come to fruition before they go market for more deals. And they say they just let other great deals pass by because they're scared. They're not marketing and they're not using other people's money. So for those of you that have no money, don't have, guess what? You're in a better position. Truly, you're in a better position than those that have 50 grand or 100 grand, 200 grand. Why? Because you're hungry. You gotta be hungry. The great Les Brown. You gotta be hungry. Are you hungry? Or are you just going to sit there and keep eating the ramen that's in your cabinet? I'm just going to keep eating what I have here. I can't go out and kill. I can't go out and collect anything. Okay. Angela says she's hungry. Gotta be hungry. Okay. I gotta get Les on here again. All right. A buddy of mine. It's probably at Prosperity Camp in San Diego that I got invited to go to. And I had this. But that's the thing. Quit worrying about what's in your bank account. If you got 0, guess what? Go out and start marketing. If you've got 50 grand, don't rely just on the 50 grand. If you've got $500,000, don't rely just on the $500,000. Go out and raise more money. If Warren Buffett and banks are raising other capital, guess what? You should be doing that as well too. Oh my God, what if it goes wrong? You know what? There are things to put in place. You're not going to do a bad deal, but go out and start marketing. That's what's going to be the difference between the haves and the have-nots more than anything else. The haves keep having, they keep going out and getting it. All right. The have-nots sit here and bitch about what they don't have. The sense of entitlement. Oh, I deserve this. Well, you deserve to get off your ass and go to work. Okay. Roll up your sleeves and start marketing. Okay. If you're only going to rely on what you have, then that's all you're going to have. And I don't think any of us want to have. Okay. And I mean this. I've seen people that had zero or negative go out and raise capital because they just started marketing. You got to start marketing. If you got a deal, great. Okay. And I love Joel Block. Joel's a good buddy of mine. He likes to talk, well, you got to have the money. Yeah, that's for bigger deals. But look, if you don't have the money, start marketing. Go find a deal. Go start marketing. You start building that momentum. You got to build some experience and go from there. Okay. I already mentioned this earlier. Okay. Buying one note. I'm going to buy one note and learn everything about that note. Now, I think that's a great strategy. Everybody, you're going to learn more from buying one note. Your first note, you're going to learn more than anything else. But that's the same thing. Here's the thing that you look at. If you really want to capitalize what's going on in the market, you really want to work, you got to buy more than one note. Okay. You got to buy in bulk. And by bulk, it could be 2, 3, 5, 10, 20. We're not talking 100. There's a lot of deals you can buy. And you know what you do? If you don't have the money, guess what? Go raise some more capital. Okay. Proving concept it makes you look like an idiot. I hate to say that. I got to prove concept. Concept is proven. You just got to prove to yourself that you're going to stick with it. That's what it really says. Is there students out there that I've taught have had no money? Now they've closed on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deals. I've seen people hit bankruptcy and then rebound by buying debt and buying stuff at a discount and revolutionizing how they do from our teachings. Okay. Yes, you can buy in bulk. Yes, you can all buy in bulk. Better discounts, better pricing. And you know what? The concept proven. You just need to put the vendors in place. You're not the guy going out and knocking on doors. You're not the guy or gal rehabbing the property. You're not the guy or gal trying to collect. You're using professionals, companies, servicing companies, attorneys to do the workouts, to do the call block, to do the collections, do the foreclosures. You ain't got to do stuff except freaking put your money where the mouth is and direct them. Okay. We all want to buy in bulk, and you can buy in bulk. Those are going to be the opportunities for the banks, because the banks don't want to deal with 100 investors trying to sell off 100 notes. They rather deal with 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 people. And you have that opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this. You're part of this with a 400, 500 students on Note Camp. Over 970 investors in Note Nation Facebook. You have all the tools. We have all the tools to make things happen. Okay. Concept's proven, baby. It's just up to you. You got to prove it to yourself. Okay. What's not working? Trying to buy apartment loans. Okay. And what I mean by that, people call me all the time. I want to buy apartments. I want to buy apartment loans. You're not going to see that stuff. Sorry. Apartments are the most overpriced asset class out there right now. You don't see that much distressed stuff. Okay. Now, what is working is, once again, that work. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. I've got plenty of my students that are buying and converting commercial property to apartments. That's one thing. I got a guy buying a couple empty hotels. What they're doing, they're revitalizing the hotel, changing it up, and turning it into an apartment complex. Okay, vacant hotels. Hotels have been hit the hardest, and they convert it to malls. They have all these malls out there. Okay, that's an opportunity for redevelopment, regentrification, turning it into freaking apartments or housing, affordable housing. There's opportunities out there. Okay, turning stuff into self-storage. You have to know the opportunities. Honestly, the hot assets you're going to see, you're talking about wanting to buy, you're not going to see those because they're going to get gobbled up. The banks know what they have. You have to go out and a little elbow grease. You like to rehab properties, like to spit and polish a few things and make it clean. There's your opportunity. Look for distressed commercial assets, commercial notes, and look to regentrify those. It takes a longer process than your single family loans, but it can be worth the time. That's where the biggest opportunities are lying right now. Regentrifying, small balance commercial, because that's the biggest opportunity right now. Is small balance commercial, sub $5 million in value. It's literally blocking up the arteries of the banks. That's what they're looking to move more than anything else, especially sub 2 million. Okay. And you can often get a sweet deal on some smaller balance commercial stuff. That's what's working in today's market. Okay. Now, What doesn't work in the note industry, what really doesn't work is the school of hard knocks. And I love people that have gone through the school of hard knocks. You've learned, you've taken your lumps. But you know what? You probably had to go through the school of hard knocks because you were and I only say this because I've been there. When I first started Guiding an Investor, I thought I knew everything, and I went through the school of hard knocks really fast. I got spit out and wish I had known differently. I thought I knew everything. I grew up in a small town, fixed property, dad owned the local hardware store. I did everything from laying foundation to roofing, everything in between on the weekends, making money. Thought I knew it all. Boy, was I wrong. I became a distressed borrower back in 2001, 2002. Oh, I'm going to watch HGTV and learn everything on HGTV. I'm going to learn everything on YouTube. That's great. But at some point, if you really want to see success, you've got to hire a coach, a successful coach. Think about what's going on right now. We have the Olympics. You have these people are Olympians, are athletes, the best in the world. The NBA, the NFL, the Major League Baseball, even the minor leagues. Okay, they're successful because of what? Yeah, they got raw talent. But raw talent has to be honed. A Japanese sword is just a lump of iron until it's been pounded into shape by somebody coaxing that metal into something good that can be useful. I'm where I'm at today because I've had great coaches, and the mistakes I've made along the way are because I didn't get my coaches involved. Thought I knew everything. We're all guilty of that. If you want to be successful, you got to have a coach. Many of you have that drive and you think you can fortitude and fight your way through it. Yeah, you can, but that's not going to work long term. At some point, you got to hire somebody to help you out and make some things happen. And we're talking a successful coach, somebody who's been through an up and a down cycle, or started off in a down cycle, been through an up, and is ready and prepared and licking his chops for a down cycle. Look, you don't have to go through the school of hard knocks. That's not a smart way to do it. That's how people go broke. That's how people get in trouble. You can't do that in the note industry. You'll end up screwing up enough stuff. And I see it happening all the time. I get phone calls, Scott, I bought this note and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I tried to piece it together. You can't piece together the note business. You can wait around and try to do it in 6 months or 6 years. That's what it'll take you. Or you'd rather probably do it in 6 weeks. Coaching is always the best route. I mean, you look at, you've heard Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Wayne Gretzky, Tiger Woods, the best of the best. You know what they did? The reason they got the best of the best because they hired coaches. They hired people to help them with their swing. They help them with their shot. They help them with their, receiving, coaching. I'm excited about. We've got I'll give you a great example here. We've got a new student who is a defensive coordinator for an NFL franchise, a major team in the NFL. Okay, defensive coordinator. He's hired me as his coach to help in the note business. Successful. He's making money. He's want to buy some stuff. Loves it, but he loves coaching. Understands the value of coaching, and he works with the best of the best athletes out there. Look, when I played college football, I had a coach. I got good. I had great high school coaches. I had a lot of raw talent. I was good at what I did. I was coachable is the biggest thing. And then when I played college football, I had even better coaches. And when my coaches got on my ass, I knew that they cared. I knew that they believed in me. And when they stopped yelling at you, and I saw people give up, and when I saw coaches stop yelling at people, stop coaching, I knew they'd given up that person because they didn't give up on them first. It was that person gave up on themselves first and stopped being coachable. And you all have opportunities to make things happen, okay? You've got to be able to take instruction. You got to understand that if somebody's taking the time to give you valuable information, valuable lessons of what they've accomplished or what they've been through the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years, hey, take it. Now, there are some people out there all across, we've got the shysters that are just out for them. And you can smell those a mile away. People charging $50,000, $40,000, $100,000 for coaching. Come on, you better give me a golden goose with that. But I'll gladly pay for somebody's time if it will save me 6 months or 12 months or 2 years to make things happen. And you have to realize, ladies and gentlemen, If anybody ever tells you that you have to go directly through them to buy deals or go directly through them to be success, run. Because a good coach will teach you and coach you and show you how to go out and catch your own. You're not reliable just on that coach. That's a bad relationship. That's an abusive relationship. Oh, you're never being any good. Nobody will ever love you like I do. That's what I hear when somebody says, oh, you can only buy your deals from me. You're too small. Banks won't sell to you. You're too small. You got to buy from me. No, banks will sell to you. You can go raise capital. You can go make things happen. And I've been to events where I've seen people that have paid $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 for coaching, and they've never closed on a deal. They got sold a bag of goods, and it was a bag of crap. Part of what we teach is for you to go out and hunt yourself. Yeah, I'll show you how to land your own fish for the first time, but I want you to be able to go out and fish and feed yourself for a lifetime. And that's what this is all about, ladies and gentlemen. What's working in the industry, you got to be coachable and you got to evolve. And the things that used to work that have been taught for years from expos and gurus, you've got to evolve. You've got to take that next step as an investor. That's why we have a variety of people on Note Camp talking about marketing strategies and tactics, teaching you that next step, because you got to do a whole lot more than just sending a single email through AOL or Gmail. You got to take it to that next level. You got to put yourself out there. Doing a little bit more than the average guy will lead to exponential growth. A little bit each day, that little bit of 5%, those extra shots, those extra passes, those extra repetitions go a long way in finding success. Okay. Now, the thing that you have to realize, guys and gals, there's a variety of information out there. All right. And, you have to realize that what has been working in the past isn't going to get you where you need to be in the future. What's not working is what you used to do. What is working is your new coachable self, is the new tactics, the new teaching, you getting outside of your comfort zone to start marketing, you getting outside your comfort zone, picking the phone. All right. You picking the phone and getting coached by somebody, you taking that next step. What you know is great. It's got you to where it is, but that's not going to get you to where you need to be. One of my best coaches told me years ago, Greg goes, Scott, if you want to go from making $100,000 a year to making $1 million a year, you might be able to get there on brawn and sweat, but you've got to develop that mind. You've got to develop those calluses, that thicker skin, because what got you to $100,000 mindset wise and action wise isn't going to get you to $1 million. If what you at right now is getting you to $30,000, you've got to evolve. You've got to change to get to that 50 or 100,000 or whatever that number might be for that FIN number, that financial independence number. Your old self isn't going to work in the future. You've got to evolve. You trying to do it all yourself isn't going to work to get you to where you need to be. And all the successful people I know out there, I have had coaches, okay? You have to take what people give you and run with it. And I guess, you know what? Most successful coaches are going to push you. They're going to help you get outside your comfort zone. But they're not going to give you something to do, tell you something to do that's going to hurt you. All right? They're not going to sit there and have you do something that they want to do themselves. And I'm the big advocate of that. I'm not going to give you something that I'm not going to do myself or that I haven't done in the past. You got to say goodbye to your old self. And sometimes that's saying goodbye to your old friends, your old family. That's great. You love them, but you got to evolve into something new. You have to realize that if you want to get somewhere big, you've got to stop doing the things that you used to do, the habits. You've got to evolve. You've got to start taking actions, start doing new things, go out there. Now, I love you all. I want you all to be successful. I know you all can be successful because I've worked with so many people over the last 13 years who are now helping other people succeed, okay? And you're all wondering probably out there, where the hell is Scott going with this? Or what's the next step? What do I do to make things happen? Well, look, I don't know what your budget, I don't know where you're at with things, but there's a variety of things out there. You know, we've got our Note Night in America podcast and our Note Night in America that we do every Monday night. We've been doing it since 2011, man, over 10 years of Note Night in America webinars or conference calls. That's the first step. Join in. NoteNightInAmerica.com. Doesn't cost you anything. We've got the podcast by the same name. Okay. Hey, that's the first one. We have a variety of topics on there. We'll have one this Monday night. I don't know who's going to be on it, but we'll have somebody on it. Okay. That's the first starting point. Second thing, hey, if you like listening, hey, you have the Note Closer Show podcast, our 50 million megawatt blowtorch of a podcast, over 1.2 million downloads and millions of listeners across the country and the world. That's a great resource. You can get some good nuggets on there too. All right. Yeah, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, WeCloseNotes.tv, where our podcast episodes at our YouTube channels and other smart trainings are at. We're live streaming right now too for this. The live stream is not going to be up beyond Monday, but it's there for you to tap into. It's a resource for you. Now, you're not going to make money off of resources because you've got to start taking action. You have to take that next step. And what's that first step for many people? It's taking our one-day class. It's our Note Weekend training class. We usually host this the third Saturday of the month. You go to noteweekend.com, $49. You can take a one-day course from us. It's kind of a Cliff Notes version of note investing. Okay. Noteweekend.com. We talk about find, fund, and flip. Basically, it's 4 to 5 hours of video. It's a great dip your toe in the water, first step kind of thing. I like it because it gives people to see if they're an operative, if it really makes sense to go through more things with us. You may not like the way I teach. You may not like the way I cut. Totally fine. I take no offense to that. Let's part friends. But you didn't spend $1,000 on some crappy class that isn't not working. Our Note Weekend, we're constantly tweaking it, constantly changing things. It's a great starting point for most people. Okay. Now, after that, I tell you what, the next phase is literally, maybe you want to start calling banks. We do this about once every 2 to 3 months, calling banks. 49 or 99 bucks, it varies depending on what's going on. You can listen to me call banks for 3, 4, 5 hours. You can actually see me walking the walk. You can see me getting hung up on. You can see me having those conversations. We started doing this a year ago. I mean, we've always, at least once a year, we'd call banks for 3 to 4 hours, but we started doing this at least once, twice a quarter, callingbanks.com. Pretty simple to see me dollar for dollar. Some of you guys have been a part of that. Some of you guys love those conversations and seeing, like I said, seeing me get hung up on or seeing how I connect with people. That's a possible live for you. Really, the big thing I tell people, if they're really serious about it, then is sign up for our workshop. We just had our, a month ago, actually, literally to the day, a month ago, we had our previous Note Buying for Dummies workshop. It's our virtual note buying workshop. It's 3 days. Our next one is in September, I think is what it is. Yes, end of September. It's, I think, $997. It's well worth it. 200-page manual that goes along with it. All right. It's a full day on finding deals, a full day on funding deals, and a full day on the exit strategies and due diligence. We go through case studies. This is the nuts and bolts. This is truly the A to Z, the nuts and bolts on how to buy non-performing notes. Some of you have been through it. All of our successful students have been through it. We've even got some of our successful students teaching on here. All right. Desi went through this 10 years ago and done this. I can rattle off names: Kelly Banks Fawcett, Liz Broomer, Chris Savigny, Gail Greenberg, Eric Hyde, Dan Deppen. All of them have gone. This is where they got their start, learning the true nuts and bolts. And that's why they're successful, because they took what we taught and they applied it. They took what we taught and they went out there to do this. This is a little bit more of an investment, $997 for you. It's well worth it. You and a partner, you get the videos to it, but this is the true find, fund, flip. You're looking for contracts. That's what you need to be. And yes, you know what? It costs a little bit of money to start getting learned. This is not freebie. Free has no value. A free lunch has no value, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going to invest. Well, when people go through our virtual workshop, great. They go through the virtual workshop. They're like, okay, what's next? Do I keep training? Keep working? Even some people realize, like, hey, Scott, I'd love to, but I can't afford $997 right now. I'm having a hard time because I've got things. I'm laid off. I'm unemployment. I get it. So what's the next step for most people? Okay, it's pretty easy. We've put together something. We have our one-on-one coaching. I'll talk about our one-on-one coaching later today. I'm not going to go through it right now. I don't have time for it. But I'll tell you right now, what we do have is a very special thing that we've been doing now for a couple of years now. Most people don't know about it. Okay, and what it is, it's designed to help you not only get our training, take our training, but continue with the continuing education. And that's our WCN membership. That's our monthly membership. We call it our all-you-can-eat note buffet. And basically what's included is just about everything except our one-on-one coaching. You get a ticket to all our virtual workshops as long as you're paying. You get a ticket to Note Camp if you're paying. You get access to all the Note Weekend trainings that run $49 and $99 every month. Okay. You get access to all of our calling banks training. You get replay to all of our banking blitzkrieg or our 4-week note coaching that goes along with a virtual workshop, or our 20-day note investing challenge with 20 ways to find, 20 ways to fund. Basically, it's designed to spread out the cost of that. Well, your big upfront investment, spread it out over a year. $97 a month, you get access basically to everything except our one-on-one coaching. That's the high-end stuff. That's the big pack. And that's not even like what others charge out there. We'll talk about this after. It's much more affordable. But you get signed up, go to noteumbrella.com. Monthly $97 a month. That's per person. You can't split it. Sorry. $97 per month. You get access to basically everything. Our virtual workshop, our note camps that we teach once a year, the replays to everything, our note weekend trainings. You get special discounts to our vendors. When we have opportunities, we give you guys special discounts, like to our VIP days. It's noteumbrella.com. Easy to get signed up. When we see deals, you're the first ones that we think about when we have deals coming in. Okay. And we always take time. If you need a phone call coaching session, guess what? Let's jump on the phone. Let's talk for half an hour to an hour. I want to hear from you guys. You're serious. But this is a designed way for you guys to save over 50% on cost. I mean, you take 2 classes, boom, $97 a month is cheaper than signing up for the virtual workshop twice in a year. And it's a value say, because it's constantly being updated. Our training is constantly evolving and changing strategies. And this is the easiest way for you. $97 a month. You are my VIPs. And it's designed for you to really save that investment. Instead of pay $1,000, $1,000, hey, spread it over 12 months. Now, if you get into 6 months from now, you're like, Scott, I'm going a different route. Note investing isn't for me. That's fine. You can cancel it anytime. But our noteumbrella.com, it's our WCN membership. It's designed to really, like I say, to be the all-you-can-eat note buffet of all the education that you need, all the special things that we run. Okay. The only thing you get charged for is our one-on-one coaching if you decide you want to take that next step. All right. I want you guys to be successful. I don't want you doing things that don't work. Okay. I want you taking that next step. Maybe some of you need a little bit longer. Some of you maybe need a transition plan because you are working at your JOB and you need some time to build a runway. That's totally fine. We're here to help you. We want you to be successful. And success is totally up to whatever you define it to be, ladies and gentlemen. Success can be, hey, I want to buy 1 note a month. I want to make $250 a month cash flow off of that. If that's success to you, then we want to help you get there. For others, it's like, I need to make $5,000 a month in cash flow. I need to make $50,000 a year off my note deals. Okay, great. Then you may want to talk about coaching, but this is a great start. This is a starting point for you to be able to take in and learn everything on an affordable monthly budget for you. And you're rocking and rolling and you got access to everything. I mean, literally you get signed up, you'll have access to replays of Note Camp. If you've already bought a ticket, we don't refund the tickets back, but you get future training there for you guys. It's basically everything going forward for you. But you think about this, you'd have access to our next month's calling banks. You'll have access next month to our Note Weekend. You'll have access to the virtual workshop replays for you. You get access to basically just about everything. Our calling banks, there's no monthly cost for that or up one-time cost. You automatically get a pass to those. And you guys are my VIPs. All right. Our one-on-one coaching students sign up for this as well. So they keep having that education because the note business is constantly evolving. Taking a class a year ago is different today. Taking a class 10 years ago is way different now than what it was back then. All right. I want to open it up for questions. Any questions, comments, concerns from you guys that are watching this, whether it's live here on Zoom or you're watching on YouTube or wherever. What questions can I help answer for you, ladies and gentlemen? Charlie, you have your hand raised. Is that from earlier? Harbor Portfolio and Rock Top are the answer to that question, anonymous. One of the great things that you have to realize, ladies and gentlemen, is we like people to close deals. That's what our thing is all about. That's why we have the Note Closer show. It's not about me closing deals, it's about you guys closing deals. And what we've done with our WCN is that our WCN membership is as we get discounts in or as we get lists in, we'll literally post them in the Basecamp group for you. Denise asked a question, how should we find out more information about the one-on-one coaching? Should I email? Yeah, you can email me at scott@weclosenotes.com. scott@weclosenotes.com. We'll be talking about this at the end of the day today. I didn't want to go through both of these with you guys and overwhelm you with stuff. But this is designed for you guys to do this. There we go. To actually take action, actually close deals. We bring on deals. We bring case studies. When we do our, we haven't done one of these in a little while, but when we bring on our list and break down our list on Monday night, our WCN crew members always get first bids besides our coaching students. Coaching students, and then our WCN members are our top 2 tiers of our students that we work with. And our WCN members, guys, you are always first of line. You're the ones getting the links to things. You guys have questions, coaching calls. I've got people that have been through coaching, been with me for a couple of years in our WCN membership. We don't really talk about this a lot. We only usually open it up once or twice, right around our virtual workshop and then Note Camp. Usually it's a pretty quiet thing for the most part. I don't advertise this a lot, just around our workshops. Like I said, around our major events for you guys to take advantage of it, because there is a lot of things that we're doing. We're constantly buying, constantly selling. Somebody called me, hey, Scott, I'm working on a deal. Can you help me? Yeah, let's look at it. Oh, you need funding? Call this person. Call this person to help you fund. They got some money. Oh, hey, you know what? You're looking for a deal? Call this person. Like when Joel Markovitz or other people call me, hey, I got a deal. Do you know anybody? Oh, yeah. Call Donald Ellington. He's in Baltimore. He's looking for a deal down there. Oh, call Robbie Woods. He's down in Orlando there. If it's something I'm not going to buy. All right. Oh, you got something in Wisconsin? You know what? You should probably call Julianne Ferraro up in the neck of the woods. If you got something in Maryland, call Laura Blanc. Okay. Yeah, I have notes for sale. Yeah, I have notes for sale. Definitely. We had more time a little bit. I probably would have thrown some up there. Okay. And the things I'm going to tell you though right now too is, as people call me like, hey, I'm always going to ask people 2 things. What's your LLC? If you don't have an LLC, I'm not going to sell to you. You need to have an LLC, an entity. That means you need to go out to Laughlin, and Laughlin will give you an LLC along with a corporate veil. That's the second thing. Who's your servicer going to be? You're like, oh, I'm also going to ask you, who have you learned from? Oh, I've taken this class. Okay, great. Oh, I haven't taken it. I'm not going to sell you a note if you haven't taken any education, because that's like playing with a loaded revolver. It's like playing Russian roulette with your business. You don't want to do that. Huh? Norman asked, do you have a step-by-step blueprint to this, then this, then this? Yeah, Norman, we go through that in our virtual workshop. What are the things to do? How do you find things? How do you market things? And then the step-by-step. Yeah, we go through it in a virtual workshop for you, Norman. Okay. And yes, you get signed up for the WC membership. You can watch the replays to the June workshop. You can start watching that now. You can start learning that stuff now. You don't have to wait around until September for the virtual workshop. You can start learning from the replays right now. That's included. All the replays are included with that stuff. You literally put you in a Basecamp group and you've got access to everything. Oh, here's the link. Here's the special password for that. I'm going to go watch that. I'm going to go watch it. Scott, I have a question. Great. Let's schedule a phone call. Get on my calendar. Let's spend 30 minutes to an hour walking you through step by step. Because for some people, everybody's at a different point. Some people are a little bit more experienced. They've been in real estate for a while, so they got some things set up. Others are like, I'm brand new. Well, let's start with what the basics you need to put in place. Okay. Wayne says, if you like this training, the WCN crew is a great way to pick up what Scott teaches. Highly recommends it, solely unsolicited. Thank you, Wayne. Yeah, Wayne's been a WCN crew member for a while. Wayne, you call me all the time with questions on deals that you're bidding on, and I'm glad to walk you through that. Hey, let's look at the numbers, or, thank you, Wayne, for saying that. I appreciate that. Yeah, Wayne's been around for a while. Scott, my weak point is being creative with picks and reaching media. I'm not giving up, but thinking of getting help with growing my media base. Where would you recommend I start for help? Well, the first thing you got to do is start picking up a couple platforms. On our second day of our virtual workshop, we go through kind of something called the content octagon. Okay, the marketing octagon, the content spider. You got to start building on little things, and that's first is the 3 most important things. Obviously, is LinkedIn, and then also a little bit on your video on YouTube. YouTube's free, and then your email marketing. Now, a great website to go to start looking at training and kind of mess around is Canva. Canva.com is a great place to start with your media. Okay. Joanna, you're not listening to this. You should just go sign up for $97 a month. Yes, totally. Sign up. Exactly. I know it's a dumb question. It's not really a dumb question, but that's what we offer. $97 a month, year long. You get access to all the virtual stuff. It's why it's here for you. Okay. That's why it's there for you. Now, if you sign up for it and then you cancel after a month, you and I are going to have a conversation. You're going to get blacklisted. But the point I'm making here is it's designed here for you guys that are long-term and want to do this long-term. Hey, instead of having $1,000 cost or $500 cost, just sign up for $97 a month. You'll be a lot happier and you get rock and roll and you have access to all of our training, all the replays, and go from there. Shelly asked a question. You mentioned foreclosure lists. Do you get those from list brokers or the county? Depends on the county. Okay. Shelly, yes, I do have VAs for what I do. You would want to go back and watch day one. Amy Ransdell with Real Estate VAs, Riva Global, gave a great presentation on virtual assistant training. And that's one of the things that's great is that we literally gave them our training videos for us to train their VAs on how to pull IRA investors, how to raise capital, how to connect with asset manager LinkedIn, how to make phone calls. We literally gave them our video training straight to them so that their VAs, if you're coming from one of our students and working with them, they got the training videos for them to start doing. Now, you still have to tell them what you want to do. You still got to walk them through that and coach them, but they're going to understand the video's already in place and ready to rock and use. Okay. Mr. Bill, what's up, buddy? Glad to have you there. All right. So, all right. See here. Denise asked a question. Do you have a proprietary software once we sign up that will assist us with analyzing deals? No, we don't, because every tape is different, Denise. Every tape, every asset is a little bit different. So it's not, you don't have that kind of plug and play software. Okay. It's no investing. You got to understand. That's why we do a lot of deal breakdowns. And we do a lot of due diligence on breaking down assets. And we go through that on our virtual workshops. We do it on our note weekends from time to time of going through a specific asset. So you've got to really understand what's going on with that deal. It'll be because a lot of times, like people ask me, do you have an ROI calculator? I'm like, yeah, I have my own, but I'm not going to give it to you. Well, why not? Because you have to develop your own ROI. There's things on my ROI calculator that are exclusive to what we do with our business. It's different because I have vendors that charge me different than what you would charge. They would charge you because you got to go out and build some of those relationships. There's also an ROI calculator on the front end will kill most of your deals. And what I mean by that, you'll double bill. You get so worried about, I've seen this happen. People get so worried about having all the expenses covered on the front end before they make an offer that the deal gets killed. And half of what you start thinking never ends up happening anyway. I mean, I wish, people say, I wish every note reperformed. And they do, the borrowers do about 60% of the time, depending on how you target and do your due diligence. And you make offers. But if you run it out, I've seen investors where they put every deal through their ROI calculator in the front end and it killed every deal. You got to realize if you get a tape in, you may make offers on 30, 50, 60, 100 assets, knowing you're not going to get half of them. And depending on what the bid comes back, whether they accept or counter, then you really do a deep dive in evaluating things. Okay. Yes, we help you analyze deals. If you got a deal, I will gladly jump on the phone with you and help you analyze. I do that a lot of times. You can schedule a phone call me, talkwithscottcarson.com, and we'll spend some time. Now, don't call me the day before a bid is due, the day deals are due, and get mad if I can't take the phone call, because I do have my own deals, my own business. But yes, you can book always on my calendar. My WC and crew members get access to that as well. Okay. Awesome. Yep. Scott at weclosenotes.com is my email. Talkwithscottcarson.com is my calendar. It's talkwithscottcarson.com. Sounds good, Joanne. I look forward to talking with you. Okay. Thanks, Shelly. All right, everybody. Hey, take the opportunity to get signed up today. Pretty simple there for you. Noteumbrella.com. Get signed up today. Get all you can eat buffet to our training, except for our one-on-one coaching at $97 a month. Pretty simple. It's a no-brainer when it comes to being a value in the note industry there for you. All right, let's do this. We're on our break. Let's take a quick we'll take a quick 15-minute break. We got Darren Adams with Keep coming on. I'm going to talk about how to automate your marketing to close more deals, raise more capital through automation. So come on back here in 15 minutes, everybody. See you back soon. Hey, Darren, how's it going, bud? Hang on, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
It is going horribly, but it's going. Oh, whoops.
Are you where are you in Florida? Where are you at?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Nice. Is that why you've are you get your video on a bottle?
I'm on my phone. And there's a major issue with our VPN Global Protect thing, and I can't log in. I can't get Wi-Fi access, and I've been trying all this stuff. And so I on my phone, I slacked into our team, and it's a system problem. We're scrambling on this. I'm like, I'm supposed to be doing a presentation here in a little bit. Like, we're working, but it might not be happening. So I'm probably gonna do phone. Is there a way to switch? I might just. I'm trying to show how do I show my slides? I don't.
You don't have a laptop there at all with Wi-Fi?
I have a laptop here that has Wi-Fi, but I can't really have Wi-Fi. Anytime we log into Wi-Fi, it has to go through the company network to make sure it's secure and all that stuff. And so, although I have Wi-Fi, I can't log into the company VPN. So, yeah.
Oh, good times.
So I know I was just talking to these guys. I'm like, they're like trying to give me different ideas. I'm like, I might just try to wing it. I might just.
So you don't have your usual presentation on your laptop somewhere?
Yes, I have it right here on my laptop.
Are you on? Can you get on the Zoom on your laptop?
No, see, I can't have access to anything Wi-Fi on my laptop because it all goes through the VPN.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Can you email me your presentation? Can you send me your presentation?
No, because I can't do anything on my laptop.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Yeah. I know. I keep thinking, oh, that'll work. Like, oh no, that's right. We already thought of that. That's not going to work.
So, should I pull? Is it a similar presentation you given in the past?
No, I don't think so. I mean, enough other stuff has changed. It's really more. I don't think I've done one for you for like a couple of years. How ghetto is this if I do this?
That's not too bad. It's better than nothing.
Okay.
Now, can you go in and adjust your camera where it will go horizontal for you?
Yeah, hold on. So I can, you mean do like that?
Yeah. So you're not sideways. That's better. That's so much better.
Okay. I figured the screen was horizontal and I should make the phone tilt that. Okay. I'll just do it this way. I'll just hold my phone like this. And then when I want you to see the screen, I'll just do that. And then I'll come back to me.
That's fine.
Oh.
We'll make it work. Now, what kind of phone do you have? You have an iPhone or Samsung?
Yeah. iPhone. Yeah.
So you should be able, if you log out of Zoom and log back in, but keep it horizontal, it should automatically switch for you. So it's wider versus being horizontal. It should be horizontal versus being vertical.
Yeah.
Like, when you watch a YouTube video, if you watch it like this, you flip it over, it opens up like that.
Right. And it's in my settings, but I think I want me to be vertical. I want that to be horizontal.
Yeah, you got to pick one, buddy. Your slides. I love you. You're a beautiful man. Even now you don't have the beard, but I think going horizontal where people can see the slides is more important than your shining face. I mean, I know you. I love you.
Is that in settings? That's in settings, right?
Yeah.
Let me go into my settings. I was looking there that it's like in the screen lock thing, but which is it? It's not my control center. It's not general.
Your main screen drop down screen at the very front main screen where you basically you go to the top and pull it down to adjust your screen lock.
This yeah, I'm trying to, and it's not doing anything for me.
Log out of Zoom. Can you log back in on your phone? But keep your phone. Don't keep it vertical. Keep it like this and see what it does. That usually works.
Yeah, I just have to adjust the thing. Okay, so I'm going to log out of Zoom. I'm nervous to log out of Zoom. Okay, I'm going to log out of Zoom and give it a try.
We'll see you back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Gotta love technology. It happens, but you know what? When you given enough presentations at different places, you figure out what it goes. And Darren is such a valuable tool, such a valuable. He's such a valuable part of our team as well too, with what we do with marketing and reaching out. So it's kind of a funny. Yeah, I see some comments from people on here laughing. He can't connect. That's the thing, Norman. His computer is through the VPN. It won't let him go through because of the VPN. I appreciate that, and he's already been through that. But unfortunately, the way his computer is set up that way, it's got to go for security. Okay. It's not a hotspot. It's his computer setup. I had one when I worked for Cirrus Logic years ago. It wouldn't allow us. We had to literally log on the VPN to be able to access anything. It wouldn't allow. It was the setting there for safety, so that people aren't downloading stupid things. You're not giving, especially when you work for a technical company, they don't want your virus on your laptop affecting files and things like that. So that's why they go through the VPN security thing. Okay. This is why we have the breaks between speakers, just to CYA, cover our assets. Yeah, we had somebody Wednesday night on her phone, on her camera, it was upside down on Zoom. You gotta keep your camera. There we go. Yay!
Yeah. And
so what's on tap for vacation in Louisville, Darren? Because you're calling us actually from your family vacation, aren't you?
Exactly. We took a red eye in overnight. I don't want to have you look at out the window. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a better. Maybe this is a little better. I'm in someone else's house. These are some friends of ours, and they're not even here. So anyway, we used to live in Louisville. My youngest son was born in Louisville. He doesn't remember anything about Louisville. So he's the only one left at home now. And so we said, hey, anywhere you want to go for summer vacation, you pick. He's like, I want to go back to Louisville. And so we said, okay, we'll go back to Louisville. So we're here for today, and part of tomorrow. We're going to drive up to Indianapolis tomorrow. Maybe go to Cincinnati, maybe swing down to Nashville.
It's like your old home stomping grounds.
Yeah. And it's like, it's one of those vacations. We've never done one like this. We don't know what we're doing. We're just winging it. We're going wherever we want, whenever we want.
I love it. There you go.
We just my son just wants to eat a bunch of barbecue, and he wants to go to dive food places that nobody knows about, sort of like diners, drive-ins, whatever. Yeah, that show. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, you want to get started? Want to get rock and rolling?
Oh, I'm ready to rock and roll if you are.
All right, let's do this, baby. Hang on here. Let me I hit the record. All right, everybody. Well, we've got our good buddy Darren Adams from Keep join us on here, and we could not do what we do without Keep as one of our partners and one of our vendors, and one of the tools that we use literally on a daily, multiple times, daily basis out here. And it's such a big key. Keep, formerly Infusionsoft, has helped thousands and thousands and thousands of digital entrepreneurs. And in today's world, you are a digital entrepreneur, whether you want to believe it or not. Yes, we're all in real estate, but we're all in marketing more so than anything else. And that's why when we brought the schedule, I reached out to Darren and said, hey, buddy, you got time to speak? He's like, I'm on vacation. My wife doesn't know what we're going to do. I haven't bought my ticket yet. So yeah, sure. Put me down. We'll figure it out. And so glad to have you, buddy. You're in your home stomping ground. He's joining us. He's dealing with, if you're watching the replay, a couple of technical issues, but you know what? We are adapting and overcoming, aren't we, buddy? Right?
I'll explain to people. I just realized something. I'll tell you another little story in a second. Yeah. My laptop is completely, I can't log into any Wi-Fi. So I can't log in. I have my presentation there. So I can't log into this to the note camp through my laptop. So I'm on my phone, but my presentation isn't on my phone. So I'm gonna do like the old school. I'm gonna be talking here, and then I'll flip around and show you slides, and I'll come back to me. And so we'll just do that back and forth. And Scott, I got to tell you, so I just had a toothache thing, and so they pulled my tooth, and I said, look, I'm speaking to Scott at Note Camp. I can't have a gap in my teeth. And so they said, okay, we'll make you this flipper thing. And all of a sudden, I just realized I don't have my flipper thing, and so now I have a big. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I won't. You're good. You're in good hands. You're in good family here with your Note family, Darren. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn off my camera so people have your screen see a little bit bigger up there for you. All right. And be careful when you're flipping back and forth. We don't want people to get sick here from watching. You know what I mean?
I'll try to do slowly and controlled there. Okay.
Perfect. Go ahead. And do you want to take questions as we go? Or do you want to wait till the very end, buddy?
Let's do them at the end.
Okay. Perfect.
Just because I don't know if I'll be able to see him or hear him, and just with the situation I got right now, I'm like in a little bit of a
Yes, we'll keep it simple, silly. All right,
okay. We'll do it.
Take it away, Mr. Darren Adams with keeping.
Thank you, Scotty.
You'll want to take some notes on this presentation for sure. You'll get it's drinking from two barrels of content here, but we can revolutionize the effectiveness of your marketing in your business. So I'll shut up and take it away, Darren Adams.
Thank you much. Welcome, everybody. I want to show you some ideas on how to help you. As Scott mentioned, you're all digital entrepreneurs. You are all entrepreneurs in this space. And some of the things I'm going to be talking about are specific about notes. Some of the things, because I know a lot of you do a lot of other things as well. And you might not just be doing notes, you might be dabbling in other things. And so as a general rule, you are an entrepreneur. You need to have the right tools that will help you with that. So Keep, formerly Infusionsoft, is the tool that's going to help you automate all your sales and marketing and get yourself organized and reach out to people and grow your community and keep track of all that. And basically what I want to do is help you get organized, get notes, get paid. And you can insert anything in the place of get notes. It could be get customers, it could be get contacts, get a following, whatever it might be. But it's all going to start with you getting organized and you eventually getting paid. We're going to talk about some of the things that are available in Keep. Keep is a suite of tools. There are a bunch, and I'm going to walk through some of the tools and some of the things you can do with Keep. And so it's like if you were like a baker, and you would have a whole covered up my camera. You'd have a whole bunch of tools. You'd have your spatula and your whisk and your mixing bowl and all that kind of stuff. So the same goes with anybody who's been any kind of a digital entrepreneur today. I'm going to show you what those tools are, how to use those tools, and how to be effective. So, okay, let me jump back into the stuff you're going to go through. First of all, I'll tell you a quick little story about Chevelle. Chevelle is an attorney. And I get that she is not what any of you are, but just for the principle of this, I want to walk you through what happened. So Chevelle is an attorney, and I was speaking with Chevelle, and she got on stage and she said, hey, everybody, I would like to help you and show you how to legal proof your business. So I have a little guideline for you, a little checklist. So if you'd like my guide, just go and request it. And so I went and requested. I'm listening to Chevelle. She had great information. I fill out my information. I get immediately the confirmation from her. Here's some information for you. And then it even says, book my legal landmine assessment session. Oh, I can even book some time with her. So she has a calendar link where I can book some time. She asks me some questions about my business and how I can do it. Now, and then instantly I get the guide from her. Remember, I understand you're not an attorney helping people legal proof their business, but the principles are all going to be the same here. So I get the first email from her, download my guide, it says. So I download it. There's some great information. There's a little checklist. I check some things that I need for my business. And then right after that, I get the first notification saying, hey, here's another email. Join us on social media. Join us on these different platforms where you can be in touch with us. Once again, on that email, you can claim a free session. I can book some time with her. And, oh, whoops, sorry, I got too fast. And so I was so intrigued. I said, Chevelle, I love everything you're doing. I love what you're talking about. I sent her an email. I said, can we hop on a call so we can talk about some of the things? Because what you're doing is amazing. And she said, yeah, but you better call me quickly because I'm getting ready to fall asleep. I said, oh, I'm sorry. What time zone are you? I'm in Bali. I think, oh, here she is trying to run her business from Bali. She's just spoken this morning, and then she's had to send out hundreds of emails, hundreds of confirmations, hundreds of follow-ups, hundreds of guidelines, hundreds of other emails, all the hundreds of calendar links, all those different things. She must be exhausted from working all day. I said, oh, I'm sorry. You've been sending all this stuff. She said, oh, no. I haven't done any work all day long. I'm not here working. I'm here in Bali on vacation. I'm not doing a thing. In fact, all those emails, everything that you saw was all sent out through automation because she has Keep. And when I say I'm going to fall asleep, I'm not falling asleep going to bed for the night. I've got a little massage hut here, and I've got someone that's going to come give me a massage, and I've got my fancy little drink here. And then I'll just take a little nap. And then I'm going to hop in my private little hot tub, and I'll probably take another little nap. And even while I was talking to her on the phone, I got an email from her. Another follow-up, all of that completely automated. She didn't have to send any of those emails out. That was all done through automation. That's the beauty of what can happen when you automate things in your business. So you don't have to do that. She's growing this huge following. She has people that are, following along with everything that she says. And it's all because she has things all on automation. I'm going to walk through, I'm going to show you some guidelines. I've actually narrowed this down. I'm going to show you 10 different ways for you to win more business, to be more successful, to do whatever it is that you're wanting to get more notes, to follow up with people, make better deals. I've learned these 10 different ways from speaking to entrepreneurs and note investors and real estate investors all around the globe. I've spoken on almost every platform. Almost every con. I was going to mention to you, Keep has been named by Million Acres, it's a division of Motley Fool, as the #1 tool for real estate investing. The easiest to use and most productive tool for real estate investing. So, and by the way, if you're joining a little bit late, I had technical issues. So I'm joining you on my phone and I'm flipping it around to show you the slides on my laptop. So we're just making this work. Here we go. I'm going to show you the top 10 ways to win more business. And these are from people's struggles. So the #1 struggle is every business in the entire world struggles to get new leads. Every business constantly. That doesn't matter if you're Nike or if you're Reebok. It doesn't matter if you're a real estate investor or you're partnering with people, or if you're the person with the money or you're the person with the deals, you're the person with the notes. It doesn't matter. You've got to always be looking for new leads. If you don't have new leads, you don't have new business. Every business is like that. The problem is lesson #1, leads have a half-life of 3 days. When you first meet someone, when you first hear about some opportunity, you've got 3 days. And then after that, it's half as potent, half as powerful, half as impactful as it was. It's like a salad. You got to think of every deal you run across, every person you meet, everybody you might do business with as a salad. After 3 days, that salad's not as good. Nobody wants that salad after 3 days. And so one thing you've got to have is an automated lead capture. This is a critical tool for you to be able to get people in your database instantly and quickly. If you're going to be doing business with people, if you're talking to people, if you're partnering with people, you've got to get everybody in. And maybe you're teaching people, maybe you're coaching people. All those people you have to automatically capture. I'll give you a quick little example. Danella, she's a speaker. She gets on stages and she says, I've got a little checklist for you. If you'd like my checklist to help you be more productive when you're on stage, just go here. And you go to her little opt-in form and you fill out the little form. I did. And right after that, I get a confirmation. Hey, thanks for the connection. And by the way, at the bottom, there's a little button, schedule a call with Danella. I get the email right away. I can download the checklist. I can schedule a call. So I download the checklist. There's some good stuff. And it takes me to a link to schedule time with her on her calendar. I just talked to Danella. She sort of switched this up. When COVID hit, she realized she had to pivot a little bit and have some automated lead capture. During just the first 6 months while she had this, she got 1,000 leads through that page. 1,000 new people are in her database just because she has that tool. From that, 300 people booked time with her on her calendar. 100 people bought part of her membership program, and she did multiple 6 figures in just that 6-month period, just from those leads, just because she finally had some kind of a tool in place to automatically capture people. It was no longer willy-nilly and just hope people engage with you, or, send you an email or send you a text. This is proactive. This is you being able to, and do you know how much time she had to spend at her laptop trying to figure out, oh, here's to enter this information, type this information. How much time she had to enter all that stuff? Nothing. She didn't spend any time doing that because it was completely automated. She just said, go to this page, and they just signed up. Okay. At some point, we're going to go back to this, where someone says, hey, I'd love to do a deal with you. Here's my business card. And this is a stack of, this is literally on top of my desk. But I used to be embarrassed. I know that every one of us has business cards. Every single one of us has people that we haven't followed up with. And remember, I got a half-life of 3 days. And so what are you doing with that? Let me tell you, you're going to love this. If you have business cards, and I know you do, so all you do, there are 3 different options. You can import contacts from your phone. Hey, I got a bunch on my phone. Let me just dump them in. You can manually enter them. Just hand someone your phone. They can type it in. This is the cool one, this middle one right here. You're going to snap a photo of a business card. You literally just hold the business card up, open up the app on your Keep app, your phone, take a picture of it. It fills in all of the information, name, email, phone number, everything that you want to have all there. It even asks you, is this person a lead? Are they a client? Are you already doing business with them? Or do you need to grow them into doing business with them? And then, and that long, instantly the contact record has been created. This is looking at it on a phone. This is, I pull up Jack on my laptop. And now I can see all the information I need. That's the whole beauty of automated lead capture. How long did it take Daniela to enter all those 1,000 people? Not a second. She didn't do any of that. How long did it take to enter business cards? Well, as long as it takes to push one button on your phone. If you can push a button on your phone, like right now, you probably like, oh, I do. I've got like 20 cards. I got like 100 cards. I got a whole stack of cards. Just open up your Keep app. Boop, 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 push buttons. And now you've captured all those automatically without you having to sit down and, because I know that so many of you are like, oh, I could do something with those. I just don't, I don't want to sit down and enter all the information. Don't. Just push the button, take the pictures, create the contact record. Everybody you might ever do business with, you might partner with, you might buy from, you might sell to, whatever that might be. Every one of those people needs to be a contact in your database. That's number 1, automated lead capture. Okay, here's the next one. Number 2, your free time should be called burning money time. Now, I want you to have free time. Free time is good, but there's a bad kind of free time, and that's the unplanned free time. That's when you're thinking, you know, I'm going to be working Monday. I'm going to work from 9 to 5. I'm going to have income producing activity. I'm going to have revenue generating things going on from 9 to 5. And all of a sudden, from like, you look at your calendar and 1 to 3, there's nothing on there. And all of a sudden from 1 to 3, instead of making money time, that's the burning money time because you're not generating any money during that time. And so the secret to that, to overcome that, is lesson number 2. Remember that the faster you schedule something, the sooner something happens. You got to get something on your schedule. So what you have to have, number 2 here, is a scheduling calendar tool. Maybe you have Calendly or Time Trade or Visita. Those are all great. We integrate with all those. But there is a scheduling calendar tool built into Keep. So you don't have to worry about paying for the third party. If you like paying for a third party like Calendly or whatever, that's fantastic. You can keep doing that. If you want to save some money, don't worry about it. Or if you don't have a calendar and you're thinking, oh, I need to be getting one of those, it's built into Keep. So let me make it easy for you. If you're not really sure how those calendar tools, you know, maybe someone said, hey, here's my link. And you're like, oh, I wish I had one of these. Let me just walk you through briefly how that works and how the Keep calendar tool works. Starts with a blank calendar. It integrates with Google and Outlook, by the way. So if you had a Google Calendar, just sync it up and all those Google Calendar events automatically populate in. Then down here, you can see where it says you have a 30-minute marketing. So this is a link. You can make as many of those links as you want. You can have a 10-minute intro call, 30-minute marketing, an hour consultation, maybe a half-day, you know, sitting down talking about deals and possibilities, whatever it is. You can build as many of those links as you want. You pull up Dave in your contact record. You just push whatever the button is and send it. And now they can see when you're free. They have all the options there. They know when they're free. They just pick a time. then asks the person for their contact information. If they're not already in your database, this is another automated lead capture, the way to get them in your database. And then it says, hey, your appointment's confirmed. And it reminds them, you got an appointment coming up tomorrow. Hey, you got an appointment coming up in an hour. So it gets them on your calendar, and then it reminds them to make sure that they show up. And then you take the embed code for that calendar and you embed it wherever you want. Put it on your website, put it in social media links, send it out in emails. The more people that have access to that calendar, the more people are booking time with you. That means the more money you're making, the more deals you're making, the more the activity you've got going on. So send the calendar link out. Get more people to be able to access that. And the more people have access to your calendar, the more money you're going to be making. Okay, here's the next number 3. If you're running a sloppy business, you're not profitable. Now, I don't want to offend anybody, but we all could be a little bit neater. We could all be a little less sloppy. And if you could be a little less sloppy, you can make a little more money. I guarantee you, there have been deals, there have been notes, there have been business opportunities that you have missed on because you weren't as organized as you might want to think you are. Things fall through the cracks. You didn't follow up. You didn't call somebody. And if it hasn't happened, then you haven't been in business long enough to have that happen, because it happens to all of us when we are not organized. The more organized you can be, the more money you will make. And that's not just saying you have to be organized just because you have to have that kind of personality or whatever. No, seriously, you just got to, if you're a digital entrepreneur nowadays, you got to be organized. If any kind of entrepreneur, you got to be organized because you're the one running it. You're the one calling the shots. You don't have someone else managing you, all that kind of stuff. So what you got to do, lesson number 3 is, remember, you need to have a CRM. This is a client relationship management, customer relation and contact relationship management tool. This is a tool that's going to allow you to keep track of all the people in your database. Everything we've been talking about is getting people to the database, adding people to your list, automatically adding people and getting people on your calendar. So they're coming into your circle, into your influence. Now you got to keep track of them. So this is what a CRM is. By the way, let me give you a little tough love here. If you have spreadsheets, that's not a CRM. If you have legal pads, it's not a CRM. If you have sticky notes, and I know some of you have sticky notes, that is not a CRM. Even if you had some like free thing from Zoho or HubSpot or something like that, those are not, I'm familiar with those. Those are not CRMs. That's a glorified Rolodex. That's all that is. That doesn't let you have the real tools that you need in a real CRM. If you've got a real business and want to make real money and want to be really respected and trusted, you've got to have the real tools to do that. You need to have a legitimate CRM. So let me show you what a real CRM should look like. This is what it looks like inside of Keap. So you can see over here, I've got everything already organized. All my leads, all my clients. And hey, I want to see all my leads. Who are all my different leads? I can push that and it'll bring up all of my leads so I can see those. You can also do that on a pipeline tool as well. If I want to add a contact, we were talking about ways to automatically do it. I can also manually do it. Just type in the information. The last question, it says, are they a lead or a client? So I can put them in the right area over here. Now, this is the contact record. Everybody you know, everybody you meet who could do business with you, everybody who has the potential to be money for you in any kind of way needs to have a contact record in your CRM. This, for example, is for Jack. Underneath Jack, you can see the first button that says activity. This is going to show you the latest activity, notes you've made, calls you've made, emails you've sent, whatever it might be. So if you have to hop on a call with Jack, you just pull up his contact record, hit activity, and now you're up to speed on whatever the latest is that's going on with Jack. The next button over from that is details. This will show you name, email, phone number, address, all that kind of stuff. You have 100 fields, 100 different details that you know about Jack. Birthday, anniversary, it's all going to be there for you. The next button over is email. So now I can see my email history. Have I, was I in Keap? I sent an email, that'll be there. Maybe there was an automated campaign, 3 or 4 emails. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Those, I can track those. Maybe I was on my phone at my kid's soccer game or something, and I sent an email from Gmail. Or remember, it syncs up with Google. So that will be in there. This is not purely email history. It's a relationship history. It shows you how you've dealt with Jack, how you've helped Jack, what Jack is interested in, so you know how you can help him more and how that can help you make more money. That's the beauty of a CRM. So you have all that at your fingertips. You know, simply by pushing the button, bringing up Jack's contact record or whoever you're looking for, you now know your history and you can track all of that. Every single person you know, not everyone you know, everyone you know for your business, everybody you need to be able to follow up and do business with, all needs to be in there. And this is where you can make notes. You put notes in there, not notes, but notes. Wait, did that make any sense? You get the idea. You make notes about notes so that you can bring that up. You can say, okay, last time we talked about this, or he was interested in this, whatever that might be. So that way, nothing's falling through the cracks. You're not losing opportunities, squandering deals. Everything is there and you're organized, and that means you're making more money. Okay, lesson number 4 here. It's good to know your people, but it's better to know what they want. Everybody's not the same. You know, you got a bunch of people in your database, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, you know, I got 500 people. I got 1,000 people. That's great. That's fantastic. I'm glad you have 500 or 1,000 people or whatever that might be. But they're not all the same. They're individual people there. Does it matter to you things about them? If you're talking to them and marketing them and dealing with them, you've got to be able to follow that information up. For example, have you done business with them before? That's going to be important if there's someone as opposed to someone who's just meeting you and has never done business with you ever. Do they know about marketing opportunities or speaking opportunities to help you get the word out and be able to do business with more people? What you've got to be able to do basically is do list segmentation. List segmentation is how you get the power out of your list so that it's not just 1,000 people or 100 people. And it doesn't really matter how many people you have on your list. That's kind of irrelevant. The whole point is they're not all the same person. They're very different. So if you're reaching out to people, would you say different things if somebody had a whole bunch of money to partner with you on, or maybe they didn't have any? They had some notes in. Maybe they know about deals in Ohio. Maybe they know about deals in Oregon. Maybe they got a lot of property or notes. Maybe they got a lot of money they want to partner. Those are all going to be important things to know so that you can bring up a segment of your list so that you know how to follow up with that person. So because not everybody's the same. Don't send the same message to everyone. Now you're going to be able to bring up a small segment of your list that caters to whatever your message is, and you send just that message to them so they feel like you're talking to them. You get them. You understand them. And they want to do business with you. List segmentation is how you do that. That's how you get the power out of your list. And this is the database. We just showed you a little bit earlier, a second ago. I showed you this. And at the bottom, it says you need custom fields. We've got you covered. You actually have up to 150 custom fields. That's where you can put that information, like, are they in Ohio or are they in Oregon or whatever? Have I done a lot of business with it? Whatever it might be. And this also fits for whatever, if you're doing other business aside from notes, if you're doing other real estate investings or properties or whatever, now you can use all of those as custom fields so that you can reach out to people the right way and speak to them in what they want. Let me get to lesson number 5, because we got top 10 here. This is number 5 on our top 10 list. Invisible businesses get robbed every day. Invisible businesses get robbed every day. Now, you're thinking like, wait, what's an invisible business? If someone's thinking, I want to do some investing, who can I get in touch with? Who would be able to help me with some good opportunities? And they're going to think of someone. And do they think of you? And if they don't think of you, you're invisible. And whoever they do think of is robbing you. So the idea is you've got to make sure you're top of mind. If someone comes to you with opportunities, with deals, or with partners, whatever it might be, if you're reaching out to other people and you're dealing with people in different states or whatever that might be, you've got to make sure that you are top of mind, that you don't become invisible. You've got to be the number one person they think about. And you do that through email updates, email marketing, email newsletters. Email marketing is the most powerful productive, cost-effective way for you to be number one. I don't mean like number one in a Google search. I just mean number one in someone's top of mind so that they're thinking of you all the time. Email marketing. Email marketing is basically free. It doesn't matter if you send one email or if you send 100 emails or 1,000 emails or 1,000,000 emails. So send 1,000,000 emails. I'm not telling you have to send 1,000,000 emails, but you could if you wanted to. Email marketing is the way to make sure that you are top of mind people so that people are thinking about you. So you're going to be able to do more deals, make more money, be top of mind with people. This is an organization called Inspiring Speakers. Somehow I got associated with them a while back. Do you see when they sent, how many emails they sent me on October 30th over here? They sent me 4 emails on one day alone. 4 emails. Now I'm not telling you you have to send 4 emails. I mean, like October 31st, they sent me 3, 4 on October 30th, 2 more on the 29th, 2 more on the 28th. I'm not telling you you have to send 2 or 3 or 4 a day, but you can if you want to. Don't worry about that. I have a friend in England, and he sends an email every day to everyone on his list with an offer. So every day, 1 email to everyone with an offer. It's like here's how you can do business with me kind of an email. What do you think his spam rating? Because you can have like a score from 0 to 100 on what your spam rating is. Because right now you're thinking like, oh, I would never want to send that many emails. I would never want to even send 1 a day. People would think I'm spamming them. I wouldn't even want to send 1 a week. That's spamming. This guy sends 1 email every day to everyone on his list with an offer. And do you know what his spam rating is? It's 0. Absolutely 0. No one's reporting him as spam because they know him. He shows up every day in their mailbox. He brings them good information, witty information, stories, anecdotes, tips, good stuff. No one's reporting you as spam when you show up regularly. People report you as spam when you show up once a quarter or once a month. And they're like, who's this person? If you want to stay top of mind with anyone, you've got to send more emails. So I'm not telling you to send 1,000,000. I'm not telling you to send 4 a day. I'm just telling you, if you are not the top of mind for whatever your business niche might be, when people think of that niche, if you're not number one with everybody, you need to send more emails. And you do that through Keep. You might have MailChimp or Constant Contact or whatever. You don't, and if you like having another party to integrate, you can do that. But you do that through Keep. That's part of our bread and butter. So we do that. Okay, let me get on to lesson number 6. By the way, I forgot to, in case you're joining a little bit late, I've had technical issues, so I can't show my slides like I normally do. So I'm having to log in on my phone, and I'm flipping it around to show you the slides on my laptop. So I appreciate you bearing with me as we get through the technical glitches here. That's what happens when you go on vacation. You're not
You're
at home.
doing great, buddy. You're doing great, man. Adapt and overcome.
That's right. That's what we do. Okay. Lesson number 6. Lesson number 6 is you got to be able to take your business with you. Oh, I love this. I love this because so often we so want to be successful, and we blur that work-life balance, and we know it's difficult. It's hard to be an entrepreneur, and we're the only one, and we're sort of trying to do stuff, and we're working from the spare bedroom at home or from the kitchen table and trying to make it look like we're legitimate. And I'm not saying you're not legitimate when you do that. I mean, I work from my kitchen table. I'm a remote employee, and I applaud everybody who does that. But it can sometimes be a little challenging, a little bit difficult. So I'm going to show you 2 fantastic, because this whole thing has to do with 2 different things. You got to be able to have the right tools. You can work when you want, where you want, with whomever you want, but you also got to be able to have boundaries. So you got to be able to snooze them and pause them whenever you want. So those are 2 different parts. I'm going to show you 2 different tools. One is you're going to get a business phone line. This is so important for you. A business phone line is a real phone number that will ring through on your cell phone, but it is not your cell phone number. Maybe you pay for a service like this through like Grasshopper or something like that. You don't have to pay for it. It's built into Keep. So you're going to get a new phone number. It's going to ring through on your cell phone. You'll have a different voicemail on it, as you will from your personal cell phone. You can snooze it and not your other. Obviously, they have 2 different phone numbers. When somebody calls on that number, you'll look at your phone and say, oh, this is a work number coming through. So you're going to be able to, it just sounds so much better when you tell somebody, call me on my work number, call me on my office number. See, it sounds like you're so legitimate. You're so established. Like you got a suite of office tools and a bunch of people there working for you or whatever. And maybe you do, but this is another tool you're going to be able, and if you already have a phone number, a work number, this is great because this is one you're going to be able to take with you and be mobile. So all you do is you log into the Keep app on your phone, hit the little green K, enter your area code. So I say, I'm area code 480 or whatever. It gives you a whole bunch of phone numbers. You just choose one. That's as simple as it is. That's your new phone number. You put it on your business cards, put it on your website, put it on the side of your minivan and drive it around town. I don't care, but that's your new phone number. And it is completely included in what you're doing with Keep. So now you don't have to give out your personal cell phone anymore. Don't ever give your personal cell when you could give out your work number instead, because it gives a whole different message to people. And then from that, you can even text out. So this is logged into there. I can text out, hey, let's meet. There's a camera. There's a photo of a mountain. This is a little desktop calendar. Remember the calendar link we just made a few minutes ago? All you have to do is you push that icon. When you push that, it sends out your calendar link. So all you do is you push a button, someone's going to book time with you. I send this to Michael. I get a notification. Michael just books time with you. I then get into my contact record in my CRM. Here, I pull up Michael and I make a note. Great, I'm booking time with Michael. So it's keeping track of that. Now that's the business phone line, stuff you can do on the business phone line. Now I'm going to show you stuff you can do with the mobile app. So you can take these tools with you wherever you're going, whatever you're doing. You're going to be able to be on the go, on the road, on vacation, all that kind of stuff. You'll be able to work when you want to. So you log into the mobile app. There's your CRM right there. You can see all the categories right there. Your phone marries your CRM. So Bobby Joe was the person we just took her business card and just created her contact record. So I had sent some text to Bobby Joe, and now Bobby Joe's text will now link up to her contact record. So everything's all in one place. Maybe I called Bobby Joe. There was no answer. I left a voicemail. So I make a note in her contact record so I won't be able to forget that. A couple days from now when I think, wait, what's the latest with Bobby Joe? I pull up her contact record and it says no answer, left voicemail. Oh, that's right. I got to call her back. So I can then get into my tasks, call Bobby Joe back. It's keeping you on task for things that have happened and what you still need to do. Maybe somebody calls you. This is all in with the mobile app you're doing here. Somebody calls you, it says it's a new number. You want to add them to your contacts? Of course we do. Let me show you down here. There's the camera, the photo, the calendar. Now there's a new little icon. This is a business card icon. So remember that. So he says, yeah, we want to add them. This person is a lead, creates the contact record for them. And then I'm going to push that little business card. That's the first little blue box. This is my contact record. Now I have you in my phone. Now you can put me in your phone. I then push the calendar link. That's what that blue box is. Here's my calendar link, book time. I can take pictures and access photos on the camera roll and send those. So maybe here's a property. Here's some opportunities here, a building, whatever it might be. You can now access those in your phone and send them to people. These are all the tools that you're going to need. So you can work. It's in your pocket. It's in your purse. It's in your bag. It's in your car. It's wherever you go. So now you can work when you want, where you want, with whomever you want. This is stuff you're going to be able to send emails. You can send text. You can use it from your laptop. You can use it from your phone. This just is going to give you so much more power to do the things that you want to do, to follow up with the people that you need to follow up with, and to look so legitimate and so established. And people will love doing business with you. They'll feel safe. They'll feel secure. You're going to be able to get all sorts of stuff done. Okay, lesson number 7. Websites are pretty, but landing pages are profitable. This is critical for so many businesses. I'm not 100% sure how many of you are going to be doing landing pages, but if you ever need anyone to take any kind of action, whether they're interested in engaging with you, whether they want to be part of your list, whatever it might be, landing pages are the key. Websites are kind of distracting. And you're thinking like, no, I got good stuff on my website. I got some stories about me and my history and how I got into this, and some pictures of, before and after, whatever it might be. People that worked, all this stuff. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of distraction. So don't send people to a distraction when you want to send them to action. Instead, landing pages are the tool. Landing pages are the new website. So build landing pages, and you're going to do that in the Keep landing page building tool. We have templates there. You just drag and drop, create a landing page, you're ready to go. That's how people will take action. People will do stuff. So landing pages are the new way to take action with people. Anytime you see a page like this that says, get your free gift now, that's a landing page. This is what Danella was using to get people to opt in. That's a landing page. Karen Gordon does equity loans. And from her website, she doesn't want you to get distracted. Oh, this is my little thing here telling me that little pop-up window. That's the bane of my existence today. That was one that's telling me why I can't log into my Wi-Fi. Curses on that little pop-up thing. Okay, so this is her website. Down here, it says, click here to start. She knows there's a lot of stuff on the website, but she wants you to click there because that takes you to a landing page where you're going to be able to do exactly what you want to do. Click there. Takes you to a landing page where you just fill out the information and you engage. She sends you a confirmation saying, thanks, you did exactly what you needed to do. This lets people, oh no, don't tell me this is going to keep popping up here every minute or two. This lets people engage with you so that you can follow up with them. Landing pages are the way to do that. You build those landing pages through the Keep landing page building tool. Build as many of those as you want. That kicks off automation. That lets people say, I'm interested, follow up with me. Landing pages. Lesson number 8. Some of you might pertain to you more than others, but the sooner you invoice, the faster you get paid. If you need to get money from someone, the number one way to do it is just send them an invoice. And inside of Keep, you can build quotes and invoices. This is simpler than ever before. The number one reason you got to get money from people is it doesn't matter how much money it is. It doesn't matter any of the kind of stuff. It just matters. You need to get them an invoice. So you create a quote inside of Keep, a couple of quick clicks, and then you even have a pipeline. You can see all the deals that might possibly be happening. You can track all of that, give you some motivation there. Someone says, okay, send me an invoice. You upload your logo, make it look personalized. It's a great looking, slick invoice. You send that to someone. Once again, you have a pipeline. You can see all your invoices. Here are the people that have paid their invoices. Here are the ones that are still outstanding. So you can keep track of that. Someone once said, if you don't know your money, you don't know your business. This is a way for you to make sure you know your money. And it integrates with QuickBooks Online. If you ever use QuickBooks Online, you are going to love this. It will save you so much time. We integrate with hundreds of different programs. I don't know if you see anything on there that you like. We have hundreds of different programs. A lot of times they integrate with Zapier. Zapier is a tool that there's Zapier up there. Zapier can connect two programs together. There's the QuickBooks over there. The QuickBooks is a native integration. So anything you enter in one automatically shows up in the other, and you don't have to worry about doing double manual entry. You're just going to be able to type in. If you take a payment, you enter it in Keep Payments, it will automatically show up in your QuickBooks Online, and vice versa. Invoices, quotes, payments, products, anything you got. Trying to make things as easy as possible for you. Okay, now I'm to number 9. You saw the number 9 pop up there for a second. Number 9 is really the heart of what I want to talk about. The CRM is sort of the brain of all this, but number 9 is the heart. This is really the secret sauce. This is the magic. This is where you really stand to benefit from everything I'm going to be talking about. When Scott was talking about stuff, number 9 is really what he's sort of hinting about. Number 9 is repetition makes champions. You feel a little awkward sometimes when you have to ask for business and when you're trying to find opportunities to make some money and do deals with people. But you have to think of the Olympics. The Olympics just started, and you think of like one of those gymnasts. They didn't just show up one morning knowing how to do some triple whatever flip, whatever Simone Biles does, whatever, do some fantastic thing. They had to practice that. They had to practice that like a million times over and over and over again until they could do it. The same thing goes for you in business. When you're asking someone, hey, do you want to do business? Hey, do you want to do business? Hey, do you want to do business? Regardless of whatever your business is, fill in the blank for whatever it is that you're wanting to do. You want to do business? You have to keep asking. You have to ask as many times as the gymnast does the triple flip thing. But you feel a little awkward asking. So you still got to do it because repetition makes champions. So the secret to that, so you don't have to worry about it, is you let automated campaigns. Automation is the secret to you being able to do that. Automation does you want to do business? You want to do business? You want to do business? Automation is you doing the triple flip 20,000 times in a day, but you not actually doing it. You getting the benefit of it without actually doing it. This is the repetition makes champions. Automation will do that for you. I'm going to give you a couple examples. This is the company, they do residential assisted living homes. So like a nursing home in somebody's neighborhood. So they take out a Facebook ad. This is the start of their automation. And so they target people. They have a free book, Keeping Seniors Safe from COVID-19. And then they target people who might be interested in that. As my thing keeps popping up. So that pops up. I say, oh, I'm interested in that. I might be interested in the book. So I click on the little book, and from that, it takes me to a landing page. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together. So I fill out my information on the landing page and instantly get the first email with that book that was promised. So here's your link to that book that we told you about. And then they continue to send more emails. Hey, here's why smaller is better in assisted living. Well, why your mom might love a small little intimate house somewhere. Hey, they've got Keep, so they have a calendar link. Here's our calendar link. Book some time with us. Come take a tour. Let us show you around. The whole goal is to get them booked into the place. So eventually they even get, here's your welcome letter. Click here and get more information. All of that from the first click on the Facebook ad to get the book to the welcome letter. Welcome your mom. We're glad to have her here. All of that was done through automation. They didn't send a single email. They didn't send a single link. They didn't do any of that. All of that was created through automation. Imagine the relationships that you're going to be able to build with people, the trust you're going to be able to do, the deals you're going to be able to find through automation. You just can create those emails and they go out. And because your list is segmented, you can send it out to the right people with the right messaging. This is just sort of the magic that happens when you can get automation and it's working for you. That was the first one. Let me show you another one. This is a friend of mine, Michelle. Michelle's a speaker now, and some of you might speak occasionally. That remember, you're just going to fill in the blank for whatever your business. Michelle speaks, and she can get on a stage and speak about happiness, and she can charge X number of thousands of dollars to speak about happiness. But if someone doesn't have a budget, she says, that's okay. I'll come speak for free. And I'll speak about social media. And I just ask that I can collect the contact information of the people in the audience. So she gets up on there. And while she's on this, she starts talking about social media. Now, which do you think she would rather do? Do you think she would rather speak and get a check from somebody and someone writes her a big fat check and they say, okay, thanks for coming? Or they say, no, we're not going to pay you anything, but you can collect the contact information from the people in the audience. Yeah, she would rather speak for free any day because she has the people in the audience that can turn into money. Everybody in this audience can be money from her. She just knows she's got to reach out to them. So as soon as she's on the stage, she says, here's my lead magnet and here's my landing page. All the pieces, once again, coming together. People register. She has emails that automatically go out to them as she continues to nurture that relationship. She says, here's some information. Here's how I can help you some more. She continues to grow them. She knows they're interested in whatever it is that they were interested in, that they were talking to her about. And she continues to grow that relationship. So until finally, at some point, after all those emails, she says, you know what? I've got a book. You want to buy my book for $20? Hey, I've got a social media blueprint guide. You want to buy that for $80? I've got a live event or a virtual event coming up. You can buy a ticket for $300 to $1,000. She makes way more money off of that than she ever would make from just getting a one-time check. Because that's the beauty of automation. That's the whole point. That's why you want to grow these relationships. And that's why you want to nurture these people with the secret sauce and the magicness. Magicness, is that a word? And the magic of automation. When you grow that relationship through automation, then people grow to learn to love and trust you and do anything that you want them to do. And you do that through automation. Michelle would never be able to send all those emails on her own. Sage Oak would never be able to send all those emails out on their own. So instead, it's all automated. Let me tell you one more quick little story. Our couple. This is Ryan Levesque. Ryan coaches people on their different businesses, and one of the things he said, "I'll do a little quiz here. I got a little game, and I like taking little quizzes." I said, "I'll tell you what kind of business you should start." So he asks me a couple of questions. I'm answering the questions, and he says, "Okay, you should start a PBEF business." Now you don't know what that means, so just give me your email address, enter it right here, and I'll tell you what PBEF means. So I enter my email address. I get a customized video from Ryan. Pops up and he says, "You're PBEF." You know what PBEF means? It tells me that you're a passion-based person. PB is passion-based and EF is event-focused. You should have a business that's passionate and has events, and you'll be able to be fantastic with that. That's the perfect business for you. And then it goes on from there. That was the first video, the first customized video, because he has me in his database. And then he sends me more emails. "Hey, you're PBEF. Here's some more information for you. Hey, here's some other expanded results because you're PBEF." He continues to grow that relationship with me. And coaching me along until I think, yes, I really need to start a business. I really need to start a passion-based business that's event-focused. Ryan gets me. Ryan understands me. I need to reach out and hire Ryan to help me do that. And I do. I mean, I haven't, but if I were to, that's the whole point. That's how he grows his business. And that's all done through automation. He captures people. He segments the list. He has the automation and they're ready to go out to people. And so that it all just happens. All those emails ready to go. He has them written. He has them created once and they just go out like clockwork. Let me tell you another person who also does a similar kind of a thing. Sorry. I was going to tell you about Elizabeth Ryder. Elizabeth Ryder does the same kind of a little quiz. And I took her quiz and it was about what kind of food you should eat or something. And so I went through and I took the quiz and she said, you have goal confusion. You want to eat cupcakes and you still want to lose weight. And then guess what emails came after that? The problem is that emails didn't come after that. I never got another email after that. I took her quiz like 2 years ago and she has great information and great solution and great potential help. But she has no automation. She has no way to reach out, to follow up, and to take care of me. I don't want any of you to be like that. If you want to do deals, if you want to have partners, if you want to find opportunities to make money, you have to be able to set things up through automation to grow those relationships, to follow up with people, to make sure nothing's falling through the cracks. Automation is the secret to doing that, whether it's the automated lead capture or the automated campaigns. But automation is what's going to make that work for you. Let me get to number 10. Lesson number 10 on our top 10 list. Yeah, if you're following along, we're almost there. Lesson number 10 is that all in one place beats all over the place. And I know that a lot of you are all over the place. Because that's just how we are. That's how we are as entrepreneurs. We start off and we get these little tools one by one, and pretty soon we're spending our day logging in and out of programs. We have loginitis. I want you to have everything you need all in one place. Because if you're all in one place, that beats all over the place. Do you see this Radio Shack ad? There's a bunch of cool stuff there. There's an alarm clock and a calculator and a camera, a video camera, and a computer and a phone and music player, all sorts of stuff. Everything on that ad is now on your phone. Everything. And there's a reason why everybody's walking around with a phone in their pocket and why Radio Shack's trying to stay afloat is because all in one place beats all over the place. Nobody wants to have 20 different tools that do 20 different things if they can have one tool that does 20 different things. If you can get everything all in one place, you're going to be more efficient. I mean, that's a no-brainer. If you can have all the tools you need in one place, you're going to be more efficient than logging in and out of other different tools all day long, trying to catch up on things and trying to do stuff. be organized, be efficient, make everything work as seamless as it possibly can. If I told you, hey, can you build a birdhouse with a bunch of mismatched tools? That's not a system. That's not a way to build a business. That's not a way to be following up and be organized and be profitable and do the things that you want to do. Mismatched tools doesn't work. Instead, I want you to have all the tools you need all in one place, and I want you to automate them. There are lots of people that you know who do that exact same kind of a thing. There he is right there, Scott. That's why he reached out and asked me and said, hey, can you come teach these folks? They need some help. They need to be able to automate he even gave me a list of some other people that I left over here. Brent, some of the people that you might have seen on Note Camp while you've been going through some of the different presentations and talks with other people. Brent is a big user of Keep. Amy Ransdale uses Keep. Mark Willis uses Keep. And of course, there's his big face right there. Scott uses it and wants you to use it. And that's why he asked me to come here and teach you all about it and help you be able to get set up. Otherwise, you need all these different tools. You need Grasshopper for a phone and Schedule Once to do your calendaring and Constant Contact Center, your lead pages for your landing pages, and none of those talk to each other. With Keep, not only do they talk to each other, they are each other. It's all the same tool. It's all in one place. I don't know why someone thought it would be easier to have them better if they're all separate, different things. It's not. There are 3 different levels I want to talk to you about. This is the most exciting part because this is where you get to get engaged and be able to take action. Keep Max is a powerful, robust tool. It is more than what most people need. It's actually what Scott has, but there's some things in there that Scott needs. You don't really need all those things. What you really need is Keep Pro. Keep Pro is the tool, everything I've talked about today, all of the automation and all of the organization are all in Keep Pro. It's my favorite. It's, I think, what you need. Keep Lite doesn't have the landing pages or the automated campaigns. So I don't really think it's going to be the best tool for you. There's a different price point for each one of these things. So Keep Pro is normally $149. Keep Lite is $79. Now, there's some good news coming. I don't want you to, that's a great deal. If you had to get all those tools I showed you and talked to you about, it would cost you more than $149. But because you're here, because you're part of Note Camp, I've arranged for some special stuff. We've bundled some stuff together and made a special offer for you because Scott is our partner. And because we love Scott and Scott's one of my favorite people, we're allowing Scott to pass on to you elite, exclusive partner pricing that is not available to people. If you were to call in to Keep on the phone or something like that, you would not get what I'm going to talk to you about right now. So instead of being $149, and this is all going to be bundled in with our Keep Pro, it's now just going to be $99. $99 for all the power I've talked about in Keep Pro, all those organization and all the automation tools. This is a normal order form when people sign up for the partner pricing, $99 a month. It's a database. Your account has 1 user. Your database can hold 500 contacts. For your onboarding coaching, you get 3 sessions, 3 one-on-one sessions for $500. But remember, not for you. You're special, and we've arranged some good stuff for you. Here's the first thing. You're going to be grandfathered at $99 a month. It will never go up from $99 a month. I don't care what happens. And actually, the price is already scheduled to go up later this year. It won't affect you. Don't ever worry about that because you're getting signed up today when it's only $99 a month. I want to help you out as well. So in addition to that, we're going to 5 times your account size. So your database goes from 500 to 2,500. I'm going to give you a free additional user. I don't even know if you need the user now or if you need the extra contacts. I'm getting them to you because you'll need them at some point, and then you'll be glad you got them now and you got them free. If you have some campaigns somewhere in some other program, we'll help you migrate those over. And the best part now, 50% off your first 3 months. So the price went from $149 down to $99. Now it's $49. Wow. $49 for your first 3 months. I'm telling you, I take my wife out to dinner. That's $49. I take my teenage son and his friends to Taco Bell. That's $49. And now for that same price, you have the most powerful investment you can make in your business. The single greatest impact you can make to grow your business and grow your income and grow your impact for $49 a month. 49. Have I said 49 enough?
That's freaking awesome, man. That is, wow. That's the best.
Isn't that phenomenal?
I've ever offered it. Yeah.
I know. Let me give you an idea. I want to make sure you understand how to use this. So I'm going to buy you a video course from these guys, Brian and Greg. They've created a video course that'll walk you through how to use this. Your onboarding, I want to make sure you really get it. So I'm going to let you work with Success Engine. They're our #1 onboarding training partner, and they're going to give you not 3, but 4 one-hour personalized coaching sessions, 4 one-on-one coaching sessions, and they're even going to do a bonus little kickoff webinar next Tuesday. So you're going to get the kickoff webinar on Tuesday. You get 4 one-on-one coaching sessions. I want you to picture how much this is going to cost, because personalized coaching, that can get expensive. You're going to get 4. This is like you and Brady on a phone, on a Zoom call, walking through, him helping you build stuff, him helping you do stuff. You want to build landing pages, they'll do that. You want to build automated campaigns, they'll help you do that. Set up your contact link, whatever you want to do. They're going to do whatever you want. 4 one-hour coaching sessions. And the webinar, and today it's free. It's free. You don't have to pay anything for any of that. We have got you covered 100%. You don't have to worry a thing, and you don't even have to sign a contract. I don't want any of you to worry about any reasons not to do this. You're like, oh, well, the cost is a little bit. Yeah, $49. I don't think so. Can I do this? We've got the best support and training we've ever put together. I don't want to get trapped into something. There's no contract. There's nothing for you to even worry about. Okay, you ready for the most important thing you're going to see all day long? Here's what you do. Go to keepnow.com/notecamp. When you go to keepnow.com/notecamp, that allows you to sign up. Remember, keep is spelled KEAP, and make sure you put the now at the end. If you just go to keep, you'll go to our regular website, and they don't know anything about what we're doing. They will not be able to get you the extra contacts, the extra users, the 50% off the first 3 months, all that stuff. They're not going to be able to get it for you. You're only going to get this because you're going to go to NoteCamp, to keepnow.com/NoteCamp. That's what allows you to do it. Let me run through it quickly for you one more time. You're going to get 2,000 bonus contacts. You're going to get a bonus user. You're going to get your onboarding completely free. And 3 sessions goes to 4 sessions. You don't have to sign any contract, and your first 3 months are 50% off. All you have to do is go to keepnow.com/NoteCamp. When you go there, that's what you see. keepnow.com/NoteCamp. This is the page that you'll be able to sign up on. You see this page? It outlines all the good stuff for you. All you have to do is click the blue Pay Now button, and that's it. You're off and running. keepnow.com/NoteCamp. If you have any questions, there's my personal cell phone. There's my email address that our team will see. But the most important thing there is keepnow.com/NoteCamp. That's how you take advantage of this. But do it quickly, because the webinar is taking place on Tuesday. So you want to make sure you get signed up before Tuesday so you can jump on and get on that webinar. We'll send you information on how to be able to do that. So, Scott, I think we got through the craziest presentation I have ever done in my entire life, especially when the laptop doesn't work. Are there any questions that people have that we need to address?
We got a couple. I answered a couple questions on YouTube's. What's the name of the CRM again? It's keep.com. I've put the link in the chat roll, so all you guys have to do is click on the chat roll, and also post it in YouTube there for you. I will tell you, Darren, that's the cheapest you guys have ever offered it. I wish I could go back, because I paid. I'm embarrassed to say what I paid. I paid like a $2,000 boarding fee. I paid, golly, it was a lot more than $49 a month when I started off with. I mean,
yeah. This is no lie. I mean, when I started, it was $2,000 just to onboard, and it was $300 a month for the stuff. So when somebody was coming and saying, I want to sign up, they literally, their first payment was $2,300. And now someone's first payment is literally $49 and change to get going. And
then the coaching there, those 4-hour-long calls, I paid, I'm not gonna joke, I paid $2,000 for 6 to answer stuff for me for like 4 hours on an afternoon with stuff like that, a makeover. And it didn't help me with much of anything. This is really This is a smoking deal. I mean, I guarantee Amy would think the same thing. Mark, Brett and Megan over at Laughlin, same thing. This is a freaking smoking deal. David asked, so after 3 months, how much is the price for the package?
It goes to the regular discount price of $99. So you'll be grandfathered into that $99. Your first 3 months are going to be $49. So $49, $49, $49, then $99 every month after that. You'll never pay what the retail price is. The retail price is, I think this month is supposed to go up to $159. You will never have to pay that. So the 99 isn't some kind of limited time exclusive thing. The 99 is your permanent grandfathered price.
Wow, I'm thinking about even signing up for another entity.
Yeah.
But I run everything through. But that's one of the great things, guys. Literally, Infusionsoft, I still call it Infusionsoft because that's what I've been there. But keeps everything in one spot there. Your landing pages, your CRM with the email. I mean, you guys have gotten emails from me. You've gotten texts from me. You've gotten responses as you've opted in the landing pages from me. I mean, you guys can do the same thing. Think about running an ad talking about a specific deal and being able to have people opt into your website or opt into your landing page, get more information about a specific deal. You're raising capital as you're out networking. You're out doing webinars or sharing on social media, getting people that are interested to opt into your stuff. So now you have them all in one spot. The functionality of the phone app, Darren, that's new. That's kind of new. It's probably been around for a little while, but that really wowed me this morning because with as much travel as I do,
Yeah. And in fact, I mean, Scott, there's so many things coming. I'm kind of sworn to secrecy on some things, but I will give you a sneak preview. Within the next 2 weeks, text automation is coming. Mm-hmm. So everybody, as part of your account, will get a free number of texts that you can send. So like maybe somebody goes to the landing page, they're interested in a deal or something like that, and they sign up instantly. A text can now go out to them saying, "Hey, thanks so much. Let's connect," or something like that. So now you're going to be able, see, these are things that I've been sworn to secrecy of, but I'm starting to leak some of them a little bit out of the bag. But text automation is even coming in the next week or two.
So let me give people a bit of an example. Like Easy Texting is a service that you could use. It's $50 a month just alone for 1,000 text messages. You got text messages included with the $49 a month. Seriously, guys, that bundle package, have you priced it all out? I mean, you said you had ClickFunnels on there. That's what, $297 a month for ClickFunnels. Lead Pages is like $195 a month. You are getting literally, I want to say 20 to 50 times the amount of value all in one spot there on Keep. Wow, this is a smoking deal. This is a smoking deal. We might need to have you on Monday night to give this again to the rest of my life.
And maybe by then my laptop will allow me to have Wi-Fi and I can actually log in and don't have to flip my camera back and forth,
You know what? Adapt and overcome. I mean, guys and gals, seriously, you guys want to look like $1 million. You have to stand out from the rest of the crowd. And many of you, and I hate to say this, many of you are stepping over dollars to save nickels. You look at things, you try, this is a tool. Yes, it is a lot of tools. It's going to take you some time to put it to work for you, but this will help you. You're going to be in real estate. You're going to be marketing, not just for a month or a year, but years to come, decades. This is a great tool to help you in that transition. We talked about growing, talked about advancing your business to the next level. Here you go. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll even mention Danella was one of the people I was talking about when she first signed up for Keep. And she was just sort of getting some of her business together. And then she started sending some emails and she literally had people come up to her and say like, oh, you're working with Keep now. You are really established. You must have your business must be really doing well. Merely by having Keep associated with your brand instead of MailChimp or something like that, that alone makes you look like you're professional, you're legitimate, you're doing business. And I don't care what stage you are in your business. I don't care how early or how it's done, but it gives you credibility. So you look like, yes, I'm doing this for real. I'm legit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm investing in myself versus that black hole I'm just gonna say Constant Contact is not like real estate investors at all. I had the founder of Constant Contact reach out to me to be on my podcast, and we got in an argument on the phone. And no offense, I'm like, listen, you guys don't. He goes, yeah, we don't really like real estate investors. I was like, I don't want you anywhere near my audience because your product, you block it, you cancel things. It's no. He's like, okay, that's fine. We agree to disagree. I'm like, yeah, I can't. No, this is why you have to be professional, ladies and gentlemen. You want to stand out from the crowd. This is it. This is the first step. And I had no idea Darren was offering basically get signed up, no boarding fee, $49 a month. 2,500 contacts for you guys is a great starting point. The only time it would go up is if you go beyond the contacts. I'm willing to bet a little bit there, but you've got great price points when you go beyond that for database. But most of you, this is perfect for you getting started. Think about it. We got what, 500 plus people signed up for it. If you basically sign up for the survey and you answer out the survey, guess what? There's 500 people right there. You could go on to Note Nation, your Facebook pages, your LinkedIn connections. How many of you have a box of business cards at home in a shoebox you've never done anything with? Now you can put them all in one spot there, scan them all, put them in your database, start reaching out to them, really start making the value. How many of you guys have gone to a virtual, a live event or a conference, spent thousands of dollars in travel, never do anything because you didn't know where to begin? This is that opportunity for you to really go from a pretender to a real investor and quit playing that stuff and take it to the next level. Mary Scott, I was wondering how you could keep up with all of us students and stay on top of everything with such ease. I need this. Everybody needs this, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I wrote emails last week that went out this morning, went out yesterday morning. They all went out on autopilot. People have opted into things. They're getting an email on autopilot. Well, I'm sitting here hanging out with you guys. It's automation. It makes it easy. Think about how much easier it would be to raise capital. Think about how much easier it'll be to find deals, to communicate with asset managers versus the dollar for dollar aspect of you guys that are doing many things. It's great. You got to make that contact, but still that follow up, that 5-touch approach aspect of things. This is literally putting things together and having your own assistant, how to have your virtual assistant help you with this stuff. You could literally automate this from other things, because you guys are throwing in a second user ID. That's phenomenal there. Okay. No, David says, Scott, do you use this? Yes, I use this. I'm a big fan. Okay. Actually, let me share my screen. Let me share it here just so you get a bit of an idea here. So I'm on my dashboard. Let me pull up my my email and broadcast and stuff like that. So you guys, it's so simple. Let me go back here. Share screen. So here, email broadcast. This is like that. I can view my email broadcasts. Come on now. Yeah, me, my clients, my staff. You can see the emails I sent out. I can click on all these things. I design my emails here to make it look nice and fancy. People opt in. Lead gen. Seriously, building campaigns. This is one of the easiest no-brainer deals out there for you. This is so stupid. Honestly, this is a no-brainer to do. I can see opt-ins, I can see effects, I can see people sent. I see that the email I sent this morning, 49,000. I've had so many opens, unopt-ins, opt-out, bounces, complaints. It's totally fine for spam. Totally fine. I don't care. But I have a large database here for you. As predefined emails, autoresponders included for notes. Yes, you could have autoresponders in there. Hey, thanks. Check the deals available. If you're interested here, go download the collateral file or download the BPO. You could set up a lot of stuff for due diligence for deals on here. Okay. Another question here. As predefined emails. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can set up all your autoresponders. People opt into your website. Such an easy, stupid, no-brainer kind of thing. Sorry. Duh. Okay. I love the presentation. We just maybe need to refilm it with a and you resend me the thing, because this is just stupid cheap, man.
I know.
Wow. Yes, it is a great starter for note investors. Look, you start with the end in mind. Go get this, start putting it in place. You're going to be using emails and text messages. You're going to be using some systems on this stuff. The fact that you got some coaching to help you to automate some of these things. Yes, I send email through this. This is not just an email service provider. This is a true customer relationship management software. This is the CRM of CRMs for you. Do I have no, I do not have a problem with getting blacked out. They're just spamming people because I provide content. Yeah. Look, 20 people out of 50,000, that's a small thing. You're going to get that the big a database like that. But no, David, I send emails all the time. Sometimes it goes to junk mail, and that will happen even if I send through regular my Gmail account. But the thing is, this works to help you. Honestly, you want to be in business, you got to look like a business. And how many clients does Keep work with across the country, Darren? Do you have an idea how many?
There are 1 to 200,000 users of Keep. I mean, Keep has been around for more than it used to be called Infusionsoft. The industry, we pretty much pioneered the industry 20 some odd years ago, invented sales and marketing automation. We are the leaders in sales and marketing automation and the whole CRM and the email and all that stuff. So yeah, 100,000 plus users.
And do you still have, you guys, I know that, I know, you do a big conference every year in Phoenix, so you take over the full convention. So you didn't do Icon last year.
They did it virtually last year. This year it's going to be live and in person. So it's coming up the 1st of November. It's fantastic. It's a great community. You know, all the users come together, learn better ways to market and send better emails and just do all the better business practices. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, it is I learned so much every time when I go to that. I didn't go to the virtual one because I had something planned last year, but I've been in attendance to that for several years. And it's not just the Keep you guys bringing other speakers to help with marketing and tools and tactics and stuff like that. And if you just, I mean, looking at you've added so many connections with your integrations over the last 12 and 24 months too. Zapier is one of the greatest inventions out there to get things to talk to each other. But yeah, you guys can literally have one spot for everything to talk with each other. Everything's to opt in. And that's the thing. If somebody's creating a new software, they go to Keep to make sure it's compatible with Keep there because it's such a powerful tool.
Yeah.
Let's see, question here from somebody. Yes, Wayne, it used to be Infusionsoft. Yes, it's changed the name to Keep. I don't know, 2 years ago? I mean, prior to Keep.
Yeah, I think it was like 2.5 when they officially changed to Keep. And the whole idea was we knew that Infusionsoft was very powerful and it could do a lot of stuff. And because something can do a lot of stuff, sometimes it can be confusing for someone who doesn't need all of that. And so for years we knew we need to come up with a simpler, easier product that is not as overwhelming because not everybody needs to do affiliate tracking and not everybody needs to, sell digital products through e-commerce and that kind of stuff. So they said, let's get the best tools we can that the average entrepreneur needs, like a calendar tool, like a dedicated business phone line, like in building quotes and invoices, all that kind of stuff, a better CRM, easier to use. So they put together the better tools, easier to use, and repackage them. And they said, okay, this is our new product. We're going to call this Keep. And then it became sort of the new flagship and it became what more people needed. And so they said, we're just going to call the whole company Keep.
Yep.
So, and Scott, you even said keep everything all in one area or something like that. I like to think of it as keep everything all in one place.
Yeah, there we go.
Keep everything all in one place.
Keep. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, here's the thing about this. If your guys are wholesaling, this is a great way to set up your invoices to the people buying. They can pay directly your wholesale fees. If you're doing referrals or taking deposits, and some things we'll do with leads. If you're looking at tracking who your investors are in 3 different states as you get a deal, and you can actually have it go out to the people that are buying deals in Florida, or your private investors, is a great way to let them know a new deal is available for you, for them to fund and for them to respond back to literally from this out looking at a property, taking a picture on your phone and sending that to your database directly from your phone. So valuable and speeds up things and makes things just so more freaking awesome for you. I love it. I love it. I love it. Man, this is so cool. So it's such, man, I've always loved the product, but I'm even more in love with it now because it is so much more full. Because I'm not going to be lying. I used not to bring Infusionsoft on because I thought it was a little bit out of you guys' price range because it was a big investment for many of you. But now, last couple of years, yeah, that's why I'm like, Darren, I need you to speak again. Darren, yes, we got to speak. And Darren, I've gotten you speak. You've spoken at a couple other places too that we referred out for you because it's such a valuable tool for you, whether you're a marketer, a real estate investor, doesn't matter. We're all in the media business these days. And that's one of the great things of getting people to connect with you. And as we all know, attention spans out there, the average American has an 8-second attention span, while a goldfish has a 9-second attention span. You gotta be in front of people. You've got to share. You've got to post. You've got to connect. Maybe not on a daily basis or 4 emails in the same day, but at least is a pure minimum for you out there to make things happen.
Yeah.
Does Wayne asked, does Octopus, do you know if Octopus works in with Keep? Octopus just works with LinkedIn. And LinkedIn doesn't disclose emails anymore, Wayne. So I don't think Octopus isn't going to pull emails and work into it. So Octopus is a separate thing right now for the most part.
There is there's another company. I'm just meeting with them. I just had a conversation this last week, and I'm going to talk to them tomorrow or Monday when I'm in Indianapolis. But they are a tool that works sort of like with LinkedIn as well, and allows you to go in and glean some of the contacts from LinkedIn. But the whole point is, and that's why they're building an integration with Keep. They understand it's not good enough just to get some names and emails or whatever of people in LinkedIn. You've got to be able to build the relationship. So that's why they're building the integration with Keep, so that you can glean some of that stuff out of LinkedIn or wherever you're going to be able to get that, and then start the relationship. So I don't know that much. Yeah, I don't know much about Octopus. I know we have an open API, and if Octopus has an open API as well, then
Right.
you use Zapier to connect them together, and that can work.
Exactly, that would work that way. But the thing with LinkedIn really hiding people's emails these days, it's not like most people connect with LinkedIn. They could do an export and pull your contacts email from LinkedIn. That's what I did originally first on. Then 2 Thanksgivings ago, they stopped allowing that, started hiding emails. I think because people were abusing it a little bit. But building a database, it's more than just pulling emails. It's that communication that follow. Many of you guys, it's like having that shoebox. If you got a list, but you're not marketing to them on a weekly basis, that's the question I ask you guys. How often are you marketing? How often are you emailing? Many of you are like, well, I don't know what to say. I don't have an effective tool. Well, this is the tool to really, it's that nitrous oxide in your tank. It's not just regular gasoline. This is nitrous oxide. So you guys lead the path and really put a V12 engine in your Pinto. Many of you run around like a Pinto. Any other questions? Any other comments for Darren before we let him get back to his vacation in the Bourbon Row? I got to get out there and do that, the Bourbon Trail at some point. Pretty cool.
It was amazing. Just getting off the airplane in the airport, like every billboard was a different kind of bourbon, because this is where like the bourbon tours start right here.
Yeah. Good stuff. All right. That's wow. That was great stuff, Darren. Thank you so much for coming on, delivering there, working through some hiccups there for you, buddy. Hey, it's still valuable. I think this might be one of the most valuable sessions of Note Camp here so far for you, because it's just a knock. You just knocked it out of the park, man. What a great
Thanks
offer.
for letting me be here. I love you. I love your people. I want to do anything again to help them out. So that's why we got the great deal for them.
Hey, thanks so much, man. And we'll hopefully see you sometime soon in some place in Versus Online, huh?
Please let it happen. Yes.
All right, brother. Be safe, man. And have fun, okay?
Okay, we'll see you.
Bye. Mary says, yes, most valuable so far. Exactly. You're loving it, Mary. Get signed up for it. The link is in there. V12 plus a Pinto. David likes that. All right, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right. Don't go anywhere. We have an amazing session coming up here. Really excited about our next speaker. He is speaking for the first time at Note Camp, but he has spoken well many places out there. This guy is so knowledgeable. He's going to share a strategy with you guys on how to master the art of subject to deals in 2021. And known across the country as Rockstar Investor. He will be back right at 1/2 So take a quick bio break. Get rocking and rolling. Be back here at 1/2. All right. Let me pull this up because I'm going to actually put up that link for you guys. If you haven't taken advantage of that, you need to. There we go. That was good. Go to the link. That's what it looks like there for the keepnow.com. Chat rolls in there. You don't need that. Boom. Wow. All right. See you guys back in 15. That's a great deal. Hey, Bill, how's it going, man?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How's the weather there in Florida today?
Weather's like probably 90 degrees out, so I'm sitting in the AC.
Good stuff, man. Man, I was trying to think back when we originally met. And I think it goes back a decade ago. I think at one of Ron LeGrand's conferences, or maybe in Denver when I was up that neck of the woods. It's just,
No, you and I met at Realty 411,
oh my gosh, that's right.
way out in Santa Barbara at the Fest Parker.
That's right. We were both loving each other's Robert Graham shirts. That's what it was.
That's it, man. That's what I'm wearing today. Oh my God.
That's great, man.
Yeah. No, I got, it's funny. The other day, and I'll tell the story, but my wife goes, hey, can you drive me to the dermatologist? I said, sure, no problem. This was on Thursday. Well, I get there and I didn't know it was for me. I thought it was for her. So they went and froze all of these things on my freaking face, and I looked like I got shot in the face with buckshot. She says, oh, you'll be fine by Saturday. So I can't put any base on or anything to cover it up. And I'm just like, seriously, look what the hell you did to me.
Hey, at least you got all your teeth versus Darren on our previous.
Darren's missing his teeth, poor guy. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to say that. At least I got all my teeth. I'll give Darren a hard time. Oh my God.
Oh, good stuff.
We're going to have fun.
Yeah, amen to that, brother. Amen to that. So tell me, how's Iowa going, man? You guys are rehabbing a town in Iowa, you know?
It's going great. We got so much going on there. We got about 16 buildings, and it's probably around 700,000 square feet total.
Wow.
You know, but furnaces, ACs, you know, boilers. I mean, electricians. I mean, roof guys. Everything. It's just so many things we're working on. We got 6 different businesses there. So trying to bring the town back. We just brought in a huge barbecue shop that used to be right across the street from the American Pickers in LeClaire. So they're moving to one of our buildings in Clinton. I'm giving them 6 months free rent, but it's a huge, massive beamed building inside for like a brewery and stuff. So they're going to put a microbrew in there and a barbecue shop with the big potatoes and the, you know, and the brisket and all the good crap like you have there in Texas.
Real barbecue, as we like to say.
Real barbecue. That's it. Where are you at in Texas? You're like in Austin, right?
Yeah, I'm in the north side of Austin. I'm like the last street of Travis County or Austin before it becomes North Cedar Park. I actually live in Williamson County, but not downtown Austin, not the keep it weird side of things, but you know, Austin's a crazy market like right now, just absolutely crazy in a variety of fashion, man.
Stupid money, man. That's the way it is in Denver and Seattle. It's like, you know, people tell me all the time, oh, I want to buy some rentals in Denver. I go, what the hell for? Why would you spend $500,000 for a house that brings in $2,500 a month? You go to the Midwest and buy 10 houses and bring in 10 grand a month.
That's what I say. I mean, we had Avery Carl, who's a short-term Airbnb expert, on yesterday a little bit, and she was talking about that. Yeah, I mean, go somewhere where it makes sense, not overpay for things. But she's saying, yeah, you know, you can do more with your money, and you know, it's just, yeah, Denver's a crazy market. Just it's stupid stuff. I think we're gonna see it. Got to see a correction at some point, but
we will.
Yeah,
and it's funny. Those $50,000 houses might go to 45 or 48, but they're not going to 20. Some of these $400,000, $500,000 houses could drop 100, 150 grand. You don't know. You know?
Well, we've seen that already taking place, like in Dallas and Houston. You have that higher price point, 500 to 700,000.
Yeah.
That's where the stickiness has been sitting. People overpriced or over rehab that second tier home, I guess you could say a lot of times.
Right.
Those are the ones that are dragging out. Those are the most increased amount of actually foreclosures on the investor loans. Harris County, where Houston is at.
Yeah.
Very first month, April 1st, we have the Super Tuesdays here in Texas. 700 foreclosures, and 99% of them were hard money loans.
Wow.
Or people that owner financed a house to somebody.
Yeah.
And we start seeing the same thing in Dallas. You've seen people that, you know, it may be great, but they're still they bought their house right now.
Yeah.
Overpaid, and then with it not being able to pay. I mean, that's what I love about this topic that you're going into. It is we've never seen a better time for 32s than compared to like we saw it a few years back. You know what I mean? With
Oh,
the
that's exactly
downturn.
right. And you know what? With the market just cresting, I can't imagine buying up here thinking it's going to keep going up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, the people that are buying right now are going to get hit hard the next couple of years, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So we have got a couple more minutes here. We got a reminder email that went out to everybody as well, our big database. We just use Keep during the break, automated email that went out everybody, just so everybody knows that to our database if more people get logged in here. Perfect. Yeah, questions here. Yeah, I'm talking to, let me type this in here, Bill. We're live streaming this to Facebook as well. I mean, YouTube, not Facebook, but you guys, what part of Florida you guys at again?
We're in Delray Beach, Florida, which is, right south of where Trump is in West Palm.
Yeah,
We're like 10 minutes from his house.
There you go, West Palm. You're not having the helicopter coming on the landing pad or anymore.
Yeah, really. And you know what's so funny is a few years ago, before he's president, Mar-a-Lago was open. So we just drove up the driveway in my wife's Jeep. And the guy came out, he goes, "Can I help you?" I said, "Mr. Trump here?" He goes, "No, he's not here today." I said, "All right, well, just let him know Bill Twyford was here." So he goes, "Okay." So I left. Joanne's like, "The hell's wrong with you?" I drove right up to the house. You can't get in there now.
That's good stuff. Well, do you want to take questions during or at the end, Bill? What would you prefer?
Really, I like them at the end because there's some of the questions I'll answer as we're going through, because they'll say, "Well, what about this?" And then I talk about that, and then it answers their question.
Perfect. Yeah, I know I've seen your presentation, and it does the grunt, but I just want to make sure. Some people I think Dwan's like, "I want questions during."
Yeah. Well, my whole thing is I got a presentation. I know what it is, and it's just I don't want to sit and start and stop, and I want to make sure I'm right on time for you guys and stay right there.
Well, what do you say we get rocking then? Let's get rocking, huh? How's that sound?
Roll.
Perfect. Let me hit the there for you. All right, everybody. We are honored for our next guest, a friend of mine that I've known for years, who is absolutely the nation's premier expert. As he says in his presentation, building long-term cash flow with the no equity, no stress. I call it no stress, no rehab system in a lot of cases for the most part. But so honored to have my friend Bill Twyford joining us here on Note Camp 2021. You're going to want to grab a pen and paper, take some notes. We'll save your questions to the very end, but prepare. This is going to be one of the most important strategies, besides buying non-performing notes. This is another great strategy to take advantage of where the market's at right now. So, Bill, take it away, my friend.
Well, I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you very, very much. We're going to have fun here. I got to tell you what, a lot of people call me the real estate rock star because of the way I dress and my long hair and all that stuff. And here I am. Let me cover this first. My wife the other day says to me on Thursday, she goes, "Hey, would you drive me to the dermatologist?" I said, "Sure, no problem." So we're down in Florida, our house in Florida in Delray Beach. So I drive over to the dermatologist and I'm just sitting there. They go, "Bill, come on back." And I'm thinking, for what? So I go back there and she's having me checked for melanoma and all that kind of stuff. So they go, "Oh, we're going to freeze this. We're going to freeze that. We're going to freeze this. We're going to freeze that." I'm just like, "Well, what are we doing?" I didn't know I had an appointment. And they go, no, we're taking care of all this stuff for you. And I'm like, okay. So I look at Dwan and I go, "Listen, I have to speak on Saturday. So if you look close at me, it looks like somebody shot me in the face with buckshot. It's because they did all of, this work on my face." And they said, "Now listen, you can't put any base on, you can't do anything for when you speak." Because when we speak, a lot of times, we're doing webinars, we'll put on some base or something like that. But I got to tell you what, it's just, what you're seeing right now is a raw me, man. I'm telling you, real raw. So at least I've got all my teeth, Darren. Look at, see, I got all of my teeth. So I do have that going for me. All right, so we're going to talk, we're going to have fun. I got to tell you what, this is all about having fun. And I've probably done 4,000 to 5,000 presentations in my career. So I'm a professional national speaker. We do our own 2-day workshops for closure, closure summit, investor summits, cash and flash, investor summits. And we've got a lot of stuff going. I've known Scott for a long time. Scott and I, we met at the Fess Parker out at Realty 411. Oh God, years back. And he and I became good buddies and stuff like that. And we've stayed in touch over the years. I love the note buying that he does. I definitely love note buying, and it's fun to create notes. So we're going to talk today about no equity equals big profits, building long-term cash flow with a no equity system. Okay, so I want you guys to understand we're going to cover a lot of stuff here. I've got about an hour and 15 minutes to cover about 3 hours worth of stuff. So I want you to take some notes. I mean, I don't have you guys on the side to answer questions and stuff like that, but I will here. Let me look and see if I can. No, I'm not going to mess with that because I'll mess up the whole presentation. So let's just get started here on what we've got. What are we going to learn in this session that we talk about today? Because I know Scott's got stuff going on from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and tomorrow. You don't want to miss my wife. She's going to be on there, Dewan Bent Twyford, tomorrow. I don't know what time, but she'll be on tomorrow. So what are we going to learn in this session? We're going to talk about adjustable rate mortgages versus fixed rate mortgages. We're going to talk about mortgages with higher interest rates. We're also going to talk about what paperwork do you need and how to build long-term wealth with no equity deals. Now, I want to make sure everybody can see my screen. I want to make sure everybody can see my screen. Scott, everybody can see my
Looks
screen.
good. Yes, sir. You're good. You're golden.
We're good. Okay. We're also going to talk about terms. Let me give you an example. I've got a piece of property, 369 feet of oceanfront property in Malibu, California. It's got a 4,500 square foot house on it. It's worth $11 million. Okay. I'm willing to sell it for $15 million. How many takers do I have? You know, who wants to buy $11 million house for 15 million bucks? Not many people. How about if I said, hey, listen, all I want is $1,000 down and $1,000 a month? How many people now want it? They go 369 feet of oceanfront property, the 4,500 square foot house in Malibu, California. I'll take that all day long for $1,000 a month. So the people we're dealing with here only care about two things. Our buyers only care about two things. How much money down and how much money per month. They don't care about purchase price. They don't care about interest rate. They don't care about any of that stuff. They only care about, can I make the down payment and can I make the monthly payment? That's all they care about. So you can sell these $200,000 houses for $220,000, $230,000 owner finance because you're offering easy terms. Just like I can sell my $11 million estate for $15 million because I'm offering terms. Okay, so I want you guys to understand that. There's three profit centers. There's three profit centers in doing no equity deals. We front load the deal with profit, so we make today cash. And then we have a deferred profit that comes in whether we get out of bed or not every day. And then we have a back end profit on these deals. So write that down. You got three profit centers. You front load the deal with profit. You get a deferred profit every month from the note you create. And then you do a back end profit when they refinance you out of this transaction. Okay, sometimes we're going to shorten the term of the note up, and sometimes we're going to stretch the term of the note out. Okay, so it just depends on what's going on, and we'll talk about those today too. All right, so let's look at this. Prospecting and finding deals. This is the heartbeat of your business. It truly is. Okay, whether it's internet marketing, bandit signs, face-to-face communications, or target mailings. I'm not a huge mailer. Okay, I'm not a huge mailer when it comes to mailing. If you ask me about internet marketing, I can't tell you anything about internet marketing. I don't really do that. I specialize in face-to-face negotiations. Okay. I'm good one-on-one with people. I'm good in a group of people. That's where I specialize. So I hire people to do the internet marketing. I hire people to get my bandit signs out. And if I did any mailings, which I don't, because I'm a firm believer in, you have active marketing and you have passive marketing. Passive marketing is when you're waiting for something to happen. Active marketing is where you make shit happen. Okay. You chase the business. Success in business, write this down. Success in business is when you chase the business and don't wait for it. Success in business is when you chase the business and you don't wait for it. If you're waiting for the business, you're waiting for something to happen. While you're waiting for something to happen, I'm creating something to happen by getting on the phone, talking to people, going to people's houses, meeting with them face to face, whether it's working out a modification on a note that I purchased, or if it's a foreclosure I'm dealing with, or if it's a subject to I'm dealing with, whatever it is. Okay, because you have to have multiple streams of exit strategies so no lead falls behind. Okay, it's real important, guys and gals, that no lead falls behind. If you just do wholesaling and you run into a deal where it's a $300,000 house, they owe $295,000, you're like, I can't do anything with this. Well, there could be $50,000 to $70,000 in profit in that deal if you knew this exit strategy. But since you don't know this exit strategy, you walk away from that deal. When you walk away from that deal, somebody like me gets that deal, and I make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 on it. Okay, same things happen when you start chasing all the high equity deals. Everybody's chasing all the high equity deals. Everybody's chasing the $300,000 houses where the homeowner owes $150 and they're going to sale in 3 weeks. Everybody's chasing those deals. That's why there's so much competition. But you get the $300,000 house where the homeowner owes $295 that's going to sale in 3 weeks. Nobody's chasing that person. Nobody's chasing Bob and Mary Smith on that deal. Okay, and you're the only person chasing that because you understand the strategies that you can utilize in this business. Okay, that's why it's so important to really understand these strategies. You must fill your funnel with leads. Gary Prescott's one of my students, been one of our students since 2003. Makes about 2.6 million bucks a year. He's got 75 to 80 leads in his funnel every single day. He says every quarter he cleans out about 40 leads that close, and then he gets more new ones in there. It's just a revolving door is what it is. They're constantly prospecting to put deals in your funnel. It's important you do that. So do some of each, but also find out where your talent is, because like it says in the book Traction, you have to be working an area of business that you're good at. If you're put in a situation where you can't do it and you won't do it, you're going to find out that it's more work than you really want, and you'll sooner or later will quit. So find out what you're good at. I know I'm not good at internet marketing. I hire it out. I know I'm not good at going out and putting bandit signs out. So I go ahead, hire it out. I'm good at getting on the phone, talking to people, and making stuff happen. Okay, that's what I'm good at. Okay, other ways of finding deals. Late leads. You got people that are 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days late on their mortgage. Their mortgage lates are what they are. People that are behind on their mortgage. We buy them from a company out of California. I got to buy 5,000 at a time. Okay. And these leads, we buy 5,000 at a time, but they get them directly from the credit bureau. People, their mortgage late leads is what they are. Lenders can get those. A lot of lenders don't do it, but lenders can get those. I have a hard money lending company, so I have the right to get those from this company. They're $500 for 500 leads. You can just email me there. I'm the last guy, I guess, on AOL, Bill Twyford at AOL.com. I need 12 zip codes. Get you 500 leads of people that are late. So write that email down, Bill Twyford at AOL.com. Like I said, I'm the last guy on AOL. I think when I leave AOL, I've been with them since 99, they're going to shut the doors. All right, real quick, my story, who I am. I'm 63 years old. I've been in business for 40 years this year. I've got 14 different businesses right now. And I knew as a kid when I was 13 years old, I told my dad he was working a job and we were painting houses at night. I said, Dad, we make more money painting houses at night than you do working all day at this job. I said, why don't you just quit your job and start your own business? He goes, oh, I can't do that. He goes, if I do that, he goes, I don't have my insurance. I don't have, this. I don't have the security of a check every week. I said, well, you just create a check every week. Go out. We'll talk to, I said, we can just go through town and just go out and knock on everybody's door and see. Here I'm 13 years old. I said, we can knock on everybody's door and see if they want their house painted. Now that's the mindset of me at 13. So I told him, I said, listen, when I, get old enough, I'm going to have my own business. So at 23, I moved from a little town in Iowa to Houston, Texas. And I started a painting business down there. Okay. Now, here this is in 1982. 1993, we're doing a 2 million gallon inside of a 2 million gallon tank for Arco Chemical. And what had happened is I couldn't pass the respirator test where they fit you for a respirator and then you have to blow into a tube for a long period of time. I had lung damage. So they said, you need to go see a doctor and see what's going on. So I went to go see a doctor. And the doctor says, he goes, well, you've got some lung damage. He goes, you can't pass the test. He says, are you a smoker? I said, no, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I said, I've never taken drugs. I've never been drunk, which is still, true today. I might look like I take drugs, but I never done any of that stuff. And yes, I live in Colorado where all the pot is, but I just don't do that stuff. I've always worked. Okay. So my whole thing was I've just been clean the whole time, but the chemicals and stuff that I was around had damaged my lungs. So I sold my painting business, moved to Colorado, took about 2 months off and thought, gosh, what am I going to do? And my mother-in-law from my first wife had said, you ought to sell something expensive because you can sell ice to Eskimos. And I said, I've always loved real estate. So I got the real estate business. 1994, I got my real estate agent license. 2 weeks in the business, my broker hands me these little cassettes and says, you remind me of this person. He said, you need to go to his workshop. So I went to his workshop. His name was Mike Ferry. And I told him, I said, I want to sell 100 houses a year because I walk into a real estate office early 1994. And I met this real estate agent that had his feet up on the desk and he was watching TV in the middle of the day. And I said to him, I go, is this what you do all day long? And he goes, yeah. I said, I just wait for people to come in. He says, how can I help you? And I said, well, I'm looking to buy some land to build a house because I had about $300,000 with me from selling my painting business. And he says to me, he goes, oh, he hands me an MLS book. He goes, here's an MLS book. The land listings are in the back. If you see something you like, let me know. I'll take it out and show it to you. I said, this is what you do all day long? He says, yeah. I says, how many houses a year do you sell? He says, 10 or 12. I said, how much you make on each, house? He goes, oh, $6,000, $7,000. I'm thinking, okay, this guy's making 50, 60, 70,000 bucks a year watching the Flintstones. Well, I'm used to making a couple $100,000 a year with my painting business back in, in the 1980s, which was a hell of a lot of money back then. So I said to him, what would happen if you sold 100 houses a year? Look at the money you'd make. He said, oh, you don't want to do that. That's too much work. And I thought to myself, this is what I want to do. So I went ahead, got my real estate license, my broker's license, went to school 31 days to get my broker's license. And then when I interviewed at Coldwell Banker with Don LaFavor in Evergreen, Colorado, he said, why should I hire you? I said, because I'm going to be your number one agent. I'm going to get on the telephone. I'm going to prospect. I'm going to chase expired listings. I'm going to chase, just listed, just solds. And I'm going to go ahead and call for sale by owners. And I'm going to cold call. He said, well, you sound interesting. Then he hands me these tapes. He said, you sound like this guy. It happened to be Mike Ferry. So when I met Mike, I told him, I said, I want to sell 100 houses a year. He says, you know what it takes to do that? I said, I have no idea, but I'm hiring you to do it. So I spent $16,000 in 1994 to hire a mentor so I could reach my goals. Well, my first year in the business, I sold 79 homes. I was working only Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because remember, I was building a house. I bought some land and I was building a house. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I was working with my contractors. Okay, so my first year, I sold 79 homes working 4 days a week. Second year, 123. Next year, 178. Next year, 194. I sold 574 homes in 4 years. Okay, as an agent. As an investor in 1998, I went out, I knew how to write these down. There's 4 things you got to do to be successful in any business. I don't care if it's a note business, if you're selling windows, if you're selling shingles, or if you're selling siding, whatever it is you're selling, you have to prospect to find new business all the time. So you have to prospect to find new business. You have to qualify your customers. You have to do effective lead follow-up. Write that down. Effective lead follow-up. That's the downfall of all real estate investors. They don't follow up. And then you got to learn how to negotiate and close. So prospect, qualify, effective lead follow-up, and then close and learn how to negotiate. You do those 4 things, you master those 4 skills, and you'll make $600-800 million a year in real estate investing or any type of business you're in. But as an investor, I knew how to do those 4 things. As an agent, I knew how to do those 4 things. So my first year in the business, as an investor, I flipped 80 houses my first year in the business. Okay, now you may think that's a lot of houses. It is, but you know what? I was prospecting, I was chasing foreclosures, and I was doing deals is what I was doing. Okay, I started teaching in 2003. Last year, we closed 49 deals in Colorado, Florida, Ohio, Iowa, and Texas. To date, I've done 1,095 investor deals. Those are not counting the 1994, my real estate agent deals. Those are investor deals. And I've door knocked over 50,000 doors, have over 300,000 phone contacts. There's my family right there. You notice I also co-authored a book with Dan Kennedy called Stand Apart. And in 1999, I was a world champion in Taekwondo and fighting. I'm a 2nd degree black belt, 2000, 2001, 2002. It's a Colorado state champion in fighting. So I love martial arts. It's fun for me. It's good exercise. Okay, so write this down. Here's your 7 keys to your no equity deals. So I just wanted to share with you a little bit about who I am because most people on here have no idea who I am. You might not have ever heard of me before, but I am a guru, not a guru. So I'm a guy out doing deals and also teaching people how to do it. And people say to me all the time, they go, well, if you're making so much money, why are you out teaching? Well, I got to tell you what, if I had all the money in the world, I'd be doing exactly what I'm doing because I love what I'm doing. I love doing workshops. I love meeting people. I love training people. I love coming to people's houses and taking them out in the streets for 2 days and working with them one-on-one and building their business to where their business revolves around what they want and how they can build a predictable, duplicatable, self-sustainable business anywhere in the country. That's what I specialize in. Okay, so the 7 keys to a no equity deal, write these down. Equity, what is the value versus what is owed? How much is your monthly payment? Okay, how much is the monthly payment on the property? Okay, and let me explain to you what a subject to is. A subject to is getting a property. You're taking control of a property subject to the existing mortgage that's in place. Bob and Mary Smith are 6 payments behind. They just want out of their house. They owe $250,000. It's worth $260,000. They can't list it with an agent. They're 5 payments behind at $1,500 a month, let's say. Okay, I come in, give them $1,000. They deed me the property. I leave their loan in place. I make up their 5 payments of $1,500, which is $7,500. And now I take it out of the foreclosure process by doing that. I rent it out for $2,000 a month. I make $500 a month positive cash flow. That's taking a property subject to the existing mortgage. In real estate, you have 2 sides of a real estate deal. One side is ownership. The other side is debt. I can be the owner and you can be on the debt. Okay, real simple, not hard to do, not hard to figure out. So I want to know how much equity, what's the value versus what's owed. Payment, how much is your monthly payment? How many back payments are you behind? Okay, how many back payments are you behind? What will the house rent for? If I took the house as a buy and hold and kept it for 10 years, what can I rent it for? Okay, what does the house need for rehab? What does the house need for rehab? Okay, how much does it need? Because, and I always tell the homeowner this, you know, if you were going to keep the house, Bob and Mary, what would you guys do to it? They go, well, you know, it definitely needs a new roof because we got a couple small leaks here and we've been talking about getting a new roof on this house for the last 2 years. So now right away, I know it needs a new roof because he told me it does. He's got some leaks. And then I can walk through and see that it needs updating, paint, carpet, things like that. I can walk around the outside, look at the foundation, see if there's any settling issues or any foundation problems. Okay, I can peek up in the attic and just see what the structure looks like. It's not that hard to do once you know how to do it. Okay, homeowner's motivation. What's the homeowner's motivation to move out, sign documents, and get cash? In land trust, we put the property in a land trust is what we do. Okay, we deed it from Bob and Mary Smith to the Smith Family Land Trust. Okay, and just leave it at that. Put down our LLC as the beneficiaries of the land trust, and I'll have Gary Prescott or Victoria, one of our other students, I'll have one of our students become the trustee, or I'll have our attorney become the trustee. You know, so we structure these deals. Now, what's the most important one here? Think about that for a second. It's the homeowner's motivation, guys. Because when you have a homeowner that has a $300,000 house and they owe 150 on it, everybody's chasing that deal. If everybody's chasing that deal, what does the homeowner have? The homeowner has choice because they've got 10 different investors chasing them. They have choice, just like our homeowners have right now in a market that's going like this. And the market's getting ready to crest and turn and go into another stage. You're going to see that it's happening all over the country. Here's the thing you have to look at. When a market's going up like this, homeowners don't have the motivation just to take less than what's owed or less than the amount that it's valued at, okay, because they can list it with an agent and get 5 or 6 offers in one day, okay? But the homeowner's motivation is so critical because when you're dealing with people that have no equity, what you're going to find out is that these people don't have any choice. They need to work with somebody. They're going to lose their house in 3 weeks. They've got no equity in their property. They can't list it with an agent and sell it because they owe too much. Now, ultimately what happens here is they're willing to work with you. But I have to have them making sure that they are going in and doing what I need them to do, signing what I need them to sign, so we can move forward on this transaction. Because without the homeowner's motivation, you're going to be beating your head against the wall. Now, here's an entrance to a modification script. So let's just say you're at the door and you're talking to a homeowner in foreclosure. Okay? You always agree with the homeowner first. Well, you know what? I wouldn't do that. And I would say back to the homeowner, I'm with you. You know what? If I was you, I probably wouldn't do that either. It's easier to get people to agree with you when you agree with them first. Okay, so now let's look at this script. Let me just say it before I put it up there. Hi, my name is Bill. I was at the courthouse here today. I noticed you have a pending problem with the property, which means you'll be 1, 2, or 3 payments behind. We specialize in helping homeowners buy time to stay in their home. What I'd like to do is give you this free information packet that gives you your 10 options on what you can do to buy time. What are you working on right now with your mortgage company? Okay, all that is an entrance to a modification conversation. because most of the people you talk to that are behind in payments want to do a modification. Okay, so there you go. If they're late on their mortgage, but not a public record, this is your 30, 60, 90, 120-day late leads. See, my name is Bill. I was at the courthouse here today. I noticed you have a pending problem with your property, which means you're 1, 2, or 3 payments behind. We specialize in helping homeowners buy time to stay in their house. We'd like to give this free information package of your 10 options on what you can do to buy time to stay in your home. Let me ask you this. What are you working on right now with your mortgage company? Just a simple script. You all have scripts. So if you're working foreclosures, record what you're saying and listen back to it. Okay? Because what you're going to find out, if you're talking to people about buying their house, 9 out of 10 people are going to shut the door. Because I'm not talking about buying their house. I'm talking about buying them time. I'm establishing value at the door. I'm establishing value over the phone. I'm establishing value in my mailings by giving them options and giving them information nobody else is giving them versus I buy houses cash. Okay, because 9 out of 10 people don't want to sell their house. 1 out of 10 do. It's great when you find the 1 out of 10, but you're walking past the other 9 that might just need a little cultivating, and probably half of those will have to sell their house because their modifications won't work. Okay, or they won't qualify for a modification. So what you got to do is learn what to say to get people to engage with you, to where you can walk them down the path they need to go down, to where it feels like it's their idea of having this conversation. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, now let's look at this case study here. Is it a deal or no deal? House is worth $210,000. Homeowner owes $205,000. Fixed interest rate is 6.75%. Monthly payments are $1,300 a month. Payments behind are $5,200 is what the total payments behind are. Okay, that's 4 times 1,300. We can sell it per month or rent it if we keep it long-term for about $1,640 a month in this area. Okay, homeowner wants $1,000. Now, how much equity do they have? 0. Okay, looks like 5,000 on paperwork, but if they sold it and had to go to a regular closing, they're going to have prorations on taxes, they're going to have closing costs, they're going to have title insurance, and all that's going to eat up their money. So they're happy with just $1,000. Homeowners willing to sign everything. Anything you put in front of them, they'll sign. Is there any money in this deal? Well, let's look. Take a picture of that if you want, so you can look back at it when we start going through this. Okay, before I go on. We structured the buying end. We bought it for $205,000 because that's what's owed on it, plus the back payments of $5,200. Homeowner gets $1,000. Our total purchase price was $211,200. What's it worth? $210,000. What do we have in it? $211,200. Doesn't sound like we're making money on this deal at all. Looks like a dead deal to 95% of or 98% of investors. Homeowner signs everything over to us. Purchase versus value. Let's talk about that for a second. The purchase price versus the value, I really don't care about that when the terms work. Sure, I want it within a certain range, but if I'm buying a house that's worth $210,000 for $211,200, the value is $210,000, I'm buying it for $211,200. Doesn't sound or look good on paper. However, when you structure the selling end of this, you'll see where it makes a lot of sense. So I don't really care about the purchase price versus the value. Remember my 369 feet of oceanfront property in Malibu? $11 million it's worth. I'm selling it for $15 million. I'm selling it for $15 million because I'm offering easy terms, $1,000 down, $1,000 a month. Okay, so same thing here. What about price versus terms? When I'm buying it, I'm looking at purchase versus value. When I'm selling it, I'm looking price versus terms. So I'm creating a note here. It's all about how much can I sell it for if I'm offering these easy terms, and there has to be a balance here because I can sell it for a higher price with less money down, but with less money down, I have more exposure. With more money down, I have more people, less people that can qualify or less people that can get in, but I have less exposure because I have more cash up front. Less chance of the guy failing on the payments every month because he's got a lot of skin in the game. So price versus terms. I can sell it at my price if I offer easy terms. Finding the buyers. How do I find the buyers for these? We put bandit signs out. Now take this down as a huge tip. Everybody in every town has vacant properties that are not listed with agents. Every town has properties that have vacant properties that are boarded up, that are not listed with agents, that are bank owned. Go stick your bandit signs in those yards. They'll be there for 2 years. Okay? Just put them back by the flower beds so the guy, if he's cutting the grass, he doesn't have to deal with your sign. That's a golden nugget tip right there. Here's what you're going to do though. On those signs, you're going to write houses for sale, seller financing, and your phone number. That's it. Your seller financing, you're creating a note. That's why here at Note Camp, it's so great to be able to create notes. There's probably a lot of people on here that might have created notes before. And there's some people on here that's never created a note. You just bought notes. But this is going to teach you how to create notes. Now, what's going to happen when you've got that sign in that yard? People are going to call you up and say, hey, I'm calling about that property at 123 Elm Street. How much you want for it? Well, what are you going to say to that? You don't own the property. Okay? You're just sitting there going, okay, I've got a sign in the yard of a bank-owned property. I don't own the property. Well, how do I get out of this one? Watch this. Here's what you're going to do. Guy calls up and says, hey, I see that property at 123 Elm Street. You get a sign that says seller financing. How much you want for that property? And what are the terms? Say, hi, my name is Bill. I'm on a cell phone. I'm not in a great area. Let me get your name and number in case we get disconnected so I can call you back. What am I doing? I'm controlling the conversation right now at the beginning of the conversation. I'm not answering questions. I'm telling him I need his information. If he says, well, I don't want to give you my information, I'm going to hang up on him. Okay? Because if he's not willing to give me his information, I'm not willing to have a conversation with the guy. So write that down. Hi, my name is blank. I'm on a cell phone. I'm not in a great area. Let me, not can I get your number, let me get your phone number and name in case we get disconnected so I can call you back. Now, he gives me his information. I say, okay, what property are you calling about? Well, I'm calling about that one on 123 Elm Street. Well, the investors and I don't know what we're going to do with that property yet. But let me ask you this. To get in one of our properties, we need anywhere from $12,000 down to $35,000 down, depending on what house you buy. So let me ask you, how much money do you have down right now to put down to get into one of our programs with one of our homes? Well, I can come up with about 20,000 bucks. Okay, great, $20,000. And how much can you afford per month? You see what we're doing, guys and gals? We have scripts. You got to learn what to say. Because if you're doing a lot of internet marketing, you're doing a lot of mailings, and you don't know what to say, you might as well stop all of it. Because until you learn what to say and close the deals, you're just throwing money out the window. You might as well be driving down your car throwing $100 bills out the window, because that's what you're doing. Okay, so what we want to do is teach you how to overcome those obstacles to where you can, instead of just fighting to make 60 or 70,000 bucks a year, you can do the same amount of work and make $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year. Okay, that's all it is. This is where the tire meets the pavement is knowing how to talk to people, how to handle objections, how to script people, and how to walk them down the path they need to go down so they can make an educated decision on what they need to do. Okay? Structuring the selling end of this deal. The selling price is $225. What's it worth? $210. I took $15,000 down. Out of the $15,000, $5,200 made up the back payments. $1,000 went to the homeowner. I made $8,800 on the front end of this deal. I front loaded the deal with $8,800. Now, if I have to paint and carpet the house and it's $8,000 to do that, I only made 800 bucks. Okay, that's going to come out of your front end money if you have to fix the house up. This house was in decent shape. It just needed, honestly, it just needed to be vacuumed, cleaned up a little bit. We painted a couple walls is what we did, but we still made about 8,800 bucks on the front end of this deal. Now we wrap the mortgage at 8.75%. We make 2% on the balance owed. Okay, $205,000 first at Wells Fargo is at 6.75%. And I charge the new buyer I create a new note of $210,000 at 8.75%. I make $340 a month on that. So you've got a first mortgage of $205 that maybe has 20 years left on it. Now you've got this basically second mortgage at $210. So you really have $415,000 of debt on this property. However, when you're paying these down, this is at 6.75, this is at 8.75. They're coming down like this. The farther down, the more money is in the back end. Okay, you'll have more money in the back end because this paying down is coming down faster. It's less interest, and it's a lesser amount of principal balance, unpaid balance. Okay, so real simple deal. You're making $340 a month for the next 60 months. So you got a $205,000 Wells Fargo first. You've got basically a second for $210. It's real simple. It's just a mortgage that you create that is all totally in the program here. You got every single thing that you need. It takes honestly 10 minutes to do it, to fill it out. Profit on the deal, 8,800 bucks on the front end. We made 20,400 deferred profit. The deferred profit is the 300 back here, the 340. See the $340,000 or $340 per month times 60 months. That's your deferred profit of 20,400. Your back end profit's about 5,000 bucks. So total profit on this negative equity deal was $34,200 that we did. No repairs, no taxes, no insurance. We didn't do a short sale. We just took over a deal that nobody else wanted, made 34,000 bucks. How many of these deals do you have to do in a year to start making 4,000 or 5,000 bucks a month in deferred profit? You can do all kinds of these. You don't need many. Okay, and I'm going to show you all that here coming up. Paperwork that's in this program. You got a sales contract, homeowner agreement, deed for the property, land trust, power of attorney, authorization to release, assignment of beneficial interest. Every single thing, the mortgage, every single thing is in here. Okay, every single thing. If you're a deed of trust state, I can get you a deed of trust, okay, for your estate. Case study number 2. This is a student deal. Now I trained Michael Madison. Michael Madison's in Colorado Springs. He's a 24-year retired Air Force colonel. Gets about 8,000 bucks a month in retirement. And I trained him in August of 2016. In September of 2016, he got this deal. Got it on a Monday. He's out door knocking, talking to people behind in payments. And this guy had a modification. He's working with the bank. So Michael said, you know anybody else looking to buy or sell any real estate? He said, it's funny you ask. I have a guy I work with that's moving back to Texas, Waxahachie, Texas. Okay, north of Waco, south of Dallas, Fort Worth. And he says to him, he says, Well, Michael says, well, can I get his number? He says, no. He says, I'll give him your number. If he's interested, he'll call you. Well, about 45 minutes later, the guy calls him. He said, well, my house worth 220. I owe 220. There's nothing I can do. I've got to leave Friday to get back to Texas. I've got a house in Texas my family was living in. So I'm just going to move back to my house that I own in Texas. I just don't want to do with this property. So Michael calls me up. He says, Bill, what do I do with this deal? I said, well, go over and meet the guy tonight, which is Monday night. I said, in fact, why don't we do this? Let's do a three-way conversation. So we did. We set up a three-way conversation at 7 o'clock Monday night. I told the guy what we were going to do. The guy said, fine. Michael took all the documents over Tuesday, dropped them off. The guy took them Wednesday, got them signed. Michael went over Wednesday night, picked everything up. He asked the guy, do you mind if I put a sign in the yard? He put a sign in the yard, house is for rent, seller financing, his phone number. Saturday, a guy called and he put the deal together with this guy. Well, now I three-way conversation with him and helped him put the deal together because this is his first deal. But what happened was the guy had to move the next week. Well, this is the third week of September. So the guy moved in by October 1st. So the old owner moved out on Friday, and this guy moved in the next weekend after that, a week later, and started making his payments October 1st. Here's the deal. House was worth 220, they owed 220, Wells Fargo deal, homeowner wanted 0, homeowner's willing to sign anything, payments behind 0, fixed interest rate 3.5%, monthly payment was $1,229 PITI. He could sell or finance it for $1,590 to $1,600 a month. Here's what we did. We bought the property for $220, interest rate 3.5. Homeowner signed over everything. We found the buyers by putting the sign out, houses for sale, seller financing. Okay, we sold it for $240. It was worth $220. Sold it for $240, $20,000 down. Homeowner got 0. Homeowner was only worried about his credit. That's all he was worried about. Now, Michael Madison is a 24-year retired Air Force colonel. Okay, clean shaved, clean cut, everything looks like Scott Carson. Okay, kind of guy you look at and go, I can trust him. Okay, so here's the deal. Michael's working with this guy. All he cares about is credit. He doesn't care how long this loan's in his name. He's got a house in Waxahachie. He doesn't need, to do anything. He just doesn't want to destroy his credit. So he wrapped the $220,000 mortgage with a $220,000 one at 5.5% with payments of $1,590 a month because the new buyer said, I can afford anything from about $1,550 to like $1,650 a month. So we sent him over to Michael Abundanza, my mortgage lender. My mortgage lender pre-qualified him on income because we can't take the $20,000 from a guy that doesn't have a job, okay, doesn't have any income, because Dodd-Frank won't allow you to do that, and that's not the thing to do. So what we want to do is make sure he doesn't have to qualify credit-wise. He just has to qualify that he can afford the property. Okay, and this guy made about $6,000 a month. He had 20 grand down. In fact, what he was a roofing contractor in Colorado Springs. So he had income to show that he makes about 6 grand a month consistently. Okay, so he had the 20 grand down. Michael just created a note. Profit to him was $20,000 today. Michael did this deal in 9 days. He was stunned. He goes, that was so simple. I said, I understand that. You think it was simple because I did all the talking. It was simple. But the thing is, I helped him do this deal. He might have got this deal without me, but he made it a lot easier by having my mentoring and working with me one-on-one on this deal. Okay, he's also getting $361 a month on the note that he created. Profit on the deal made 20 grand up front. He making $21,660 over the next 5 years. The back end profit after 60 months with the 220 Wells Fargo loan at 3.5%, payout is $197,333. That's coming up this October. That's his 5-year point. Okay, when the balance on the 220 at 5.5 is going to be 205,900. So his back end profit is $8,610. Now, total profit on this negative equity deal was $50,270. Before Michael saw these numbers, he said, "This is a 3-car garage, 2,800 square foot house. It's only 4 years old." He said, "I might move into it." I said, "I don't know if you can afford it." He said, "Bill, I make over $8,000 a month. I can afford this house." I said, "I know you can afford it financially, but let's look at the numbers and see if you can afford it." After he looked at these numbers, he goes, "I can't move in this house. There's too much money to be made on this house." I said, "That's exactly right." So he did not move into the house. He went ahead and sold it. No
Don't you
repairs.
love that, Bill? Don't you just absolutely love that? That's funny.
Isn't that, it is so funny. I know it. It's funny how people, you just, what you want to make in life, the money you want to make is outside your comfort zone. It's outside your box. And a lot of people don't understand that you've got to stretch your box to make $200, $300, $500 million a year. You got to do stuff that makes you uncomfortable. And a lot of people don't have the courage to do that. I've got a building in Iowa that I bought for $36,000. It brings in $3,200 a month. And I tried to get some of my family to buy it back there, some nephews and stuff. I said, "You're 26 years old. You should buy this building for $36,000. It brings in $3,200 a month, has 4 tenants." And they go, "Oh no, we don't want tenants." You know what problems come with that? I said, "How much is your house payment on your house?" They go, $266 a month. Because he bought a $50,000 house on a 30-year mortgage. It's $266 a month. I said, "Okay, you take $36,000, you borrow it from the bank, you buy this property. What's the payment on that? $200 a month. You're making $3,000 a month. Take the $3,000 a month and pay it on your principal on your personal residence. And within what? 20, 30 months, you have your house paid for." "Oh no, it's too much risk." I'm like, these are the people that will always just make what they make right now because they can't stretch their mind and they just can't take risk. So I'm a big risk taker. You know what? We're flipping a whole town up in Iowa called Clinton, Iowa. It's like Hillary Clinton. So it's Clinton, Iowa. And we own 16 properties there downtown. We own about 22% of the downtown, and we're bringing the downtown back. And this $2 million I've got invested will turn into $40 million within the next probably 7 years. And that's great because it's all an opportunity zone too. So we're excited about that. And I know, Scott, you love that kind of stuff too, don't you? Now,
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I know you're there. Now, here's the thing. We talked about a little bit about at the beginning saying, "Hey, what if we stretch the note out? What if this guy comes in September to Michael Madison and says, I just can't get you refinanced out now. Can we extend it 2 years?" Well, Michael can say yes or no. If Michael says yes, I would say to Michael, "Listen, if you're going to extend this out 2 years, that $8,600 you have in back end profit, tell the guy that you'll extend it out for 2 years. He can do a $4,000 principal payment for the extension that will come off what he owes. So you get about half of the money that you would have got if you refinanced out. And then you'd extend the note out another 2 years. If you extend the note out another 2 years, your deferred goes from 21,000 to 30. Your back end profit goes from 86 to 11.8. Your total profit goes from 50,000 to 62,000. So everybody on this call would extend this out 2 more years because you're making that 361 a month for another 2 years. You're making more money in interest. Why would you not do that? Hell, I'd extend it out as long as he wanted to do it. I'm not worried about the $8,600 back end profit. Let's keep that 361 a month coming in every single month. Excuse me. Long-term no equity cash flow. Let's use this for an example. Let's say you get a property under contract, you find a buyer, and you make $10,000 on the front end of the deal. You structure the deal with $350 a month deferred money. Okay, you buy and sell one per month for the next 60 months. So you buy one and you sell one every month. for the next 5 years. Let's see what happens. Look at month 2, month 3. See, month 6, you've already made $60,000. You did 6 deals, you made $10,000 a deal on the front end. Your deferred now has gone to $2,100. Look what happens over a year. Month 12, you're making $4,200 a month in deferred money, whether you get out of bed or not. And you made $120,000 by doing 12 deals, making 10 grand up front. So you made $147,300. The 27.3 is all your deferred money added up. 120 is your 12 deals at $10,000 a deal. So you're at $150,000 basically your first year. But now look what happens when you go to your second year. Look at your front end money stays the same because you're just doing 1 deal a month. That's 12,000 or 12 deals at $10,000 each. But look what happens to your deferred money. It goes crazy. $228,000 a year your last year doing this in deferred money, plus $120,000 from doing 12 deals that year. You make $640,000 after 5 years and $600,000 on the front end. So you make $1,240,000. $1,240,500 is what you make by doing just 1 deal a year for the next 5 years, buying and selling them. Okay, you don't have to sell them. You can buy and hold if you want, whatever you want to do. There's going to be more money in buying and selling. However, remember, you have 2 things in real estate. You have appreciation and cash flow. Appreciation is a hope and a dream. You hope it happens. You dream it happens. If you bought 5, 6, 7 years ago, you're excited as heck with the appreciation. That's how you get super wealthy. However, cash flow is reality. Cash flow is reality. Cash flow is what pays the bills. Okay? Cash flow is what pays the bills. I have a student named John down in Plant City, Florida. Back in 2007, he came to me, late 2006. He goes, Bill, I got 42 houses. He's been with me for 4.5 years. He's accumulated 42 houses. He says, I've been buying them from $25,000 to $30,000. Now they're worth $150 to $160. My buddy over here, who doesn't mentor with me, his buddy over there has 31 houses. And he's buying these houses. He bought them when John was buying his. But what he's doing is refinancing his houses, pulling all the cash out, and he's buying more houses. And John wanted to do that. John says, I want to pull out all the cash out of these houses and buy more houses. I said, John, why are you buying up here? The house is worth $150, $160. I said, those are $60,000 houses. They're so overpriced. I said, the market's going to go like this. It's not going to keep going up 20% a year like it was in 2004, 5, and 6. I said, here's what you do. I said, find how many houses you have to sell to pay the other ones off. Oh my God, I don't really want selling houses. I get that, John, but I said, do me a favor, take a half hour, look at your portfolio. And I said, find out how many houses you have to sell to pay the rest of them off. He said, okay. Calls me back about an hour later. He said, I got to sell 6 houses to pay the other 36 off. I said, okay, find the 6 that you need to sell and sell those 6 now while the market's up here. Take that cash and pay the rest of them off to where you have no debt at all. Oh, I really don't want to do that. I said, hey, you're hiring me to tell you what to do and to help you manage your portfolio. So he goes, okay. So he put on the market, they all sold just like this. He pays the 36 off. Now, all of them are Section 8. He's making between $950 a month and $1,250 a month on 36 houses that are paid for. The market tanks. John's now sitting with 36 houses that are paid for. His buddy Will lost all 31 houses, including his primary residence, in the fall. In the downturn of 2007, 8, 9, and 10, Will lost everything. And now he's renting a house from John. He's trying to get back on his feet. He says, I'm never getting back in real estate. John now has 58 properties that are paid for. He had 36. but he's bringing in, he takes about 3 or 4 properties, pay for all the maintenance, the management, the, the taxes, the insurance, and all that. He says he's banking about $30,000 a month, every single month. He said, why do it for 30,000? I said, well, how much are these houses? They're about 60. I said, every couple of months, buy a house. He goes, okay. So now he's up to 58 houses that are paid for. Do you think John cares if the market goes up or if it goes down? He doesn't care. They're all Section 8. He's bringing in $50,000 a month right now. So last month he went out and bought himself a brand new 2021 Corvette. He says, I've got my Corvette from high school. And he goes, I just think I deserve it. He's never been married. He's 65 years old. And he goes, I got nobody to answer to. I got nobody to leave my houses to. He goes, I'm going to enjoy the money while I'm alive. So he went and bought himself a brand new 2021 red Corvette, just a beautiful looking car. And he says, I deserve it. And I said, you do, Johnny. And he goes, I just want to tell you something. He says, I'm glad I'm not in Will's shoes. And he goes, I wanted to go against what you told me, but he goes, I knew in my gut to listen to what you said. And I knew I wanted to buy more houses, but I knew I had to step back and take a breath and let you kind of help me control things. And that was good he did that, because if not, he would have lost all his houses and then been starting over again. John now has done 132 houses in his career. He buys, fixes, and flips is what he does, but he also keeps, here I am down in South Florida. And I called him the other day and I said, hey, John, we're in South Florida. He says to me, he goes, God, I wish I'd come over and see you. But he said, I'm booked up this whole week. He says, I'm teaching Zumba class. I'm like, seriously, dude, you're teaching Zumba? And he goes, I got to have something to do. That's why I meet girls. I'm like, okay, knock yourself out, dude. So he's making 50 grand a month. He doesn't need to work, but he does it because he enjoys it. So he teaches Zumba class now. Okay, I'm going to give you a 30-day challenge here, guys. 30 calls, 30 days, $30,000. Here's a guaranteed way you make $360,000, a full circle, 360 degrees. Make $30,000 a month for 12 months. That's your 360 degrees, $360,000. Okay, your first year, 30 calls, 30 days, $30,000, blueprinting your business. Okay, here's what you're going to learn on this 30-day challenge. How to lay out your business, how to track your leads. What type of prospecting will you do? What areas are you going to want to work? Okay, how to classify those areas and index market those areas. How to do millionaire marketing. How to learn face-to-face communication. Everything that I'm talking about right here are all different training calls that you're going to get. Okay, internet mapping and marketing. You're going to learn all about bandit signs, dealing with homeowners, dealing with realtors, homeowner options, short sales, wholesaling, selling your LLCs when you do a short sale. Okay, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but I'm trying to get through my presentation here so we can take some questions at the end. Okay, closing your short sales in today's market. Also building your buyer's list. And I understand short sales is like, hey, don't talk about short sales. You can't do that in these markets. Trust me, now's the time to learn because they're coming, guys. The wave of foreclosures are coming. Okay, I'm telling you. Building your buyer's list. Okay, investing in yourself and rental roads to riches. So here's what we're doing. We're laying out your business with a blueprint here. So you start out here. You look at the top, it's goals and scheduling. You have prospecting right below. Over to the left, you have areas to work. You got to classify, you got to index, you got to know your markets, you got to know what areas to work. Below prospecting, you got foreclosures, you got late leads, you got bankruptcy, you got probate, divorce, tax lien sales, whatever that is, you're going to create a distressed homeowner. Prospecting to the right, you got to learn how to track. You got to learn your numbers. What's your efficiency rating? Are you high, medium, or low efficiency when you're working? See, when you're making phone calls and you're calling people back, you're doing effective lead follow-up. You make 2 phone calls, you get a nasty phone call, and you go, well, you know what? I think I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I have to pee. Well, that's low efficiency. Okay. Don't worry about what people say, guys and gals. Just make the calls, get in people's face, stay in front of the people. Because here's what happens. You go out and talk to a homeowner in distress, and then you don't follow up. And then 3 weeks later, you drive by it and there's a dumpster in the front yard. And you're like, I was working with them. No, you weren't. You had a conversation. And then somebody else followed up and they worked with somebody else. So once you find that distressed homeowner right in the middle of your screen, on to the left, is it over the phone? Did you find them over the phone? Did you find them door knocking? Did you find them social media? Was it marketing that you're doing, your marketing mailings? Was it bandit signs? You know, and all of that stuff, you've got to learn how to pre-qualify your calls. You got to learn how to door knock. You got to learn how to do scripts. I mean, there's so many different ways and aspects of this business to get yourself to a lead. And once you have that lead, is it a buyer lead or a seller lead? You can see it right there. Is it a buyer lead or a seller lead? Okay, we just want to know. Now, once it becomes a lead, the next thing you're going to have is, here's your leads. Are they buyers or are they sellers? If they're buyers, look at there. Are they landlords? Pre-qualify them. Find out the area they want to buy in, what level of rehab they can do. Are they rehabbers? Same thing. Are they end users? Okay, are they working with a realtor? If they're not, and they need a realtor for some reason, hook them up with one of your team players. If it's a distressed homeowner, you got to learn your scripts. Learn their emotional modes. Are they in denial, anger, depression, embarrassment, acceptance? What's going on? We're going to cover all of this stuff in this 30-day challenge. Now you have homeowner options. Remember we talked about, hey, we want to give you your 10 options of what you need to buy time to stay in your home. Okay, here's your 10 options. Loan modification, forbearance agreement, equity partnering with the homeowner, subject to, short sale, bankruptcy, deed in lieu, selling with a realtor, refinance, do nothing and lose your house. You got to do effective follow-up with all of them. The quickest payday is the subject to. See if you notice here, the subject to. The quickest payday is to get the document signed, file the docs, sell it, and get paid. That's your quickest payday, guys and gals, right there. Look down here, 85% of people that do a modification, forbearance, bankruptcy, seller refinance, fail. It's all about follow-up. You see all of this follow-up in here. Follow-up, follow-up. Now you're structuring the deal. Once we get the deal structured, what kind of deal is it? We got to negotiate with a homeowner. We got to handle objections. We got to learn our scripts. Are we structuring a no equity or a high equity deal? Are we doing a wholesale deal? Are we doing a rehab? See, are we going to be doing a short sale on this deal? If it is, you're going to do the short sale. You're going to negotiate with the bank. You're going to do multiple offers. You're going to get the bank acceptance letter. Then we're going into our exit strategies. See, our exit strategies right here. Exit strategies, wholesale, rehab, subject to. But if you notice, there's so many different exit strategies. You wholesale, you get an assignment of contract. You wholesale to a landlord, you wholesale to a rehabber. You don't have to wait to closing to get paid. They can just cut you a check. You can assign the contract over and be done. Duan's going to talk about that tomorrow. If you're going to do a short sale is not an exit strategy. That's why it's not tied together with the exit strategy sign. A short sale is not an exit strategy. It's how you create equity in a home that has no equity. Okay? Are you going to rehab? If you're going to rehab, are you going to sell it to an end user? That's where you're going to make most of your money. Or are you going to go ahead and put it in your rental portfolio? Okay, you're going to buy in your entity, or you're going to sell in your entity depending on what you're doing. You're going to get paid. Here, you're going to rent it out if you're keeping it for your portfolio. We're taking it subject to, we're using a title company, we're buying in a trust, we're creating a note, we're closing, and we're collecting our payments. See, so this is where you get paid, guys and gals, and you make your money on your buy, not on your sell. Okay, let me say that again. You make your money on your buy, not on your sell. It's all about structuring your deal. Now, if you're structuring your short sale, this is 5 ways to close a short sale. We're going to cover all of this in the 30-day challenge. Okay, how you can structure that. Okay, Now, once you get all this done, you see the bottom, it says investing your money. Investing your money. What do you want to do? You can do private lending. I have a lot of students we have 27 students that make over $1 million a year every single year. Our best student makes 5.7 million bucks a year. Okay. You can go ahead and buy notes. Where do we buy and create the notes? You're going to do everything with Scott. Okay. That's where you're going to buy the notes, is from Scott. Do your non-disclosures, do your due diligence. It's going to get you financially free. You got to invest in yourself. Invest in Investors Edge University. Get involved with me working on this 30-day challenge. Same thing here. Investing in long-term rentals, whether it's residential, commercial, multi-unit, storage units. Where are you going to buy? Who's going to manage them? You can invest in precious metals, gold and silver, cryptocurrency, whatever you want to do. Okay, see, we have all of these: residential, commercial, multi-unit, storage units, all of that stuff. We buy in the Midwest. People tell me all the time, hey, Bill, I'm thinking about buying 2 rentals in Seattle. Why? It's $675,000 and rent for $2,500. Take the $675 and go buy 10 or 12 houses in the Midwest that will bring in you $12,000 worth of income versus $2,500. It just makes sense. Okay. It doesn't make sense to buy a house in Denver for a long-term rental at $550,000 that rents for $2,500 a month. That makes no sense whatsoever when you can go to the Midwest, buy 10 houses that will rent for $1,000 a month that you buy for $50,000. I have them all day long, And I have everything on the ground there. We have management, we have maintenance, we have every single thing on the ground there. Turnkey stuff. Okay. Now, more of what you're going to learn on the 30 days, the homeowner agreement, no equity structuring, scripts, contracts, transactional funding, finding deals, buying rentals, door knocking techniques, land trust, okay, homeowner mindsets, dealing with the banks, building your team players, seller financing, notes, also long-term, and the notes that we talk about, honestly, when it comes to notes, I force everything right back to Scott, because Scott is the note dude, man. I got to tell you what, long-term rentals, proof of funds letters, internet marketing, and handling inbound calls. All of that is covered in the 30-day challenge. Okay, you get workbooks, flow charts, PowerPoint training calls, one-on-one coaching, 30 calls, 30 days, $30,000. How do you get involved? Right here. InvestorsEdgeUniversity.com/30 days. InvestorsEdgeUniversity.com/30 days. Okay, this is not part of any other programs that we have. It's $1,497 one-time payment. Or you can do 2 payments at $850 now and $850 in 30 days. Now, here's the thing, guys and gals. On this site, InvestorsEdgeUniversity.com/30 days, it says $1,997. That's what we always sell it for. That's why it's on the site for that. But I went in and had my KEP person, my Infusionsoft person, because I don't know how to do it. I said, just leave it on the site for $19.97 because that's what we always sell it for. But the order page, change it to $14.97, but leave the 2 payment option in there. And they said, okay, they'll do that. So when you click on, yes, I want to get involved in the 30-day challenge, what you're going to do is you're going to go to a page, we put your information, you'll see the price changes to $14.97. Okay. Now, here's some checks of students. Most of these are their first checks, or their first 2 or 3 checks. 151,000, 12,000, 78,000, 94,000, 60,000, 18,000. These are all recent checks in the last couple of years. This one here, Twin Investors, I don't even know how much it is, 42,000. Okay, here's 124,000. This one right here is Tyler Zimmerman's in Denver. It's his first deal, 124,600. And he said to me, he goes, Bill, I would have never done that deal if it wasn't for you helping me. Here's one here for 47,000. Here's 39. John Geisler. Remember John I was telling you in Plant City? That's John right there. Look at 38,000. These are some of the deals he's done. $39,000, $9,000, $32,000, $42,000. Here's one for $300,000. Okay. Again, you're going to get all these modules, guys and gals, and you're going to be stunned how much information is in here. Each one of the trainings, the 30 trainings, are anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half. They're in super detail. This is something you don't want to miss. So go there now. Go there now. InvestorsEdgeUniversity.com/30 days. Go there now. Make that happen, guys and gals. When you buy this today, you're also going to get these bonuses. Bonus one, the FedUp program, which is the 10 options we give to homeowners to help them solve their problems. It comes in an unlocked Word document so you can put your information in there and print them out yourself and start using them. Bonus two is the FedUp training videos. It's me explaining each one of the options in detail for you. And also you can give these links to your homeowners when you're dealing with people in foreclosure, and it's me talking to them for you and me saying, get back with my partner who gave you this information. Okay, option or bonus three is the homeowner agreement. These are all the disclosures you need when dealing with homeowners. It helps you control the deal so there's no misunderstanding. Bonus four, the scripts for prospecting. You'll get every single objection handler, every single script you need, whether you're talking to investors, you're talking to landlords, you're talking to homeowners in foreclosure, homeowners going through modification, whatever it is, you're going to be able to talk to them, okay, because you'll have all the scripts. Also, bonus five, the ultimate land trust. The ultimate land trust. I paid $5,200 to have this land trust drawn up. It's $997 value. I sell it all day long for $997. This is how we transfer the title to the properties. We put them in a land trust. And this comes also with land trust training, so it shows you exactly how to fill it out. And I'm available for you guys too. So how do you get involved again? Investors Edge University. It's investors with an S. InvestorsEdgeUniversity.com/30 days. This is not part of any other program. It's $1,497 one-time payment, or two payments of $850 now and $850 in 30 days. And for some reason, if you have any problems whatsoever, that's my email. Email me and say, Bill, I want this program. I want to be part of the 12 people that you're going to work with, because I'm only going to work with 12. I want to be part of the 12 people you're going to work with, but I can't get it to click through because maybe I'm using an older browser or something like that. So take a picture of this page. It's got Bill Twyford, my name, at AOL.com. Real easy. Just email me there and say, I want to be part of your 12, and I'll make sure that you get in. Okay, if you're going in early. All right. And with that being said, let's take some questions here, Scott.
Great stuff as always, Bill. Way to knock it out of the park. Sam asked a question. It's Bill Twyford at AOL.com right there, buddy. If you have any questions, I put the link to Bill's offering there in the chat roll there for you. And we got a couple questions here from people. Norman asks, do you pay taxes on deferred payments? The new homeowner will want to claim the loan on his taxes in the first year. How is that set up? Do you need a CPA involved? What if they ask about the taxes on the property?
Well, the taxes on the property, yes, we're paying the taxes on those, but when we're creating a note and selling it, the people that are paying the taxes get to write the taxes off.
Yep, exactly. It's done. Let's see here. Question there. Is there a monthly fee after the $14.97?
No,
After the 30-day challenge?
No, what they're buying is 30 modules that are going to walk them through all these aspects of everything they need to build the foundation to build a real estate business, whether they're doing foreclosures, they're doing wholesaling, short selling, whatever it is, and note buying, whatever it is. And there's not really much about note buying in there because I just turn that over to you and let you handle all that stuff. Yep. But we talk about creating notes.
Yep.
I think module 24, 25, 26, because it's all the subject to how to fill out the mortgage, how to do all that. Because what we do is once we get a property under contract, I just run a quick title search. And if that's the only thing on title, we just go in and create the note. We do the deed. We do all that stuff. We file it. We're done.
Yep.
You know, we don't go through all the normal steps that most people do.
Sam asked a question. Do we need a lawyer to review the contracts on a state-by-state basis?
Here's the thing. I have a contract in here. I never used that contract. I only put it in there because everybody goes, hey, do you have a sales contract? I do. And I even stayed in there. I always say use your state-approved real estate agent contract and then go ahead and cross off about 90% of it because you don't need it. You only need 8 things when you're doing a contract. You need the name of the buyer, the name of the seller, you need the address of the property, the legal description, you need the purchase price, you need the earnest money, you need a closing date, and maybe just a contingency clause or something. That's it. That's all you need when you're doing a deal.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to fill it out there.
But you know, realtors have these 19-page sales contracts because that's how they justify. And if you're a realtor, I'm not picking on you because you're not the type of realtor that's out there running the streets right now that don't know what's going on because you're here on the node camp. So they're like 19 pages. That's how they justify their commission.
Yeah. Bill, I got a question for you. How many of these have you had a due on sale clause called in on?
None. The only people that worry about due on sale clause are investors. Banks don't care about them. And you know what? I tell everybody all the time, I said, if you've got a loan with a bank right now on your house, go down, get a cashier's check and put the name of the bank where you're paying it. Down at the bottom in the memo, put in your account number. Okay, so it would go to that account number where it says remitter at the top, put in Donald Duck or Mickey Mouse and see if they apply it to your account. They will. They don't care where it's coming from.
As long as they get paid, that's the most important thing.
And
As David asked the question,
what's funny, I'm sorry, what's funny, Scott, is you'll get the occasional small local credit union or small local bank that's only in this town. Like we have a little town in Clinton, Iowa. There's a bank there that's been in business since 1865, and it's Clinton National Bank. Now I know that if they know that and they all know me there. So when I go there, I'm like the mayor. Everybody knows me. You know, you walk down the street, everybody's like, hey, Bill, how's it going? See, you're in town. You know, it's just like you feel like Michael Jackson sometimes. So my whole thing is I know that if they have a loan on that and they know that I buy it, they're going to do on sale it.
Right. But most of your major banks, they don't care as long as they get paid.
They don't care.
Yeah, they don't. David, David says, I don't understand what the original bank will do with this. As long as the bank's getting paid, that's the thing. And people that have a mortgage put transfer property to entities all the time, LLCs, land trusts. That's part of the reason why you're using the land trust in this, correct, Bill?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't care.
Yeah, and I use the land trust, but if it's Bob and Mary Smith, I'll just put Smith Family Land Trust.
Yeah.
And they don't know the difference. And what I did it's funny, in Clinton, there's what do you call it? There's a family up there that's very wealthy, and they're called the McElhaney's. So I put one of my land trusts in McElhaney Family Land Trust. So if somebody slips on the sidewalk, they're not chasing me. They're going after them.
You know, we did a training where I said we were the Panera Land Trust in San Diego. We were looking at property and they're like, oh, you guys are associated with the Panera Bread Company. Ooh, they've got deep pockets. They totally, instead of asking for proof of funds, they're like, oh, you guys are good.
Isn't that funny?
It's funny. Richard asked a question. What is the most successful marketing you've had for sellers?
For me, for sellers?
Yeah, for marketing for sellers.
Honestly, I like chasing late leads and I like chasing foreclosures. Mm-hmm. That's what I do. Right. And you know what? Like I said, I've never really mailed anything because I'm not a guy that sits around and waits. I'm the guy that comes right in and just says, I'm in your face. Let's get this done.
Let's get this done. Exactly. Yeah. Somebody asked a question. Ask the difference between subject to and owner financing. Now, what you have to realize is with what Bill's talking here, it's both of those are involved in the same transaction here. Subject to deal, Bill's taking over the mortgage on the property from the borrower who's not making their mortgage payment. That's a subject to deal. It's being deeded over, put in a land trust. and then Bill's responsible for the payments. Then he's turning around and owner financing it to a buyer at the higher interest rate, at the higher price. So that's the difference. Subject to is he's taking over existing payments. He's taking over the mortgage on that. The owner financing is then financing it and becoming the bank, making sure that your end buyer who's bringing 10, 20, 50,000 as a down payment can qualify for the existing mortgage with owner financing. So.
Right. That's exactly right. It's basically two separate transactions with the same house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Let's see here. Got another question here. Or did we just answer that? Oh, we just covered that. Man, good stuff, Bill. I really, man, appreciate you giving a special offering here for our note campers out there, man. It's good stuff.
And honestly, when I do these, I'll do an all-day Saturday where it's 6 one-hour sessions, and it's just on the 30-day challenge like this, and it's always $19.97. It just is. That's why it says it on there. So, but I dropped it $500 for your guys, because we love you, man, and
yeah, same here, man.
Hang out, do some stuff together.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got some serious students out here who'll take action and knock it out of the park as well for you. So,
okay.
Good stuff. Big plans rest of Saturday? Gonna go knock on Bill's door or what?
Man. I'm gonna go take off my Robert Graham and hang out with my wife.
There you go. Well, she is speaking tomorrow, roughly, I think at 2:00 tomorrow, I think, or 3:30.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, she's at 2:00 time slot tomorrow afternoon on short sales and stuff. So good stuff, man.
So she'll have the same background that I have. This is our house in Florida, so.
Great stuff. Well, man, hey, Bill, once again, thank you so much for coming on, man. Great catching up with you. We'll catch up in person at some point soon and share an adult beverage.
Thanks for having me, man. And anything we can do to rock out with your note camp people, let us know, man, because we're always here for whatever you guys need.
Yeah, you guys have some of the biggest hearts in the industry. You just absolutely give and give and give, and that's why we're glad to have you here, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Thanks,
We'll
man.
see you later.
Yeah, see you later. All right, guys, that is going to wrap it up for this session. We're going to take a short little break there. The 5-minute break there for you guys. You got to get bio, grab a drink, because you're going to want to come back. The next session, we got our buddy Tom Hazard coming on, going to share with you the power of how to combine real estate and either podcasting as a guest or create your own podcast, and how simple it is these days compared to what you might thought. When I started podcasting 4 years ago, I thought it was going to be a big, difficult thing to do. And Tom simplified it so much for me. So this is something, if you're going to be in real estate for a long time, you might as well start becoming a legend, start becoming an influencer and an expert in what you're doing, whether it's short sales, notes, your market, your experience, your background, whatever it makes you unique. Start sharing, start proudly waving that flag of who you are. So don't go away too far. 5 minutes, come on back in just a couple minutes. You will love what Tom has to share on our next presentation here. So we'll see you back in just a couple minutes, everybody. Bye. We're on a short break here, Sam. We'll get started right back here in another minute or two with our next speaker. All right, we just wrapped up with Bill Twyford, and just giving everybody a chance to get up, stretch, run to the restroom, grab a beverage, drink, pop a top if they need to. We'll get started back up again here in just a second. Tom will be on in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I was texting with him right beforehand, and then, of course, his computer decides to restart on him, which happens. This is why we have these little breaks like that. So good stuff. Tom should be logging in here in just a second. He's texting me right now, so I'll see him pop up here in just a second. Valuable information from Mr. Bill there. Thanks for those that are watching live on YouTube. If you're watching live on YouTube, make sure you hit the hi button. Glad to hear from you guys on there as well. Where at in the country? We're waiting here for Tom. You'll type in the chat roll what part of the country you're joining us in from, or even what part of the world, because we've got people internationally here. So do us a favor, type in the chat roll here. Hey, what part of the country? Where do you call home? We've got, yes, he did, Sam. There's no monthly fee after that. That is for the lifetime. Okay. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wayne Bridenstine. And if you guys are looking for replays, very easy, because we got so much stuff. You've missed some stuff. You can always go to http:/notecampreplays.com. That'll help you get the replays, and it gets you a ticket to next year's Note Camp. It's all in one. Ticket to next year and the replays if you're not a ticket holder for this year. Okay, if you got comped in, not going to get the replays, buy the replays at $99. That gets you a ticket to next year's Note Camp. Okay. Charlie from Miami. Kay from Seattle. Glad you're loving it, KK. There he is. All good, brother. All good, Mr. Tom.
So sorry, Scott.
Don't worry about it, brother. That's why we got 15-minute breaks. We don't put people right on top of each other. Bill ran a little bit long, so it's not a big deal. I guess people are I can go take a little bit of a break. It's totally fine.
Good. Okay. Well,
all right. You good to go? You ready to rock?
I believe I'm ready to rock. Let me just confirm that this. Whoa.
I just stopped it really fast there. It's okay. I wanted to get a proper introduction for the
I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
Love it. No, okay, good. I love you guys. Share me your magic of that transition stuff. That's really cool, man.
It's yeah. Well, and I'm I'm on the road, so I don't have my green screen. So it's going to be a little funky with some art behind me. But what are you going to do?
You're looking good, man. All right. All right, everybody. I'm so honored to have another first-time Note Camp speaker here, a longtime friend, a guy who I honestly say this, and he doesn't know how to say this, probably has had more influence on my business and my marketing over the last 5 years than anybody else out there. And somebody who I didn't want to work with at first because I was like, I don't want to do all that extra work. I don't want to do it. He was like, you need to do something. You need to do this. You're missing out on a huge marketing opportunity. I was like, don't want to do so. But honored, somebody that's now become one of my best friends in the last few years, a guy that has honestly not a mean motive in his body. He's always looking for ways to help his clients, help his friends leverage their time, leverage their expertise, grow their audience and monetize their audience. And that's why he is the man, the chief bottle washer over at podetize.com. Him and his wife, Tracy, are just absolutely great people and some of our best friends out there. And he's joined us live from another event. He's actually down in San Diego. I recognize the blinds, the Dana on Mission Bay there.
Yeah, you got it. That's where I am.
He's at an Inner Circle. Same thing, like Kevin Day was on here earlier yesterday. He was down there as well,
He's
too.
here. Yeah, I just saw him an hour ago. Yep.
That's good thing. But anyway, guys, I want you to take you're going to take a lot of notes from here. And this is something, this may not be all for you right now, but at some point, I guarantee if you guys are looking at long-term success, looking to be an investor long-term, this is going to be, and it is right now, I have to say, it is one of the hottest strategies. And it's never been easier to implement with what Tom's going to talk about with you guys here. So I will shut up. You want to take questions as we go, Tom, or wait to the very end? What would you prefer?
Why don't we, you know what, Scott, let me leave that up to you. If somebody is asking a question in the chat, because you're keeping an eye on that, I'm actually not going to be seeing that the way I do this presentation.
Totally fine.
So if you want to chime in, feel free. I'm very happy to have you do that.
All right, sounds good, man. Well, I'm gonna jump off screen here and give you the bandwidth there, buddy. All righty.
All right, thank you. Well, hey, thanks again, Scott. I really appreciate the kind introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here today. What really I want to share with you today is a strategy to be found by your ideal customers, ideal clients. You know, there are many different courses that you can take out there on how to do something, but you then still have to go and do it. Now, while what I'm going to show you today, that's still a little bit true, because I'm going to suggest you might consider podcasting as a way to build an audience, to market what you do, and to attract your ideal customers or clients. All you have to do is record. You don't have to do anything else. And if you're like me in business, you're on Zoom 5 to 8 times a day anyway, every day. And really, that's all it takes to record a podcast. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to really share with you why this would be something to consider. You know, what would be why podcasting for you, especially today. So first, just a little bit about me and my wife and business partner, Tracy. We, have been in business for more than 25 years. Wow. More than I care to think about. And we've had many podcasts over the years. So we started just like you in business and decided, we might experiment with this thing called podcasting about 7 years ago to see if we could build a market for what we wanted to do. So we've had multiple podcasts. To see a few of them here. Tracy's also been an Inc. columnist. There's a course written about us, taught about us rather, in the Harvard Business Review in 26 countries around the world. So, I mean, just a little bit about sort of why you might, care about anything that we have to say about this. I mean, not only have we had our own podcast, but now for the last 5+ years, we've had our own business around it. That brand is called Podetize. And when I'm on a green screen, this is usually behind me, this graphic, but this is to show you just a few of the more than 500 shows that we have launched and are producing for business owners and entrepreneurs, many of them just like you. And you'll notice down there, sort of in the lower third there, there's Scott's show up here as well. 2 shows that you might be interested in listening to now, especially if you're considering podcasting, is Feed Your Brand and The Binge Factor. Feed Your Brand this is all free content. You can check it out anytime, but Feed Your Brand is our podcast for podcasters, where we talk about tips and tricks and what's working today, best practices, things like that. The Binge Factor is my partner Tracy's podcast, where she interviews top podcasters about what made their show successful, what makes their show bingeable. At the end of the day, that's what we want, is to, create content that people just want to come back and consume the next one, or, if they're coming to your show at a later date, binge through all your episodes. So that's why, that's called the Binge Factor. So as I said, I'm the CTO. Tracy's the CEO. The Binge Factor is her show. But what I want to talk to you today is about why podcast, especially today. Well, if you are in business and you want to do any of these things, you've got products, courses, coaching, consulting, books, you're trying to get butts in seats for webinars, summits like NoteCamp, right? Scott is one of the best examples, actually, of using his podcast to drive people to fill an event. I bet a lot of you probably first heard Scott on a podcast, or if you didn't, you probably learned about him through one of the other, how would I say, collateral pieces of material that's created from one of his podcasts. Is that, this is not just all about an audio show. There's an awful lot more to it. And I'm going to show you that here today. But then, if you are somebody that needs to get more people to find you who need what it is that you do, they may not know who you are. They may not even know you have a podcast when you have one, or maybe that you have been a guest on a podcast, but I'm going to show you how those people are going to find you regardless of those things. They're going to find you from a podcast, even if they don't listen to a podcast. And I know that's counterintuitive, but it absolutely happens. The problem is all of us are trying to be found, right? All of us are trying to be seen and heard. But so many of our messages, a very large percentage of our messages aren't heard. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, your typical Facebook post is seen by less than 2% of your followers. The typical, Google ad or YouTube ad is, seen by maybe, 13% of, the total people you want them to be seen. Well, what I'm going to show you is how with podcasting conversion rates, especially, and these actually are conversion rates, not seen by, I was mistaken there, but conversion rate to Facebook ads is 1.3%, to Google and YouTube ads is 13%, but conversion rates for calls to action in podcasts we see between 30 and 40%. And why today? Well, there are 750,000 active podcasts today. That you may have seen some stats that there's actually about 2 million podcasts now total have been launched, and that's true, but only 750,000 of them are still producing new podcasts today. So we're talking about swimming in a smaller pond, marketing in a smaller pond. There's more opportunity, even though there's 750,000 sounds like a lot of podcasts. In your particular niche, there's not going to be near that many. There's probably, dozens, but still you can set yourself apart. And, compared to, everybody says you have to have a website for your business, right? It's like it's the business card today. You have to have a website. Well, that's true. But, there's over 1.5 billion websites on the internet. So trying to get your website to come up and show up actually, better than your competitors and amongst all that competition, 750,000 active podcasts now doesn't sound too big. Now I'm going to share a few examples that are not in the real estate industry, but they're good examples. It still applies to every industry. It's really hard to be found today. In Los Angeles, there's 20,000 wedding planners. And this is actually a photo of a real podcast host on the right of this picture. Her name's Laura. And, she launched a podcast about wedding planners as a way to stand out among 33 million Google research results and 20,000 actual Los Angeles area wedding planners. But putting out a podcast, she became very well known and found by many, many potential customers just because of the podcast and what it does for you in terms of SEO and being found. Now, I'm sure many of you know of, if you don't listen to, Joe Rogan, and his type of show is very different. He's like the elite, top 1/10 of 1% of podcasters, where the show is really all about him and that's about it. And it's a variety show and people listen to it for entertainment. That is not the type of podcasting I'm talking about. This type of show is all about him. It's really not on trend. One thing I want to tell you is your podcast, if you do it, or if you're a guest on podcasts, it's not all about you. It's about serving a community and building trust and getting people to like you who don't even know you. Dale Carnegie is famous for saying you can make more friends in 2 months by becoming interested in other people than you can in 2 years by trying to get other people interested in you. So if you show interest in your area of specialty, your area of expertise, and serve them, and then you're going to get that coming back to you many, many times over. And podcasting is the easiest way I know of to do it, just recording your way to it. So one of the things I really want to share with you today is about SEO. And you might think, wait a second, I thought Tom was talking about podcasting. Why is he saying something about SEO? Well, here's the thing. A blog post on your website is the best vehicle for you to be found. But who the heck has the time to write a 3,000 plus word blog post? The average person who does write a blog post, when surveyed, has said that it takes between 3 to 4 hours. Honestly, 3,000 words would probably take me 5 or 6 hours to agonize over. People spend way too much time on it. Now, it's true, it works incredibly well, but you can speak your way to a 3,000 word blog post in about, it's about 20 minutes, because the average person speaks about 150 words a minute. So that's how we get to a 3,000 word blog post in about a 20-minute episode. There's also the reality of what we have termed verbal SEO. Because we use these devices like the smart speakers and our phones with Siri and, Hey Google and all these things, Alexa, and we're asking questions. People are speaking their search terms. And many of you probably know, but some of you may not. You can say, Hey, Alexa, play me the latest episode of the Note Closer Show. And Alexa will find it and start playing it. And you can listen to it. But it's more than just playing and listening over that device. It's also the search that's happening. And searches happen for all sorts of things, right? All sorts of subjects people are interested in. So being heard on those devices is important, but verbal SEO, it's about people searching on things that are in alignment with what you say on a podcast. So think about that for a minute. I'm gonna come back to that. But what we're talking about is serving, recording your way to content and putting it everywhere. You might do it as video. Scott does most of the time. I do on my shows. About a third of our customers do. Not everybody does. Certainly much easier to record just audio, and that's enough to get going. I'd rather you do that and record a lot of content than not do it because of the video aspect. For whatever reason, that's not for you. We're talking about video to audio to blog to social media, recording something once, turning it into content that serves you in all of these areas. And some people go live. I do with one of my podcasts. Some people do. Not everybody does that. But if you do it live, you can go live to Facebook, live to YouTube. You're on Zoom like we are now. And you actually can engage more people because you trip the algorithms. But even if you don't, a podcast is syndicated to all of these different places. And, and more. We keep adding more apps. I think every podcaster we launch is put on all of these different platforms. Once in a while, a new one comes along. In fact, a new one just did come out that's not on this graphic yet, that we've now started syndicating all of our customers to, called Good Pods. It's another podcast listening app. So that happens automatically. And so what we're talking is you becoming the voice of authority for your niche, for your audience, to have people find you. You're going to be heard. You're going to be found if you put out a podcast. Now, how is that? because obviously there's a certain amount of organic reach you're going to get just from putting out a podcast and being on all the apps, or deciding to go be a guest on the right podcast. I wouldn't recommend you be a guest on just any podcast, but being a guest on the right podcast, you're going to get you're certainly going to be heard and found to a certain extent organically just through the podcast apps. But what we do at Podetize, and we recommend everybody does, is, well, what I'm showing you here are another podcaster who some of you who know Scott may know, because I think Meryl Chandler has been a guest on a lot of Scott's stuff in the past, but a podcast called Get Fundable. This is the podcast page on Meryl's website, where at the top it gives you info about the podcast. There's this big player window that, you know, anybody who comes to your website can play any episode right there. And then there are these podcast related blog posts, one for every episode. And the latest one is at the top on the left. And then the next one that publishes will replace that, move the next ones over, and eventually down. When you click on one of these and open up the full blog post, this is what you would see on Get Fundable website, is a wide format of a banner graphic that's original. And, you know, obviously he has some things in the sidebar. Below that, if there's a video, I love this. I paused this of Meryl just because I like that expression on his face. I thought that was kind of funny. But you have if you have a video, it's embedded right there, or people can listen to the audio if they prefer. And then below that is a speech to text conversion of what was said in the episode. Now, it's not just a transcript. There's an awful lot more that goes into it. There's a 4-step process of cleaning it up, improving the grammar, making it easier to read, but it's still going to be 90% what was said in the episode. Because as wonderful as podcasting is and the podcast apps are, and I'm a podcaster, I love it, there are far more people that are searching in Google every day for things they're interested in, or their pain points, their desires, whatever it is, than there are in the podcast apps. And in the podcast apps, your episodes are only searchable by what's in their titles and descriptions. What you say within the episode is blind to those Google searches, even the podcast searches in the apps. So by doing this, your blog posts get associated with dozens of phrases people are searching on in Google every day. So the next time, once you post an episode like this and post the blog, next time somebody searches on those terms, your post comes up, people click, boom, they're on your website. Right there, they see at the top of the post, you know, like this graphic again, and it's like, oh, this is a show. Oh, Get Fundable podcast. All right, what's that? And then, you know, they can watch, listen, or read. But remember, the best part is you've gotten them to your website. Remember how I was talking about how earlier there's over 1.5 billion websites? This is how you get found among that vast sea of websites. Google doesn't discriminate. They don't care that you're an individual or an entrepreneur or a small company compared to a big Fortune 500 company. All Google wants to do is serve up the most relevant content to what people are searching on. So our average podcasters who've been doing this for a year are ranking on usually 4,000 or 5,000 keywords in Google search and getting several more thousand than that unique visitors to their website every month. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. That's how you get found. But I want to show you a few other things that we create for every episode. This is an example of an audiogram. Remember I said you don't have to record video? You certainly don't. But video is today the preferred medium for, you know, posting things on social media. So for those people that don't record video, we create what's called an audiogram. And this is an example of an audiogram where you have, obviously this is for the Binge Factor. Tracy's the host. Pat Flynn was the guest. And there's a 30-second clip playing here of something, a quote of something that Pat said that was just really brilliant. And so we share this on social media. And of course, you know, we provide it to the guests so they can share it on social media. There's a lot of individual materials like this to incentivize a guest to share your episode, and also just to get attention on social media that come with producing every episode. When, for the people that work with us at Podetize, and we produce their shows for them once they have a podcast. Now, another great thing we do, this is one of my favorite things. It is called Ego Bait. And I'm going to show you a couple different versions here in a moment, but this is a quote graphic that we create for every episode, and we recommend every podcaster do this and provide it to your guest. This is a quote of something Tracy, the host, said about Chad, the guest, that makes him look really good. It's very flattering. And so when we send that to him after his show is aired, do you think he shares it? He usually, every guest does, because it's about them. Chad's saying, hey, world, look at me. I was on this show. And of course, at the same time, he's saying, hey, world, check out this show. And most people do. There are a few other, ways you can create ego bait graphics. Like, here's one that Tracy's saying, Pat Flynn is one of the best teachers, not just for podcasting, but for creating a whole digital business. And, there are other kinds of graphics that can be created. And this is all just coming from recording your podcast. And the upper left image here is actually the blog post for Tracy's interview with Pat, which is on thebingefactor.com. So all sorts of ways you can use your podcast. I want to share one other little example and highlight another podcaster. This is Kim Seltzer, who has a podcast called The Charisma Quotient. Again, not in the real estate field of things, but she does something really cool. She shows how she works with clients. And this is something any podcaster can do when they hot seat a customer of theirs and do some on-air coaching or mentoring. And so that can show your audience, wow, look what Kim's doing with this person. Wow, I'd love if she did that with me. And, there are many things you can do with a podcast in terms of what kind of content you create and what kind of value you provide to your audience. This is just an example of something else that you might do. Another good one is, let's say you want to build rapport with really high net worth investors. And, these people probably have had quite a career, had a lot of experience. You can create a podcast where you interview your ideal clients or customers, highlight them, build rapport with them, give them some value. The show doesn't have to be about investing. It can just be about profiles of successful people, right? And then you serve them, you give them value, you interview them, you publish that episode, and then you follow up with them after when that's done and say, hey, I was really thinking about you and wondered if, you might be interested in this type of opportunity, or however you might, segue into perhaps doing business with that person. Another great thing you could do is be a podcast guest. Guest podcasting is the new guest blogging. This is a quote Pat Flynn said on Tracy's show, The Binge Factor. He was a blogger originally, way back in the day when, podcasting wasn't even much of a thing, and eventually went to podcasting because it's just obviously a whole lot easier to speak your way to that blog post than it is to write it the conventional way. But one of the things about being a podcast host when you have your own show is that really a lot of podcasters do what's called a show swap or an interview swap. So not only do you speak to other podcast listeners who aren't listening to your show yet, those people listen to podcasts and they're learning about your show, and they might very well come listen to your show also. And so you and other podcast hosts can provide value to each other. And we find, because we also do place people as guests on podcasts, but we find that when people have a podcast, we have a much easier time getting them placed, because usually a guest swap works for both sides, and it's a win-win. A few other guesting tips, just if you're interested in that, is, you got to find shows to be a guest on that have the right audience fit. You want to pitch personally. You don't want to send out a mass email. and give value, and then you'll get a lot of value. And of course, you get a lot of material to share everywhere. But no matter how you get listeners, whether you're a guest or a podcast host, getting more listeners will convert more buyers. They get to like, know you, and trust you. You've never met them. You've never had a call. They're listening to you, and then they reach out to you. So that is sort of the quick version. Scott, I've gotten through a lot of slides a lot faster than I thought I would, because I usually talk slowly, but today not so much. One of the things that I'm going to be happy to take questions, and Scott, we can have some discussion, but I do want to share with everybody, Scott and I have decided to do a program we're calling REAP, the Real Estate Podcasting Program, a 2-day course. And there is, if you want to learn about how to do this and do it right and get so far down the road, we're actually, Scott and I both, and also my partner Tracy, are gonna, on a 2-day course, take you through exactly how to do this. So
Yeah,
let's see.
this is something that we've been talking about doing for a while now, because it's had such a big impact on what we do. I mean, with people listening to podcasts. I mean, we've got a couple hundred people here that are RSVP'd for Note Camp, and it's always interesting to see how people hear from me. Either, hey, how many of you guys see me on YouTube, or listen to my podcast, or heard me on somebody else's podcast? I mean, it's not as difficult as you think it would be. It used to be you record a podcast, you're spending hours doing audio editing, having to upload it and stuff like that, and your team actually does a lot of the stuff that goes along with it. But if people want to edit themselves, they can, but it's easier than it's ever been before, right?
Right. Look, I wouldn't recommend that any serious entrepreneur or business person spend the time to learn how to edit audio and or video well. And just that alone is not something you should be spending your time on. I mean, I'm a business owner and entrepreneur myself, and I that would be a huge waste of my time. And I've been a podcaster now for over 7 years. I have never edited one episode. I never did from the beginning. That was not in my vision or goal. I want to record my message and bring it to the world. Mm-hmm. And then have other people do that stuff. Yes, certainly there are a lot of do-it-yourselfers, and if you want to learn how to do that, there are a lot of resources, and we'll even help provide resources for you to do that. And there are a lot of free resources, but you're going to have to spend a huge amount of time to do it. Our ideal, people that we work with value spending some money to save time and get a huge return on that time they're investing. That's what we're talking about. It's like it's really a marketing machine put on autopilot, and you just have to put the time in to have a little vision of what you want to talk about, or strategize, put a plan together for what kind of content you think would be of interest to your target market, record it and hand it off, put it out there. All those things I was showing you with the blog post and those graphics, all that stuff is done automatically. Our clients just record, upload, and they're done.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me ask you a question, because a lot of people are like, man, what is there, 1.1, 1.2 million podcasts out there right now?
Total, actually, it's closer to 2 million in total, but most of them have what we call pod faded. People have quit their shows. They haven't stuck with it, or they're just really old. I mean, there's about 700 to 750,000 active, meaning publishing new episodes weekly.
Yeah, that's such a small volume when you compare to everything. And there's a whole variety of shows. Some people do, like our buddy Chris Kremositz does the whole, like, with the kid joke a day, which is 5-10 minutes a day, building content for his kids. And you got, like, you mentioned Kim, our friend Kim Seltzer, there interviewing her clients and talking about them, and she does a lot with dating and appearance stuff. You've got me. I'm teaching half the time, and then another half the time I'm actually interviewing guests or experts in the field. I mean, that's launched the Good Deeds podcast. Chris Savenying, and it started a podcast off there. Paul Cooper with Totes of Notes, actually out of Colorado Springs. launched a podcast. It's funny. It all started really with Chase Thompson, who used to work for me, and Robbie Woods.
That's right.
One of my mastermind student, actually a deadbeat borrower of mine back in the day, started the Note MBA podcast. And there wasn't that many. It was really the only Note podcast out there. Well, there's been more that have popped up on there, but it really built a following for them to get started out there. And then when Robbie told me in the Dominican Republic, we're on vacation together for a wedding, he said he wasn't going to do the podcast. I was like, what? You've built this audience, a couple hundred episodes twice a week. Why wouldn't you do this? And I will tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to raise capital, you're looking to find more deals or looking for people to reach out to you, there's nothing better than podcasting because of, you mentioned it, the retention of listeners. What's the average percent of content listened to or completion ratio with podcasts? Something like 86, 87%.
Oh, yeah, it's over 80%, in total, meaning, there are always some stats. Somebody starts playing an episode, they thought it was going to be on something that then it didn't end up being focused on, and they stopped listening. So somebody listened to 10% of it. But the majority of podcasts are the statistical average is over 80%. And of course, when you look, and there are analytics that you can see how many people are listening, to what percentage of your episodes. It's usually, the best episodes, well over 96, 98%. And that's just like people clicking it off after they hear it's winding down and they don't think they need to listen anymore, but they got the main content, the main benefit.
Now, what would you say your clients are publishing on an average basis in at least once a week, usually?
So we really do recommend, in order to properly grow and maintain an audience over time, you have to be publishing at least a weekly show. There is no, there is no upper limit to how much content you might create. It depends on how much time you're willing to spend, but the returns come back to you amplified the more content you publish. My first show for a couple of years, we published 5 days a week because we really wanted to kill it and become a dominant podcast in the space. And we did. We grew a massive audience very quickly of 30,000 people within 6 months. And then we ended up having a total audience of over 100,000 weekly listeners. And we monetized that. Not just the best way to monetize is actually when you have a business or something that you're wanting to lead generate for. That's the easiest and fastest way. We actually ended up advertising with outside third-party sponsors, which I think you're also doing on your show, aren't you, Scott?
Yeah, but we have a third-party sponsor, so yeah.
Yeah.
But it came from the fact that we delivered content. That was the biggest thing, is the regular content. We listened, people that most of them were actually guests on our show to begin with. And they saw the impact that they got with emails or opt-ins or link clicks or just the quality of content that we delivered. They're like, ooh, I want to keep this. I want to keep this thing going.
I remember Scott, of course, in the very beginning, I think Scott mentioned earlier when I first met him, actually not at this event I'm at, but at this venue at the Dana in San Diego. We're all on a boat cruise in the evening, and that's always really dicey. Boat cruise, some people get nauseous and people have drinks and food, and there can be waves, and it's a really good environment to get people to let their guards down and just engage with each other. Anyway, I thought Scott I saw you speak on Notes. I'm like, God, this is a great message. And I was looking at some of your stuff online. I'm like, Scott should really consider a podcast. He definitely gave me the Heisman, for a while.
My exact words, like, oh, I don't want to do all that work. I was hearing from Chase and Robbie at the time, like, oh yeah, and I asked him, I said, I spent about 3 hours of editing versus an hour. I'm like, oh, that's not an effective use of my time.
But they weren't doing it the right way. Had they had us, they would have just recorded like this. When we're done recording this at whatever time we stop, and then, you repurpose that as a podcast, right? So you don't have to spend that kind of time. And if they had done blog posts, they would still be getting value out of those old episodes today and having people go to their website. So, but anyway, Scott was not all that excited at first. And now I lost track of the point I was going to make on that.
I
What
gave
was
you
it?
the Heisman. You tried to sell me on it. I gave you the Heisman on
Oh,
it.
yes. So I remember. Okay. So this is great. So I remember Scott decides, all right, yeah, we're going to do it at some point. I don't know, some number of months later, he calls me back and says, okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's give it a shot. Well, early on, you were at a different event in Anaheim, I think, and that's pretty close to me. So I drove to see you that day, and I had just looked up your episode that published on the Wednesday before. This was on a Saturday when I saw you, and you in that episode mentioned a company that you all use in the note business called Tapetex, I think, something like that.
Yep, it was.
Yeah.
They're no longer around anymore, but yeah.
Oh, they're not there. Well, the example is still a good one though, because he mentioned this company in his podcast. We obviously created a blog post about that podcast. Within that amount of time, from Wednesday to Saturday, Google indexed, meaning they noticed the blog post published, they analyzed it, they found all sorts of different terms, phrases, company names, and things that are mentioned in it. And then his blog post started coming up for when people search on those terms. And one of them was this company. Scott ranked on the first page of Google for that term, his post did, and higher than that company ranked for their own website, which says that they were doing a pretty bad job of SEO for their main website. They weren't really paying attention to it. But this happens, we see this happen all the time, not just for company names, but your guests' names.
Yeah, I rank higher. My podcast ranks higher in the search engines for a well-known self-directed IRA company. It ranks higher because we did more marketing and we would mention and just in passing in conversations. And that's the beauty about doing a fully transcribed blog versus like the show notes, where it's the high points. Is the full transcribed thing is just, it's like literally like SEO on freaking the Hulk secret soldier serum sauce, basically. You know what I mean?
It really is. And it's because Google wants to provide people search results that are very relevant and meaningful. And this is something we experimented with for years, just for ourselves, before we even started a business around it. And then eventually we did, because people, not Scott, but like Scott, kept coming to us with seeing our own podcast, what we were doing, and say, wow, that's really great what you're doing. Can you do that for me? And so that's sort of how it started organically on the side of our other business. And then it's now become this big thing, and it's the dominant one because it works. What I love about what we do is it's very measurable. Mm-hmm. You, with a podcast, you know how many people are listening, you know how many people are watching if you have videos, you know how much traffic is going to those pages on your website. Your keyword rankings will go up doing this, and so more people are going to end up traveling to your website, and that traffic to your website, it's all measurable, and you can capture that traffic with whatever value you want to provide people, with whatever offers you have, for them to engage with you. The biggest problem everybody has in business is being found. Mm-hmm. And that's really what we're talking about today. That's what this is all about.
And honestly, everybody, recording an episode is easy as hitting Zoom to hit record. And that's what I do. I use Zoom. It's probably, what is it, your number one way people record episodes with you for the most part? It
absolutely is. And in fact, I mean, we're podcasters too. I mean, between me and Tracy, we have like 6 different shows that we're doing, and we use Zoom exclusively because here's the thing. There was a time when Zoom was not as mature as it is today, and the recording wasn't as high a quality, but it really, over the last couple of years, it's gotten to be just as good as anything else. And what's great about it, the reason we use it is, there are some other fine software that record, certainly. And you know what? It is a preference or a choice. If you prefer a different platform, there's nothing wrong with you recording there. I'm not like selling Zoom. All right. I'm just telling you what I do. Well, the reason I use it, it's so easy for a guest to connect. They have a link, they click it, boom, they're in. You remember when I don't know if you did this, Scott, you may not have, but when I started, the dominant tool was Skype that people were using, and people had to sign up and have a Skype account. And if they didn't, there was a way you could use Skype to call them on the phone and they would talk on their phone. Of course, that audio was pretty lousy quality. Anyway, things have evolved quite a bit in the time that we've been doing this. And while certainly there are plenty of good tools, some people are using StreamYard, some people, if they're going live, you might want to, consider some other tools, but at least understand that it is as simple as just Zoom, but you're going to have a good quality microphone, right? We want to have good quality audio.
Well, but let's talk about that, because I think a lot of people, oh my God, it costs a lot of money to podcast, and it doesn't. I mean, you could literally go Facebook Live. Yep. And then download the audio, download the file, send it in. You guys produce it and strip the audio out, because you've done it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as a good micro, are we talking like $300, $500?
No, a good microphone, if you just on Amazon Prime, $80, the one I would recommend you use. There are more expensive choices, certainly, but more expensive choices don't really translate to better quality audio most of the time. Really, your environment plays a much bigger role in that audio quality. I'm listening to you, Scott, with earbuds. I'm not using this microphone on the earbuds, although it has one. I'm using my good quality microphone, and I'm on the road. I traveled with this. Yep. I throw it in my. I'm kind of old school. I carry a backpack. A backpack with my computer and stuff in it, and I just throw the mic in there. Or if you're flying on a plane, you can check it in your luggage. It's simple. So yeah, great quality audio just means a good quality microphone. And there are different kinds of microphones, but I actually have a episode I recorded about, the best podcast microphones, and it's on podetize.com. You can go to our Feed Your Brand page, which is for that podcast for podcasters I mentioned earlier, and you can go ahead and just search on microphones, and I think, what I should be remembering, and I'm probably not. If Tracy heard me giving this presentation, she would scold me, because she's like, Tom, we have a shortened link just for that one, because microphones are like one of the most important things. And I think it might be podetize.com/mic. It might be that, but I'm going from memory. And anyway, but I went and tested like 10 microphones, and I reviewed them all. I've got unboxing videos. I've got detailed videos of how to use them. And you can listen to raw audio unedited of me recording on each one of them. So you can play them, and you don't even have to take my word for it. You can be your own judge if you want to go to that extent. If you're that type of person, you want to do that much research, you can. But I'm also here to help you not have to reinvent the wheel, right? And just having a good microphone is better than just using one of these or using what's built into your computer. You don't want to do that. And because I record video, I've got a high quality external webcam for my video quality too. And that's a $50 item. I mean, these are not expensive things. Like you were saying, Scott, it is not expensive.
And that's the thing. Let's talk a little bit about what we're covering in the 2-day course. Because somebody asked me a question here. What are you guys going to cover? I'm going to throw you some stuff there. We're going to include a microphone. We're going to include a Logitech webcam for you. That's roughly $150 to $200 in product right there for you. We haven't decided if we're going to do it in person, either in Texas or California, or via Zoom. We're going to say tentatively Zoom, depending on what's going on with the lockdown again. Who knows, right?
Right. Well, I'm also, Scott, of course, Scott and I haven't obviously dotted every I and crossed every T here, but I'm even going to venture to say, even if we do it in person, Scott, we need to do it virtual also.
Oh, yeah.
We should do that as a hybrid event if we're going to do it in person. But at minimum, it will be live, not recordings. You, me, Tracy, working together, tag teaming to provide you a lot of value. I mean, I just barely scratched the surface today with you about the details, and Tracy was presenting at the same time at this other event. Otherwise, she's a much better presenter than me. She would have been here, and you would have probably enjoyed it more. But I hope you got some good value or getting some good value here today anyway for me. But it's yeah, we're gonna really, because look, it's one thing to know what's required. Okay. Yeah, you have to have a cover art. It's got to be square. It's got to be a certain size, whatever. But there are other things that are important too. You know what, Scott? I'm gonna show something else here, which I want to show you an example. This is the #1 rookie error in podcasting. Am I showing now, Scott?
You are sure, and you were thinking exactly like I was thinking.
Okay.
People putting their freaking face on the artwork.
This is the #1 rookie error. People, remember, I told you at one point, and the intent of this image was to really sort of say, who the heck is this kid, right? It's not about you. And that you need to serve first. You got to provide value for the listener first. But beyond that, there's a very practical reason why we do not recommend you put your own face on your cover art. Now, I'll tell you, a lot of people do it. Actually, if I go back, you probably can't really see it too well, but if I go back to this slide, which has a lot of our podcasters' cover arts on it, there's a bunch of faces there. I'm not going to lie. People do it. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's your show. If you really want to have your face on your cover art, 100% you can do it. I am not going to stand in your way. That is not my job. But my job is to share with you best practices, what I believe is in your best interest. And at the end of the day, you make a business decision if you want to take that advice or not. But this one, here's why I don't recommend you put your face on your cover art. And by the way, I've had, I don't know, at least half a dozen podcasts, never had my face on any of them. And I don't care if I become really well known more than I am in my industry, I'm still not going to put my face on it because again, well, it's not about me and I believe that, but here's why. Well, first of all, if I am a middle-aged white man, which I am, and you search for a podcast on podcasting and my show comes up and my face is on the cover art, if you're not a middle-aged white man, it's not like a discriminatory thing or a racist thing, but it is a human nature thing. People tend to like people like themselves. Yep. And if you're a younger woman and the first thing you see when you search on how to podcast is me, a middle-aged white guy, not a young woman, and certainly not a person of color. If you are any other ethnicity or gender than me, you're probably going to say, okay, next, move on, swipe. What's a show that, I can find somebody who looks more like me. But if you have a podcast that has a graphic on it that does not have your name, and here's just a couple examples, the name and what people see is more relevant to the content and what people are going to get out of it, what's in it for them. So we always tell people, get your face off your cover art.
Well, and it's a thing too. It's literally, for the most part, being seen on a 1-inch square image. And if you have your face taking up 3/4 of the spot, the name becomes almost unseeable of the podcast. And we're not searching Scott Carson podcast. We're searching for a name. We're looking for keywords for real estate podcast or note investing podcast. That's why the Note Closer Show is the Note Closer Show artwork.
So if you go and you search on podcasts and you look at them on your phone, I mean, they're like an inch square, if that. It depends on the size of your phone. So yeah, you take up a lot of real estate with your face and you use text that's really thin. I mean, that's like, for instance, on my screen is the Life Coach School, right? And can you even read what's in the red portion there? I mean, and the other thing, putting your face on your cover art, I mean, there may be times to do it, okay? If you're nationally known, if you're Oprah, yeah, you put your face on your cover art because people are going to listen because you're Oprah or Ellen or who, somebody really, really big. you're a politician, you're some sort of public figure.
Shark Tank. A great
Shark
show.
Tank, exactly. If you're Mark Cuban, you put your face on your cover art because people are wanting to listen just because it's you and they know of you. That's entirely different. I'm talking about people who don't know you, don't know who you are. You don't want to give them a reason not to give it a try. Your cover art's job. And this is the stuff we're going to, again, go into things like this to help you avoid some of the common landmines that new podcasters trip on that would really stifle your growth and progress. You may, make one of those rookie errors and then right out of the gate, negatively impact your ability to reach people or have them find you. That's what we want to try to avoid. Now, look at this guy up there, 5-minute marketing. He hardly looks like he's had enough experience with marketing to tell you anything about it. Maybe he has 5 minutes of experience. I don't know. I mean, that's what I think of when I look at him. He looks like way too young to be an expert in marketing. So I would say for that reason, that was not a good choice.
Well, and it's the thing too. It's not just the image. It's also the name out there. And I think you might have one of the most valuable name uppers at your disposal to name different podcasts out there, correct?
Yes, I'll tell you what, folks, this is something I have learned. Scott Carson is a brilliant marketer, and he's just got a knack for coming up with a really good name that is catchy. And that's another thing that we like to try to do. Not every show has to be that or should be that, but being memorable, being easy to understand, conveying an intent or a genre or a value in the name in 3 words, ideally. 3 words, no more than 5, but we try to keep it like, look, feed your brand, the binge factor. I'm going to throw away the in some cases, note, closer, show, right?
Swimming in the air. The guy that taught swimming on a podcast without diving into the water, swimming in air, right?
It's amazing. And so the little known secret about Podetize is if we're stumped on a name, I'll text Scott, hey Scott, I got a podcast about this and they're sort of thinking this and this, you got any good ideas? And I don't even pay him for it, which I should, but he comes up with great names. And one of my favorites that never became a podcast was somebody who wanted to do one for apartment, a real estate related podcast for apartments. Scott came up with the best name. I'm going to let you deliver it.
I don't remember what it was.
You don't?
I don't.
Oh my gosh. It was the most brilliant name ever for real estate investors in multi-family unit, properties. It was called More Doors, Less Headaches. It was the name we came up with.
Right. You're right.
Which totally is brilliant, because if you're a real estate investor and you see that, you're going to be like, oh, I know what it means about having many doors. I mean, that's industry lingo. Person that doesn't know and isn't really your listener isn't going to know what that is and probably isn't going to click on it. And they shouldn't. They're not your listener. You don't care about them. You want the people. So I'll give you another geeky example. For just me, my very first podcast, was it in here? Yeah, it is. My very first podcast is called WTFFF. And that's the geeky term FFF for 3D printing. And so we called it that because we knew the people that were wanting to listen to a 3D print podcast were going to know exactly what FFF meant and what it's fused filament fabrication. I told you it's like geeky, right? But also at the time it was a play on WTF, the podcast with Mark Marone, I think that's his name.
Mark
and
Marone, exactly.
And that was really big, about that time. And so we were sort of drafting off of, there'd be a lot of people searching for WTF, and then our show would come up in that search too. So there's some other reasons why you might choose a name if you want to, there's some strategy in names and in the description of your podcast and other things to make sure your show comes up in searches in the podcast apps for the for what your competitors are coming up for. You can model them, go to school on them, and do better than them. And so these are other, I mean, there's so many different things we're going to cover in this 2-day course. It's like I'm saying, I'm not just giving you a playbook and make you run it. I mean, the idea is we get into nitty gritty of strategy, how to make better decisions, the right decisions, and avoid those rookie errors, those common pitfalls we see so many podcasters making rather.
And that's the big thing. We're going to help you with your logo. We're going to help you put the right description on Apple there for you. Tom already helps people get their podcast along to all those other things syndicated. We'll help you come up with your top 10 episodes so you can record them. I mean, if you're looking to get booked in
like topics, right?
Yeah, exactly. Topics. We're not going to record it for you.
Right.
We got to record, but we can still give you the best practices, how long, what you need to do. We've got a great database. You've got your booking calendar. I've got a private podcast group, so making sure you have plenty of people you want to interview on your show. We've got plenty at your fingertips out there.
Absolutely. Good point, Scott. And let's see. Oh, we're also going to be giving you, because one of the things, and this, I don't want to get into the nitty gritty details of something like this because it's kind of boring, but every podcast has to be hosted on the internet, just like a website is. Okay. And you want a good media host that's state of the art, has all the analytics, provides you all the support you need. Podetize is one of those hosting providers. So we're giving you 90 days of hosting on Podetize as a part of this 2-day and for the fee that Scott, that we're charging for this thing. So you get hosting, which means you get syndicated. That's a part of that service, syndicated to all those different platforms. That's done for you. Like you said, the equipment, I'm trying to think of what else. I mean,
the intro outros, as far as stuff that's easy to create, the artwork, the getting it uploaded to Apple. That's always not the most easiest thing either, too, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, there's again, that's sort of reinventing the wheel. You don't need to you just know you want to be on Apple, you want to be on Spotify, and it just gets done for you. Now you have to have at least one episode recorded and done before we can do that. So that doesn't happen on during this course. It will follow that up as soon as you're ready. But again, we talked about content strategy in terms of topics, certainly can go through that. There was something else.
Booking will help you up with your best booking strategies.
Oh, yes.
As far as, setting up things that help automate, whether you're working with Keep or you're using like a Calendly thing, simple things to streamline your production effort or your creation expert, your creation calendar there for you. What do we need to talk about? How do you plan things out? How do you contact people? How do you ask people to be guests? How do you get the word out to what you're doing in marketing wise after recording an episode too?
Well, and how do you make it easy on yourself to collect all the information from a guest? You don't want to be chasing them down for that. You don't want them to be able to book on your calendar unless they've provided you everything you need. So how do you do that? We're going to go through that. Really, sometimes, Scott, it's one of those things where without looking at the course plan, which because I'm on the road, I don't have in front of me. I've been doing this so long, it's all second nature to me. I don't remember every detail right now of what we're going to cover, but here's all you need to know. You're not going to have to figure out how to do anything, and you're going to have support. That's one of the other things. When you become a customer of Podetize, we provide weekly live webinar support every Wednesday and at a certain time of day, and every customer gets invited. So even after that course is over, you still have some challenges, or a single one, the biggest challenge holding you back from, okay, yeah, guys, put it out there on Apple and everything. Well, you have support. I was reading actually a competitor hosting platform, Scott, that is charges for their services, sort of comparably like us, but they said, oh, and you have tech support via email only. Like, really?
That's not
really. It drives me crazy when there's not a phone number you can pick up and call and get help if you need it. And we're the only platform providing weekly. It's group, it's webinar. Anybody who is a customer who wants to come can, but usually there's, a couple dozen, for anywhere from, on a slow week, half a dozen up to a couple dozen people. And the more the merrier. There's certainly we don't cap it, but you can get that kind of support.
Now, one of the things you do is I just want to throw this out there, you also, if people have a WordPress website, you also offer that aspect as well to help keep with the maintenance, the editing, and that stuff there for you. That's an outside fee of this, but I'm just telling you folks that so many people have an episode of a website and they never update it because they're doing it themselves. Well, one of the great things you guys are familiar with LeeCloseNotes.com, right? His team handles all the maintenance for me on it. When I have something about pop, they literally go in. Part of the production, what they do is they're going in and uploading the episodes, uploading the podcast, uploading the images, the videos, stuff like that. Or I tell Kim over there, hey, I need to adjust this photo or adjust this. It's that they keep the maintenance up. There's so many things that I've also seen websites with bad links or stuff that's outdated. Videos are not there. That's not the case. That's a beautiful thing.
So that's something that we didn't really intend to get into that business, but we found in order to provide proper support to our clients, and I mean, people have been with us for 4 and 5 years. I mean, the ones that are, as long as they're still podcasting, then they're having success. I mean, other than an event like this, our number one source of new customers are referrals from existing customers. So that shows you something about how happy they are. But anyway, back to the point is that in order to properly support those customers who were struggling with their websites, and we had that expertise, and then we even added to it. I mean, we have a whole web department now with half a dozen full-time people. And yes, we do maintain websites. We make sure all the software, all the plugins are up to date. We run an analysis every month of the performance of the website, the page load speed. And there are many different things this analysis scores, and every customer of this, it's a relatively reasonable monthly subscription for website maintenance that not only covers that sort of stuff, like if the site gets infected with malware, we are the ones that fix it. Which that happened recently. Actually, a lot of people got infected with this really weird malware, I think month before last, that was a very clever WordPress thing that like impersonated a plugin, and it caused all sorts of havoc. We go in and fix that. But more than that, you want a new page created on your website, a new landing page for some program you're going to sell, you submit a request, we do it. You want to update some images on your website, you submit a request, we do it. So you don't have to get into the nitty gritty. You're welcome to. It's not like you own the site. You can make whatever changes you want. It's just some people don't want to bother with that. They have better things to do with their time, but we do provide that kind of support. So that's available.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Let's talk about something asked online here. What are the dates for the class? What do you got it on your calendar there? I don't have those dates there.
And hold on, I have to tell you, Scott, I'm on Tracy's computer. So I have it on my calendar. I'm hoping I have it on my phone. So it's in late September though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you mentioned that it was going to be like the last weekend of September. Let me pull it up here.
It was the 25th, 26th, is it?
25th or 26th. Yeah, it was the 18th or 19th or the 25th or 26th.
So we're, so that's what we're looking at. Certainly well after Labor Day. I thought we picked one, but that's also in my mind still, we could choose one or the other. I don't know if anybody has.
I think it was the 25th and 26th.
25th, 26th. I thought so too. End of September. And yeah, it'll be a great weekend. I really enjoy those things because, we don't just talk about doing it, we do it.
Yeah.
Right.
And this is making it simple. Literally, if you guys wanted to launch something, it doesn't necessarily, if you wanted to do a podcast on something besides real estate, we're still there to help you. But one of the great things about what we do and our expertise is helping identify those opportunities, tweaking things to make it impactful for you from the get-go. So many people out go and try and do this themselves. Yeah. Could you go find a class that's not costing you $9.97 to do a podcast? Yeah, there's all sorts of them out there. but they're not going to
Hey.
make sure. They're just going to throw you, and you're going to get what you pay for. All right. You're not going to have somebody. You're not going to have the largest, and that's what Podetize.com is. The nation's largest podcast production company out there. Tom and Tracy have built that. And like I said, not only are they helping produce production for 500 Plus podcasts. I don't know how many are you guys hosting. You're hosting a lot more than that too, aren't you?
Yeah, a lot more than that. I mean, we're still sort of on the small side hosting wise, you know, with a couple thousand, but that's an area we're working to grow, of course. But we started as a production company, and because we're just passionate about helping people squeeze every bit of value out of what they record and put out as a podcast. The hosting thing sort of came along. Yeah, we should do that too, because we can do some different things, some better things if we also host podcasts, right? So
they've
it's
got a
pretty
great
exciting.
dashboard which I'm able to log in my dashboard, see how many downloads I've had for the week, for the month, what episode spiked. I've got multiple podcasts. Obviously, you guys know the Note Closer Show. We also have Note Night in America. And then, of course, Note Camp. All these episodes will be turned into a podcast episode, a full blog, full transcribed blog, about a month or two out after we air these and after the replays release. It's just another way to turn one piece of content into multiple pieces of marketing material. So let's talk about it. Obviously, we're live here, but second thing, the video on YouTube is one piece. The audio podcast is the second piece. Okay. The blog that you create, the third piece, the transcription. I mean, not the transcription, but the ego bait that you do, the fourth piece.
The quote
Okay?
graphic. Yep.
Yep. The graphic. Literally multiple ways for you guys to create one thing and share it everywhere else. And you don't have to just use it once. You can rinse and repeat and use these in a variety of facets out there. All you got to do is hit the record button and record for 5, 10, 20 hour, whatever your topic is. And you guys run with the rest, right, Tom?
That's right. It's really that simple. Record, upload, done. That's the idea here.
It's a no-brainer, ladies and gentlemen.
And one other thing let's mention about that, Scott, we talk about strategies we're going to talk about in this course, how to strategies for how you can do this in a way you can manage the time. Some people think, oh my gosh, I have a weekly podcast. I have to do it every week. I'm going to have to schedule time in my calendar. No, you don't. You can batch record and spend one afternoon a month recording episodes to get you breathing room for the next month. So this is meant to be one thing you do to market and grow your business, not dominate what you do. So just be aware of that. We'll get into more detail about how that happens, or how, what we recommend for that. Help you manage your own time so that you can do this and benefit from it and not have it just really, take over.
And that's the big thing. I think most people are like, oh my God, I don't have the time for that. Look, if you've got 2 to 3 hours once a month, you could film 3 to 4 30-minute episodes all in one spot, and you've got a month of content that can be released for you on a weekly basis for you. And then the social media, and then sharing it. And look here, podcasters love to recommend other podcasters because it becomes a family. And one of the easiest ways to really make an impact, if you're looking to speak more, hey, interview people that you want to speak in front of, vendors you want to deal with, talk with them. You guys all have such a variety. Every one of you could do an episode on your vendors. You could do it on your investors. I think a great podcast, not worth me thinking about this, is somebody recording individual IRA investors and having them talk about the deal.
Wow.
That's it, because we think about it, we can pull IRA investors in literally like 5 seconds, marketing to them. Hey, I'd love to have you on my podcast. Well, really? You want to interview me about a deal? Well, tell me more about what you do. Well, you have deals to fund? Wow. Can I fund those deals? This is certainly something like I'm going to be implementing here before too long. Would you like to be a guest on my podcast? What? Not would you like to fund my deal? Would you like to be a guest on my podcast? That's pretty insightful. It's
really, it warms up a lead that I might otherwise really be giving you the Heisman. Why would I work with you?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
That's the whole point here. Well, not always the whole point. With certain types of podcasts, with certain one strategy is doing that, building rapport with your ideal customer or client. Just how do you provide them value? How do you do that through a podcast? There's a few different ways, and depending on what your personal goals are too. So this is just a couple of suggestions.
Right. That's one of the things I've done in the past with different hedge fund guys who've like sent me product afterwards, other bankers. I mean, I've had one of the most downloaded episodes on YouTube I saw, and also on podcast, was when I talked with Juan Raboyo from Sibyllis Capital out of Miami just recently. He interviewed me he was on my show on his dinner room table one night via YouTube. I mean, it was via Zoom, and it's been a great download, great episode that's led to other things out there. So
that's something we didn't touch on, is the tangent benefits, or the fringe benefits, you might say, that come from podcasting. If you aspire to speak, that's a good example, Scott, you gave. You're going to be found by more event planners. You're going to be sought after. If you're somebody putting yourself out there, providing value, like, wow, that's great, I'd love to have her at my event. Right? Why not?
exactly. All right, bud. Well, hey, I will let you get back to your event there. You're at there in San Diego at Dana Point. Give Tracy, give Michelle, Aaron, Kevin, everybody over there, big hug, high five from me. Catherine and Laura as well, too. Steve as well. Steve's probably wearing his Boston Red Sox cap.
Yeah, he is. Yep. I will. He is here. Yep. I will certainly send everyone your regards. And we wish you were here. We miss you. But hey, you got to do note camp. So,
right. Good stuff. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a short 13-minute break there. You don't want to go anywhere. We've got an amazing speaker coming up on next. If you're worried about paying income taxes or how to avoid less in taxes, you want to be around for this next session with Kelly Alexander. She spoke on Note Night in America 2 weeks ago. Just absolutely dropped some freaking bombs, blew everybody away with how you can legally not think about this. For every profit dollar you make on your property, your notes, your sales, your Bitcoin, whatever your sales, you could literally not pay income taxes on that, in state and federal, if you know exactly what to do. And Kelly delivering some amazing content legally to do this. We should talk about it here in just a few minutes. So go grab a quick drink, bio break, glass of water, a little sandwich or something to nibble on. Come right back as we get rock and rolling back in 13 minutes. All right. There we go. Hey, Kelly.
Hi, Scott. How you doing?
Good. About yourself?
Very good.
Good stuff. You got a little bit of a noise in the background running on. I don't know if it's AC or sound or.
You know, I hear that so often and I have no idea what it is. I'm going to put my mic and headset on and
Yeah, that'll probably solve it. That'll probably.
yeah. Okay.
Now, what it could be too, even I've seen this happen before. It's like when cords cross. Sometimes the electric signal from cords crossing will do that too, which is kind of weird.
Well, then that could very well be it because I got lots of cords going on here.
Who doesn't, right?
Yeah.
I only say that because I have had that happen to my side as well too.
Yeah. I mean, how do you compensate for that?
I don't know. I don't know. Your audience sounds good otherwise. How's your Saturday going? Oh, she's off the. She's all plugged in now. How's your Saturday going, Kelly?
It's going real well. I had my assistant help me with those recommendations that you made for the slides, so that's
Well,
all good. And
we've got a couple hundred people that are tuning in, not only on Zoom here, but we got a lot of people been watching on YouTube. And of course, a lot of people are waiting for the replays too, because they could not attend. So over 500 people are registered for this thing.
I saw that. That's awesome.
Pretty excited about that. So, all right. Well, let's get rock and rolling here, huh?
I'm ready.
All righty, good stuff here. All right, so let me stop that. All right, everybody, welcome back to Note Camp here 2021. After a short little break here, you are in a treat. Make sure you grab a piece of paper, something to write some on, because I'll tell you right now, very blessed. We've interviewed a lot of people on our podcast or Note Night in America. And I was very fortunate to meet our next speaker, our next expert at a online mastermind during COVID. And she reached out to me. We got to talk. I was like, oh my God, this is something that's so relevant. And when she came on Note Night America a couple of weeks ago, literally, oh my God, questions. Is this real? Can this really happen? And I was like, I was even blown away, talking with her. So really excited. This is not your traditional tax expert. Okay. This is not how to get another write-off or stuff like that. This is something really, and I maybe I'm taking a little bit too far, but how to tell Uncle Sam the IRS to F off, to go pound sand in a lot of cases. Kelly's probably not going to use that strong a language, but honored to have a tax avoidance expert here, Kelly Alexander, join us here. And I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned and don't log off. Take some notes. Kelly, the floor is yours, dear. And I'm sure you probably want to save questions to the very end because you got an hour 15. So go through it. Then questions at the end. Okay, I'll moderate.
I'm going to do a presentation and I'm going to answer a lot of things as we go, but definitely make note of things that stand out that we want to talk about afterwards. And yes, as Scott said, I'm going to blow your mind.
Take it away, Kelly.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. And okay, share.
There we go, starting to pop up.
And where'd my mouse go? There it is.
Frank is excited already. Yep, exactly. There you go. Perfect.
All right, great. So welcome everybody. I'm Kelly Alexander. I've done years and years of legal research, and I uncovered some actually extraordinary information. So I'm going to show you today how to legally stop paying income tax on all of your note and real estate investing profits, as well as every source of income that you have. So here we go. Here's just a funny way to start. This is a reflection of the typical angst and headache that we all often go through at tax season. The forms, not only is the income tax a financial cost, but it's an emotional and a psychological cost as well. So who here can relate to this? Get me out of here. All right. So just to give you some statistics, the average taxpayer pays $10,000 per year to IRS. Obviously, many people pay more, many people pay less, but this is the average. $100,000 annual income, which is pretty, I don't know if it's average, but it's pretty typical, ends up creating a lifetime tax bill of approximately $764,000. And again, it's more for some, less for others, depending on how you utilize the tax code, what your income is, and so on. When you adjust that for inflation, you're actually paying $1.4 million over your lifetime on average for your income. So what I'm going to present to you today is the first big idea is it wasn't always this way. There was life before the income tax in America. So what actually happened? Well, 1913 was a big year. That was the year that the Federal Reserve Act was passed. It was signed into law by, at the time, President Woodrow Wilson. The name Federal Reserve is by design a false, deceptive title given to a private entity, a private trust. The true purpose of the Federal Reserve is to allow its private creation, control, and ownership over our nation's currency, credit system, assets, and ultimately the systems. This level of unaudited and unaccountable control ensures unlimited profit for the Federal Reserve System and the private banking interests that control it. And it does this through the perpetuation and exponential expansion of debt, both public and private. The Federal Reserve is also the primary cause of inflation. All right, so the Federal Reserve. What does the Federal Reserve have to do with taxes? I thought this was an explanation of taxation. It has everything to do with our Internal Revenue Service tax system. The IRS is the debt collection arm of the Federal Reserve. Without the unnecessary Federal Reserve, there would be no income tax and there would be no IRS. Rarely, if ever, is this spoken of in any of the segments of our society, whether it's media, education, financial services. The IRS and the Federal Reserve are linked, joined at the hip, very connected organizations. The Federal Reserve issues new money into circulation based on bills passed through Congress. This creates and adds to our national debt. And they also do this through all of their member commercial banks, all the banks, whether, it's a major bank, a state bank, a credit union, these are all tied into the Federal Reserve System. They loan new money into existence via credit cards, mortgages, business loans, consumer loans, car loans, that type of thing. And every Federal Reserve note dollar represents a dollar of debt and becomes an obligation on the U.S. government to pay back both in principal and in interest. The obligation on the government to pay all this back, this is the reason for the IRS and the income tax. Who knew? All right, this is a great book I want to bring your attention to, The Creature from Jekyll Island, written by G. Edward Griffin, written around the 1994, if I'm not mistaken. The Creature refers to the Federal Reserve, and it's a book, it's an expose on the Federal Reserve, how it got passed into existence. And Jekyll Island is actually a small private island off the coast of Georgia, where several banking families and interests from Europe came together to figure out how can we get a foothold in America of our central bank. So that's what led to the 1913 passage. And then a little bit more on the way the Federal Reserve works. All loans require repayment of principal and interest. The money required to pay the interest on that principal is never created. This means that it is mathematically impossible for all loans to be repaid. Yes, many loans get paid off. But what happens is, because there's always not enough money to account for the interest, this is primarily why we have bankruptcies, foreclosures, short sales, discounting of debt, and the resulting boom and bust cycles, and the recessions, and then the expansion periods. All of this is contributing to the growth of our national debt. And the national debt grows exponentially based on Federal Reserve practices. All right, so here's a quick graph of the what's happened to the purchasing power of the US dollar, the Federal Reserve note, since 1913. So 1913, $1 bought $1 worth of goods and services. Okay, as time has gone on, it's gone through some changes. By 2013, that same dollar purchased the equivalent of a nickel's worth of what it would purchase in 1913. We are in 2021. I'm pretty sure our current dollar would purchase roughly 2.5 cents of the goods and services that it could purchase in 1913. All right. So a couple of quotes. This first one from Reginald McKenna. They who control the credit of a nation direct the policy of governments and hold in the hollow of their hands the destiny of the people. That's directly referring to the Federal Reserve or any central bank. This next one by John Kenneth Galbraith. The study of money above all other fields in economics is one in which complexity is used to disguise truth or to evade truth, not to reveal it. The Federal Reserve puts out these bizarre publications. One of them is called Modern Money Mechanics. And it explains money creation, but it does it in a way that is so hard to relate to. The words and the terms and the phrasing used is exactly comports with this quote. They don't really want you to understand. And so they present it in ways that make you, oh God, let me just go take a shower and do something else. All right. Also in 1913, this is not a coincidence. The Revenue Act was also passed that same year. And that is, as I said, because the connection between the Federal Reserve and the taxing authority of the IRS is linked very closely. Up until 1913, Americans kept their earnings. They didn't go through the ritual that we go through of filing a 1040 tax return and other tax forms. And in 1913, we still had roads and schools and bridges and universities and a Navy and all of those things that we are told our taxpayer dollars go to provide. So I'm going to show you, in a sense, how to turn back the clock to pre-1913. Oh, this is great. This is a great expose also of how our income tax started and what it has become. Back in 1913, the top tax bracket was 7%. By 2013, our top tax bracket had grown to 39.6%. The lowest tax bracket started at 1%, whereas now our lowest tax bracket is 10%. Oh, this is one of my favorites, the top bracket threshold. So in 1913, you had to have had $11,600,000 of taxable income to be eligible or to be obligated to the 7% top tax bracket. In 1913, you had to have had $450,000 of income to be subject to the 39.6% tax bracket. That right there is so despicable, so egregious, so crazy. I mean, I can imagine, when this first started, people say, oh, 1%, no big deal. I'm a patriotic American. I'll pitch in my 1%. But see how it's changed once the tax people get in there. This is more about control than raising money for goods and services. So tax revenues, yes, those have increased significantly. Currently, it's closer to $3.2 trillion. Oh, this is another one. The standard deduction. In 1913, it was $93,000. For most people, that was a 10-year decade of earnings. Now, or recently, the standard deduction is $12,200. I think it's $12,400 this year. Number of tax returns filed has grown exponentially. That's primarily due to population, but it's also due to other misunderstandings about the tax code. Total pages of the tax code started off at 400 and is, well, in 2013, it was just shy of 74,000. I believe now it's closer to 90,000 pages. All right. And then just a quick thing on inflation. $1 million in 1913 bought $1 million worth of goods. $1 million in 2013 purchased 640,000. That's the massive loss in purchasing power. All right, 1913, worst year ever. Oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Many people come to me and say, the Federal Reserve is unconstitutional. And actually, it's not. It would be unconstitutional if we were forced to use the Federal Reserve notes and also pay the income tax for that privilege of using the Federal Reserve notes. Most people have no idea that there's a choice. And that's what I'm here to present to you today, is a choice you never knew you had. So there's remedy. Remedy for this whole situation I've been showing you is found in the banking laws, not the tax code. There is a body of law called the United States Code. This is federal law. It's composed of, I think it's 52 separate chapters, and each chapter is designated to a certain area of law. Title 12, which is the one that's dedicated to banking law. And then there's a section in there, subsection 411, that talks about the reserves for banks, Federal Reserve notes, the obligation that they place on the government, and something called redemption. So this part highlighted in yellow, this is the significant part of what I'm sharing with you today. Federal Reserve notes, they shall be redeemed in lawful money on demand at the Treasury Department of the United States in the city of Washington, District of Columbia, or at any Federal Reserve bank. So what does this mean? I'm going to break it down for you. They shall be redeemed. Shall, in legal terminology, is a term that means that it is mandatory, not optional. So Federal Reserve notes shall be redeemed. What does redeemed mean? Redeemed is a term for exchanging one thing for another, for taking something of lesser merit and turning it into something of superior merit. It is could be buying out an interest from one thing to another thing. So it's an exchange of sorts in lawful money. Federal Reserve notes shall be redeemed in lawful money. What does this mean? Well, it must mean that there is some other kind of lawful money if it's going to be redeemed for it. You don't redeem one Federal Reserve note for another Federal Reserve. That's not a redemption. So lawful money refers to some other money. And the other money is the money that our U.S. Constitution authorizes our U.S. Congress to issue directly without the involvement of a central bank, such as our Federal Reserve. So how is this done? This is done on demand at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., or at any Federal Reserve Bank. So you simply make a demand to convert your Federal Reserve notes for this other lawful money. All right, so the big idea here is that there's two currencies. Who knew that? And you get to choose which one you want to conduct your financial transactions in. All right. So the default currency, as we've spoken of, that is the Federal Reserve note, has been issued since 1913. It creates an obligation on the US government to be paid back both in principal and interest, and it is subject to the income tax per the tax codes. All right, the other lawful money or currency is known as United States notes. It's issued by the Congress as authorized by the Constitution. It does not come with an obligation to be paid back to the US government. When US notes are issued, it's a reflection of the goods and the services that we, the citizens, create through our businesses, our labor, our ingenuity, our creativity. And because there's no obligation to pay this back, this currency, these United States notes, are not subject to income tax. Wow, that's a wow.
That's a huge wow.
That's where your head's about to
huge
explode and
wow.
go, oh my God. And you get to choose which of the two currencies you would like to utilize. All right. So presumption. What is a presumption? This is the acceptance of something as true, although it is not known to be true for certain. There is a standing presumption that all of us are conducting our banking, our financial affairs in Federal Reserve notes. Unless and until that presumption is broken, it stands as fact. So I'm going to show you how to break that presumption. So how do we get these United States notes? Well, they're no longer physically in circulation. There might be some in collections, like coin collectors and people that like to collect history of money and things like that. There may be some stored in a vault somewhere. I actually have a version of it. I have a silver certificate. It's not a United States note per se, but it's issued by the Congress. It is one of the forms of lawful money. And it's $1 that can be converted to physical silver. So how do we get these notes? Well, we don't get them in physical form. We just say that these are the ones we want to use. And so if you receive a check, which is not common these days, but the key is how you endorse your check when you deposit into your bank account. So typically we flip over the check, we sign our name, go to the bank teller or the ATM, put it in, and we either get cash back or we get this credited to our bank account. What I show you how to do is, instead of merely signing your name, which means you are endorsing the Federal Reserve System, and you're pledging all of your labor and your future assets in the event of a nationwide financial collapse to cover the national debt. Yikes, who wants to do that? That's bondage. We're not taught that that's what our signature alone is doing. So instead, I know this slide's a little blurry, a little hard to read, but it says lawful money is demanded pursuant to 12 USC 411, and then you sign. This is you making your demand for the other lawful money, the non-taxable lawful money. This is exactly what you do based on that statute I just showed you a few slides back. All right, so what does this apply to? Well, many of you are real estate investors. and note investors, certainly would apply to that. If you have a job where you earn W-2 wages, it applies to that. If you're a business owner and let's say you have a merchant account and you receive funds into your bank account from your merchant, it would apply to that. If you have a corporation and you receive shareholder distributions, if you're a cryptocurrency investor, if you have a pension, if you have a freelance business, if you receive Social Security benefits, every form of income, there's a way to make that demand for the other lawful money and no longer subject your income to the income tax. And you know what? At the same time, you're helping the US government lower that beastly national debt, which is, I think it's around $27 trillion, which is honestly beyond what a human mind can wrap its head around. Okay, so one other example besides a physical check. I know those are less common in our modern era. If you receive direct deposit of income, whether it's from a job or Social Security or a property manager or whatever other number of ways you could receive a direct deposit, you authorize somebody to put money in your bank account. And so this form, allows for naming your bank, yourself, your account number, your routing number, and then right here on the signature line, the same verbiage as if you were writing or endorsing a check. Lawful money is demanded pursuant to 12 USC 411. There you go. You've made a record, one piece of paper for each source of income coming into your bank account.
The PayPals, the Stripes, the your paycheck from the JOB. Wow.
Your brokerage account, your pension. Yes, any form we can make this record. All right, so I want to give you a bit of history. Back in 1933, America was going through the Great Depression. FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was president. The country was actually going through a form of a bankruptcy and required some significant restructuring. FDR put out an executive order requiring the citizens to turn in their gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates to any Federal Reserve branch bank, and exchange receive Federal Reserve notes that would no longer be backed by gold. The first 20 years of the Federal Reserve, those Federal Reserve notes were backed by gold. Our gold standard for the nation ended in 1933. So one of the congressmen at the time realized and spoke up about the fact that we take the citizens' gold and we give them paper money that is no longer backed by gold. It's now a fiat currency. This is an unequitable exchange of value and would have required prosecution, and it would have made the Congress liable for theft and treason against the people. That was an unacceptable position for the Congress to put itself in. They'd be violating the Constitution. They'd be violating so many things. So from the time this congressman brought this forward on May 23rd, by June 5th, less than 2 weeks later, legislation was passed called HJR, which stands for House Joint Resolution 192 on June 5th. And that resolution provided mechanisms for reckoning with that unequitable exchange. They had to provide a remedy for the people. And included in this House Joint Resolution is Title 12 USC 411, which is what I shared with you above. This is the reason that this statute cannot be revoked or deemed a loophole that can be closed at some point in the future. So what did they do? They buried it. They buried it in banking law. It's a needle in a haystack. They had to provide the remedy. So this is how, and this is why it's so rarely spoken of in all of these status quo, Main Street areas of our society. I would guess that perhaps maybe 0.5% to 1% of the population is aware of Title 12, subsection 411. But that's just a guess on my part. I really have no way of knowing, but it is very, very, very few people know about this. All right, moving on. So here's just a depiction of the relationship between the government or the taxing authority here in black and the fisherman here. He represents we the people. This is why we are the primary assets of the country. We are the producers, the laborers, the business people. We are the ones making the economy move and progress and improve quality of life and all of those things. And the government merely takes a portion, unfortunately, a huge portion of our productive activities. All right, so redemption, it's the law. Title 12 USC 411 has been on the law book since 1933 when the gold standard was removed. So what does it do? It allows you to redeem your income so that it's no longer subject to taxes. It allows you to redeem your financial destiny so that you can reach your full financial potential. And in my view, it allows you to redeem your mind by liberating yourself from a lifetime of indoctrination to pay your fair share, that death and taxes are the absolutes. And as I said earlier, redeeming the Federal Reserve notes helps lower the national debt. This is a win-win, a win for us as individuals and a win for the government in terms of the onerous debt that we have. All right, so I saw this image and I thought, oh my gosh, this is a domesticated elephant. And I don't know if many of you may have heard this story about, when a baby elephant is born, say in a circus environment, it's shackled and put on a leash, and it learns that it can walk as far as the leash allows it to. And it becomes conditioned to that range of movement that it has. When the elephant grows up, it has been conditioned for so many years, it just naturally stops once the leash, once it hits the limit of the shackle. However, a grown elephant is so strong that it could uproot this stake easily. And I thought, oh my gosh, we've all been domesticated as citizens of the country to accept terms and conditions and, this taxing system and this Federal Reserve system from birth. And we don't realize that we actually have choices and options that were never made known to us. So I want to share that because I think, unfortunately, there's a connection. All right, another term I want to share with you is consent. There's two kinds. One that's given by default without knowledge of the consequences. And then there's informed consent, where you willfully, knowingly, and deliberately make a selection where all of the terms and conditions are disclosed. And today, you're now aware of choices about your money you never knew. All right, so there's 4 steps to getting free from the income tax. The first, and in part what we've done today, is I'm showing you that this is actually a paradigm shift. Having an awakening to what has been very carefully hidden and learning how to take some simple steps to turn the laws and the choices into your best interest, not the best interest of the status quo and the banking entities. The second step is the mechanics of it. Yes, there's some paperwork, Like I said, it's one sheet of paper for each source of income coming into your bank account. Also, or number three, I provide a coaching program where I go deeper into the law, the history, the role of the IRS, more about how the Federal Reserve works. So you get a good deep dive into this area. My goal is to empower people, not just to be someone else that you listen to and follow blindly. I'm not interested in blind followers. I want people to be empowered and doing things with full knowledge. And then finally, the last step is I work with you in preparing your 1040 tax return correctly so that you will either receive a refund of your withholdings or you will not be writing a check as a business owner for your income taxes. This does not eliminate the Social Security and the Medicare withholdings or self-employment taxes. Those remain and you still can benefit from those programs. All right, so as I said, I offer something called the EPIC Tax Liberation Coaching System. It includes the 4 steps I just outlined above. There are video trainings with fillable forms and checklists and all kinds of things that are helpful in your journey towards freedom. I give you everything that you need to succeed. I provide full personal support no matter what. It's rare, but it is possible for someone to be challenged by IRS or one of the state taxing boards. But I will work with you on resolving that. And I offer a full money back guarantee of results. The way that I charge for my coaching is this. I work with you in finding out what your income tax liability is. And then my fee is 50% of that. So you pay me 50%, but you get a full refund or an elimination of your taxable amount due. And so let me give you a couple of examples. Let's say you have a job and you had $17,000 of federal withholdings from a paycheck and another $6,000 withheld for your state income tax. That's a total of $23,000. So my fee would be $11,500. It's a one-time fee. I work with you the first year and then you know what you're doing. And if you want support for supplementary years or subsequent years, then I just do that on a maintenance per hour basis. If you're self-employed, we calculate your income tax liability. We do not include the Social Security and Medicare taxes because those remain. I simply divide it by 2. And I do have a minimum fee of $3,000. All right, so imagine if the average taxpayer is paying $10,000 per year. In a decade, that's $100,000. What if you invested those savings? What would your life look like then? And then I wanted to share a few testimonials. I have been teaching my program since 2017. I'm just going to pick out a few of these. One from Joe Prunera. Kelly of Great American Tax Remedy is absolutely amazing. Her knowledge and passion for educating people is out of this world. Thanks to her, I have not only learned valuable information regarding taxes, the government, and lawful money, but I've also received all of my federal withholding back with no delay. From Michael, to me, the most important aspect of this eloquent lawful money process is the assurance I've received from Kelly should IRS ever have issues with my filing. I've bumped heads with IRS twice now over the past 30 years and swore I would do my best to fly under the radar in the future. What finally decided it for me to jump in was Kelly's assurances that she would stand by me should IRS bear their hackles at me. It will be 4 years now that I've committed to this process and have had 0 issues with IRS. I really appreciate Kelly's involvement with my tax matters. And one more from Steve P. Steve is a real estate investor. He does both, wholesaling and residential and commercial. He writes, still pinching myself after saving over $50,000 in 2017. What I learned about banking, currency, and the Federal Reserve was truly mind-blowing. I see the world now with a whole nother set of eyes. This is so powerful. My real estate investing business, due to the tax savings, is now positioned to make exponential leaps in seizing new opportunities, deal making, and realizing bigger returns. My bottom line is up by 40% since working with Kelly. All right. And then I just want to share a few refund checks that my W-2 people received. Back in 2018, Kevin from San Diego, $6,987. And also from his state tax board, $3,555. This is a state refund from the state of New York, $2,254. And this is a federal return, $11,231.82. This one's interesting because they also added $117 of interest on this amount, which I found fascinating.
That's kind of interesting. They paid you back.
Yes, as they should. All right, so here's my contact information. info@mytaxremedy.com is my email. I do have a web page where you can go there and download a small ebook. It's about 15 pages, and it covers some of this plus additional things in there. That's www.mytaxremedy.com. And then I do have a calendar page for those of you that would like to speak with me privately. I know every situation is unique and different, and I'm happy to, talk to you and see what makes sense for you. So, Scott, would you like me to keep this up while questions are coming in?
Yeah, let's keep that up, definitely, so people can see it there. They're watching this either on YouTube or they're watching it here on Zoom. Let me pull this up here. But yeah, keep it up there for you. Let me undo my video there for you. So what questions you have? I know it's going to lead a lot of questions here for you guys. I know you're like kind of, wow, that, what you're not told doesn't mean that you should be told, or they're not going to tell you ways to work there for you, right?
Right.
Let's see here. Okay, so got a question here from Tony Miller. He goes, have you ever, he goes, they advised me, it said BB&T advised me that they would reject checks endorsed that way. A suspicious activity where they file a suspicious report. Have you ever run into that before, Kelly?
Who is BB&T?
BB&T is a big bank. Better Bank and Trust Company.
Okay, I've run into it with US Bank. I opened an account with them some years ago, and I actually put the terminology right on the signature card on the digital pad, and I got a call a couple months later by the auditor, and they said, we need you to come and revise your signature, otherwise we need to close your account. So I have run into it. It's very rare. I've heard that the bank can decide to, not offer you an account. However, the law says these notes shall be redeemed. So, it's easiest, just go across the street to another bank. That's what I would recommend in that case. Sometimes the bank will, like every other area of our society, they'll put out a bluff and see if it's enough to scare you away. So, they don't have to do the job themselves of closing your account. So that's my response to that. I would just say, how far do you want to push it, or you just want to go to another bank?
Okay. Cool.
And I've noticed variations from one branch to another within the same bank. like with Chase, I had one bank that they wouldn't even give me a copy of the signature card. He said, I'll sit here for 3 hours until you fully understand what's on it, but I will not give you a copy. And it's a contract. It's crazy. I moved across town and I had very gracious people there, print one out, easy, no friction, nothing. So there's
Yeah,
that.
as a previous banker, that surprises me, because if somebody wants a copy of their signature card, it's their signature card. It's provided. I mean,
Yeah.
I open new accounts. And here's the thing too, you run into, not all bankers are created equal. You have some people
Right.
out there that, and I hate to say this, but a lot of bankers are trained the same way a lot of realtors are trained to stay inside. Anything that's different outside the box, oh, it's got to be illegal, or we'll file an SAR. You can't do that. It's illegal. They say that.
Yeah.
That's not the case. Kelly, can you talk a little bit about some of the research that you've done, or because you've researched this for a while, but implementing this obviously for several years now.
Yes.
What are some of the, besides the, what are some of the things that you've done to research this or track down this information?
Well, I've looked up the case law, and there are several cases that say Title 12, 411, yes, you can redeem your Federal Reserve notes for the other lawful money. There's several appellate and Supreme Court cases that confirm that again and again. There is a case called Maryland versus McCulloch, and it talked about a state wanting to tax a national bank. And the ruling on that was no, that's a violation of the Constitution. That's why this applies to the state income tax as well as the federal income tax. So for those of you, which is most of the states do have a state income tax. Like I said, this information is not easy to uncover because it is well hidden, but you'll see some things in the free guide about the actual wording on the dollar bills themselves, how it's changed over the years to obscure. They actually used to put the remedy right printed on the bill itself. This note is redeemable in lawful money at the U.S. Treasury or any Federal Reserve Bank.
Yeah, one of the great things that I've seen in the past is their silver certificates, the $1, the $2.
Yes.
The $2 bills was very common. You might still see that floating around a little bit, but you see them very much more. But yeah, the silver certificates completely say something exactly different than what we're used to seeing on our money right now. Like you were saying, yeah. Before you, Sam asked a question here. My income is only from IRA withdrawals. Could this apply to this income?
IRA with what?
Withdrawals. So is this a traditional or a Roth IRA, Sam? Pre-tax or post-tax? Because you basically, if you're withdrawing from your IRA, if it's like a 401k, you would be taxed on your tax bracket at that point if it was a traditional IRA. Because you paid
it applies.
There you go.
You might still pay the penalty fees for early withdrawal because you did make a commitment to use this account for certain dedicated purposes. But withdrawing, let's say you're above the 59 and a half years age and all those other things. And if it's a situation where you would otherwise pay a federal tax, if you redeem that money for United States notes, lawful money, it is non-taxable.
Yeah, he's above 59 and a half, he says.
Yeah, you would still be subjected to early withdrawal penalties.
If you were withdrawing it early.
If you withdraw, say at 59 and a quarter or 58 or whatever, any other age below that marker.
Right. You can do this for anything, everybody. That's the biggest thing to keep in mind. Therefore, whether it's PayPal or Stripe, if you've got any type of income coming in, you're filing these forms. Besides SARs, you ever get any from banks like Tony was saying, anything else that ever kind of pushed back a little bit, or the IRS pushing back? You shared a couple interesting stories on Note Night in America. You want to share those, Kelly?
Yes, it's not common at all, but occasionally a taxpayer that does this remedy could receive a frivolous filing notice from the IRS. Most IRS agents are as unfamiliar with this as the rest of the population. And when they look at a tax return, such as the ones that I show you how to file, on the face of it, it appears frivolous to someone that doesn't know. So when that happens, well, actually, I started praying at some point that they would send me a frivolous filing notice. Well, you know, if I'm teaching this, I want to go through the hard parts.
Yep.
So I got my wish granted about 2 years ago. I got a frivolous filing notice for year 2018, and then a couple months later for year 2017. I responded to both of those. IRS went quiet for at least a year and a half. And then I started getting notices from them early this year. In the meantime, I learned some more information, which is still a mind blower for me. And that is our US Congress has never authorized the IRS to enforce any of the tax codes. It's mind blowing. Yes, it's laws. And yes, people comply and pay and blah, blah, blah. But because so many people have no idea what their enforcement power is, and it's zero, that's how bank accounts get seized, wages get levied, liens get filed, because people do not know that there actually is a way to stand up to that. And that's what I discovered several months ago. And so I sent them that I said, hey, you don't have any enforcing regulations to hold against me. And then I got a letter saying, we need 60 days to review your matter. We need 90 days to review your matter. And that's it. So I wish it was 5 years ago. This is still happening as of the beginning of this year. But normally when a frivolous filing notice is issued, they're on you within 30 days, issuing penalty, fines and adding interest and late penalty, all that stuff. This is not happening at all.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, this is real important. IRS puts out a memorandum that they periodically update of various frivolous positions that some taxpayers take in hopes of skating from the income tax. They have never added Title 12 411 remedy to that list of frivolous positions. And that's because IRS at the top levels, they know that this is valid. That's the smoking gun.
Mm-hmm. Wayne says, if this becomes popular, I can't imagine the government not changing this, like eliminating HJR. Any reason they couldn't change and make this illegal?
Well, they could go back to the gold standard. So we're not using unbacked fiat Federal Reserve notes. They could do other things, but we'd be happy because we wouldn't be getting ripped off the way we are now.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff there. Totally encourage you guys and gals to go on there. Calendly.com, Great American Tax Remedy. Schedule a phone call with Kelly. Talk about your situation. You can go back a little bit. Somebody asked the other night, how far could you go back? It all depends on your situation, what you've paid and stuff like that too for you, Kelly, right?
Yes. If you have filed your, recent tax years, 2020, I would never, ever advocate doing an amendment to do this process. This is not an amendment. This is a sea change. It's an overhaul. However, if you have some back unfiled years, we can do it.
There you go. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Asha says fantastic golden nuggets out there. Good stuff. Any other questions for Kelly on this very interesting topic, very interesting remedy for you guys? It's well worth doing. God knows how much we pay in taxes, especially capital gains taxes, short-term, long-term. This applies to everything. Sam asked the question there. It's mytaxremedy.com is the chat. I'll put this in here. HTTP mytaxremedy.com. It's on the page there for you. And if you want to book a call with her, what if you have infield years the IRS is back charging you on now? K-Grass.
Okay, if you have a current outstanding debt with IRS and you start this process where you're entitled to a refund, your refund will get applied towards your old balances. So it will help you pay those off much faster than would otherwise, be available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very good question, Kay. Good question, definitely. All right. Well, Kelly, thank you for coming on No Camp here. Appreciate it. Good stuff as always. Once again, guys and gals, mytaxremedy.com or Kelly's emails info@mytaxremedy.com. Check it out. It's worth the phone call. See if you can qualify or something you can put in place for you out there. Who wants to give Uncle Sam any more money than they deserve or don't deserve, right?
Right. I'd like to add one more thing. You can apply this selectively. It does not have to be all or nothing. Let's say you've got a job and a side hustle or a, side business and a job or whatever. You can apply it to one stream of income. Some people like to do that to get a little bit more eased into the process. I like to make that known so you don't feel like, it's a leap of faith in the beginning. But I have 100% track record with all my clients.
Kelly, can you take a look and double check your Calendly link because it's not working? I just typed it in myself and it's not popping up here.
Great American Tax Remedy. I know that I wonder if is there a space between the / and the G?
No, I typed it all. I'm actually in the URL right now. There shouldn't be a space in the URL.
Yeah, there shouldn't. GREATAMER. Tax Rem. Everything.
Either way, send her an email.
Just send me an email.
Yeah, send her an email. She can send you the working link for there, guys. Great American Tax Remedy. Great American Tax Remedy's working. I must have left it out in the link that you typed in there. That's probably what it is. Yeah, let me do that one more time to check it out here. Calendly.com/Great American Tax Remedy.com. Nope, still pops up, not working. So
just email me. We'll sort it out.
There you go.
I'm better with Remedy than with technology.
Good stuff. Well, see, Thomas says, hey, I just scheduled an appointment on it, so it must be working for Thomas.
Okay.
That's good there, Thomas. But anyway, go to info@mytaxremedy.com. That's the easiest thing, and get rocking and rolling for you. All righty. Another question or comment. Wayne asks, how many clients are you working with on this right now, Kelly?
I have 40 clients and counting, maybe 43, 44 as of last count.
There you go. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Awesome. All right, Kelly. Well, thank you so much for coming on No Camp, and we will talk to you this week. All righty.
All right. Fantastic. Wishing you all a fantastic day.
Thank you very much. See you later. All right, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back. We're going to actually bump up our last session here just a few minutes early for you and get you rocking and rolling here a little bit. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up my PowerPoint and we'll go from there because it's with yours truly here, the last session of the day. So hang around and we'll go from there. Can you pull it up here? Boom, boom, boom. Oops, I need to go back to my PowerPoint here. There we go. Things go real quiet online during your first session today. What's that mean, David? David Straight. Rebuke. Oh, okay. Uh, there we go. All right. All right, everybody. Well, hey, I first want to say thank you for being a part of Note Camp so far. I know we're about 3/4 of the way through. We've got another amazing day coming back on Sunday here. And, we've had a lot of information, a lot of information out there that we've covered over the last couple of days. And I want you to take a little bit of time here. I know many of you guys are new to note investing, or a lot of you are getting started, trying to figure things out on your own. Some of you are taking other training or going through YouTube University. Look, I want you all to do big things. You are all capable of doing big things. And hopefully you've seen that over the last couple of days of bringing in Kevin Day, Brent Biscay, Bill Twyford, talking about with Darren Adams and Tom Hazard and Amy Ransdell. You guys, the biggest thing that's going to happen here in the next 12 to 18 months, those that play full out, that give 110%, that are actually taking the time to do this, to focus on, are going to be the ones that come out. You can't sit around waiting for the opportunity. You can't sit around waiting for the right time, because the right time is actually right now. That's always the right time to do something. When's the best time to plant a tree? 30 years ago, and then right now. You have to start planting your trees. You have to start doing the things and taking the actions and going forward. And everybody always asks, what comes first? Is it the chicken or the egg? Okay. What comes first? Is it chicken? Is it the note deal or money? And it's a mixture of both. Yes. Our buddy Joel Block talks about, you got to have the money to do some big things. Yes, we understand that, to do some bigger things. But today's world, you've got to raise capital with deals. Your investors starting off with are going to be looking for deals. And you don't need a proof concept that I talked this morning. There's plenty of things that happen. But the best way to get to where you want to go, though, is to have your goals written down, to know where you want to go. Because if you know what you want to do, you know what kind of income, what kind of life that you want to have, that will help you, I say reverse engineer the results. And whether you're looking for cash flow or large checks or a future or a legacy, or retiring a family, or you hate what you're doing, hate your career, you have the opportunity to do it. You've just got to set some goals and take action. Look, note investing, bankers don't care what sex you are, what color your skin, what you look like, what you weigh. They don't really give a rat's ass. They honestly do not. They want to move assets off their books. And if you can fund deals and you can close deals and you can make things happen, this business is for you. Okay. But you all have to realize at some point, we are all where we're at because of where we all are, because of where you want. Okay. Where are you at versus where you want to be? I mean, we're all at where we're at right now because of the decisions we have made on a daily basis. Okay. Nobody else's fault. It is strictly the person, the guy or the gal, the he or the she looking back at you in the mirror each day. We're all where we're at because of what we have done. Now, is that where you want to be? Probably not. I know where I'm at is not where I want to be. I want to be further. I'm always driving to do things. Okay. And the things that you have to realize is your goals are actually closer than you would imagine be. How close are you to your goals? How close are you to where you want to be? Are you close or are you far off? Are you 6 months from your goals, achieving your first round goals? Or do you think you're really at 6 years? Many people getting like, oh, I can't do that. Oh, I'll think about it when I get around to doing it. Look, thinking isn't going to do anything good. You can think, and you're not going to get anywhere better. You're going to be actually further off because you didn't take action in some sort of fashion. if you're all just a few months away from actually accomplishing some big things for you. Now, the thing I always like to ask people, if you're looking at real estate investing and notes, I always ask people, okay, how many notes did you look at last year in the last 6 months? And in real estate, how many deals did you make offers on? Okay. How many offers did you make on notes or real estate? Or if you're coming from a different aspect to wholesale, how many offers did you put under contract? That's the big key, is looking at your actions. Okay. And of course, besides how many did you review? How many did you close? If you didn't close something, that's because you're not doing the right thing or something is off. Okay. You have to realize that in the note business, most investors initially in their first 6 months have around a 10% closing ratio. Now, 10% seems low. What? You mean if I make 10 offers, I'll probably close on one? Yeah. If you're bidding on the right things, if you're actually understanding what you're bidding on. I know some person, they made a bid on a bunch of stuff. I'm like, why are you wasting your time bidding on those low balance performing notes? There's no chance for you to get them because you're not this. They're not going to accept your bids. You have to look at what you're doing. And they got frustrated. I'm like, well, the reason you're getting frustrated is you're wasting your time on this stuff I told you not to waste your time on. Okay. If you make offers on things and you come in with where we teach you and the appropriate pricing, the point, stuff like that, yeah, you will close things. But yet, if you're making low, 5 cents on the dollar, well, that's not going to happen these days. You have to understand. But you're also not going to be bidding at 80, 90 cents on the dollar unless it's a good return to you. Okay. You have to know what and where to find deals and where to find these things that you're start looking for to make things happen for you. Look, note investing is sexy. Okay. It is a sexy thing to be invested in, but you got to know where to look. And like we talked about this morning, you're not going to find a lot of stuff doing the things that you used to do 2 years, 5 years, 10 years ago. Heck, I don't look at the things I did 10 years ago because the market has changed. Now, some things will come back, like subject to deals have come back. They're much more popular than they have been in the last few years. That's a phenomenal opportunity for you. Okay. And when I think about all the people that are out there, successful note investors have some things in common. They're marketing daily, whether it's email, social, video, etc. They're literally putting out things on a regular basis. You have to market in a regular day. You don't see businesses like McDonald's or Sam's or Nike or whatever it might be, ESPN, whatever it might be, not marketing on a daily basis. If they don't do it, something's wrong, right? You have to have almost that kind of concept. Now, it doesn't mean putting in 12 hours a day of marketing. We're talking that, as long as you're communicating with your network weekly, at least that's the minimum you should be doing. Once a week communicating, okay? You should be contacting banks at least once a month on a monthly basis, making phone calls, dropping emails to them, reaching out on LinkedIn with Octopus, connecting with them. There are things to do on a monthly basis that are not doing that. We're not talking, I got to call banks every day. No. There are things you can do once a month using some of the systems we've talked about, whether it's Keep or Riva Global, whether you've got the time or don't have the time, there are things for you that you can implement. But the one thing that you should be looking at is making offers on a weekly basis. Weekly, not once a month, weekly. And if you're not making offers on a weekly basis, A, because you're probably not looking at enough stuff. And that comes down to the fact that B, you're probably not marketing enough. Okay, because there are deals out there. There are deals everywhere if you know where to look. And you know what? You have to change what you did. Okay, you have to put systems in place. Okay, whether you got 5 hours to do this or 50 hours that we did this, there are some things to do to help you out with it. You either play it being an investor, which a lot of people do. They go to the real estate clubs once a month. They play at it. Okay, but they never send an email blast out to it. I mean, that's the thing I look at when I ask you guys to fill out the survey and looking how often people market. And the 80% of you aren't marketing even once a week. You're not doing the simple things to find success. You want to be successful, but either you're scared or you don't want to do the work. Or you don't know what the hell to do. And for many of you, it's like, I don't know what the heck to do. And a confused mind, as we all know, is a no mind. If I don't know what to do, I'm not going to do anything. What? I never understood that, but there's a million things that you can be doing on a regular basis. The choice is yours in what you do. It totally is up to you, whether you're watching Love Island or Grey's Anatomy or watching the Olympics or whatever. You have the choice to do that. And there's nothing wrong with entertaining yourself, going to a movie, having fun. Trust me, I love to have fun. I also love to unwind as long as I get things done. And you have to start holding yourself accountable for the actions that you will need to take to get the results that you want. One of the things that we do every time we teach our 3-day virtual workshop is we start off with a 250K in 12-month video series. And this breaks down kind of how many offers you need to make, what's your hour worth for you, what's your income levels, what do you need to be doing to hit that number. And it's one of the most powerful sessions that we do. And we do it every time. People are like, it's probably sick and tired of me talking about it. But it's a system that works. And we've seen systems do this on a regular basis, whether it's the Cody Cox is out there buying notes, the Chris Avenis, the Robbie Woods, who's implemented that across his notes in real estate business. Mike Mildler did it with a commercial portfolio of that. One of my students, one of my first one-on-one coaches is still doing it to this day. Okay. Eric Hyde's a police officer. Laura Blunk out of Maryland has been doing this, putting things in place. Our buddy Jay Tenenbaum out of Arizona bought a couple hundred assets. Wayne Snell closing on a bunch of assets, a couple hundred assets out there, left his 6-figure job to do some things. Maybe it's Logan Hansinger, who went from 0 notes to more than enough notes to hit his financial goals in 6 months because he took what we applied, what we taught, and he implemented it. Same thing goes recently for Catherine Bell here. Catherine's been a coaching student with us for about 6 months now and closed on 5 deals. One deal being a big property that she's going to end up making $100,000 on. Another one, second one is $50,000 deal using other people's money, none of her own money out of pocket. She's also closed on some performing notes, bringing in 15, 20% returns on her, to her. Okay. You have to realize if you know where to look. And the beautiful thing about Catherine that I love, just like everybody else on this list, is she's coachable. She's implemented the strategies, the marketing, the teaching we did, and gone out and made things happen. And you know what she's doing? She's still calling banks. She's at a different mastermind right now. Otherwise, I'd have her on here talking about this, but she's done an amazing job. And then I also look back at my buddy, Jonathan Burton out of New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Jonathan I've known him going back 13, 14 years in real estate. He does an amazing job. He does a lot of subject to deals. He buys non-performing notes. Still doing an amazing job. He's also teaching people in his local market how to capitalize because he lives in the state of Louisiana. It has one of the biggest distressed markets out there. It actually has 4 distressed markets, and he's been capitalizing that by taking what we have taught, being one of our coaching students and marketing and doing things in big ways. Okay. And I don't care if your big number is that you want to get to 6 figures a month or you just want to make $500 a month. Everybody has a different goal. And the beautiful thing that we love about what we teach here is you close your first note, you're going to end up making your money back. You're going to end up making back what you pay into education, what you pay into coaching, if you decide to take that coaching route. And the thing is, all these guys and gals, Jonathan and Catherine and Laura and everybody else out there, I got to name a ton of names. They all have that they're 100% coachable. Okay. They're motivated and they took action. I know some of you guys and gals, I'm hungry. I want to do things. Great. Stick to it. You got to be motivated and you got to take action and you got to be coachable. Okay. You've got to follow a proven plan of success. And we've helped make people successful. Desi Arnaz is speaking tomorrow. You heard from his lovely daughter, Bethany, yesterday talk about Desi's one of those success stories as well, has gone out, took what we applied and literally is doing big things right now. He decided to focus on the performing notes side because he's semi-retired. He retired basically. And he's like, man, I want to do this full time again. I like what I do. And I like the opportunities out there. Okay. Look, focusing on notes is one of the big things. Now, you heard some people talk about owner financing. You talk about Bill Barnett talking about owner financing. Great strategy. Wholly embrace the same thing with Bill Twyford today, talking about subject to deals and doing the wraparound mortgages, owner finances. Those are phenomenal tactics. I call those note strategies. Those are true note strategies on that stuff. But you didn't hear me get in there about the big heavy fix and flips or stuff like that. I don't fix and flip properties anymore. If I did, I'd only be doing it in Texas and Florida because I know those states. I'm looking at assets that if I'm buying notes, I'm not buying my backyard. I'm focused strictly on the note business. That's all I focus on. And really how I'm finding my deals is focusing on those distressed notes or those distressed borrowers. And there's never been more of them than there are right now. I mean, there was back in 2008, but we have the next coming of that. If you know where to look, it's not going to be nearly as extreme, 15 million people underwater, but there's still a lot of opportunity if you know where to look. Okay. And everybody I mentioned there is taking our one-on-one coaching, been a part of our Note Mastermind and done some big things out there. So people have asked me in the last couple of days online, in person, what's involved with our Note coaching program. All right. And it's a intense thing. It is a bit of an investment, but it's worth every penny that we teach. It includes 2 days of one-on-one training. What that is basically, depending on where you're at, we do 2 days either via Zoom or 2 days in person with me here in Austin. We're going to give you our list of over 5,000 asset manager contacts, names, phone numbers, emails for you to reach out to. We're going to give you our top 12 hedge funds that we buy deals from on a regular basis. And no, I'm not talking about the websites like PaperStack. I'm talking about like Wall Street and other guys and institutions out there that have deals that you can reach out to. You get a 1-year membership in our Note Masterminds we get together. We're going to help you with raising private capital in the markets you're either living in. We'll show you how to help you out with that, or we'll show you how to do it in the markets that you're investing in. Okay. You're going to get exclusive access to me. Yes, I answer my phone call. Yes, Catherine calls me or Laura calls me, her partner, and I go through deals with them all the time. Matrice Walters, Derek Elders are working through deals. I answer the phone call. Jonathan texts me every once in a while when he's working through things. I'm here to help support you guys because I know a couple things. One, you need somebody to phone call. And two, guess what? When I get lists in and I get deals in, I want to feed my students. I want to feed the people that can close more deals because we get bigger deals in bulk discounts. Okay. We're also going to do basically, we do what's called an 8-week coaching program. We do some weekly one-on-one phone calls during the 8-week period. We schedule a time that works around your schedule, morning, afternoon, evening, pick a day out of the week, and we spend some time, 8 to 10 weeks, working through with what you're doing, going through your business. There's got homework you've got to do each week to get you rocking and rolling. And we also do group coaching calls as well. We did this last year. We're doing it again this year with group coaching and phone calls. It's a really great thing because you can talk with other people who are going through the coaching. You can pick their brains. They can see what's working for them, what's working for you. It's really a great group. It's really one of the best things that we do now. One of the things that we used to do is get all of our mastermind students together for 3 times a year. Didn't get a chance to do that last year. All right. Looking forward to doing that. And again, here in the second half of the year, having something happening here in Austin, we're bringing coaching students together so they get an opportunity to network. And look, part of it is that you got also the Note Nation Facebook. That's a group. That's a great way to connect with people. But really, the mastermind students is where those are the ones that are pulling the triggers. They're getting things done. They're raising capital. They're partnering together on deals. They don't have to go through me to do deals. They're getting tapes themselves. They're taking assets down. We are so proud of our coaching students that are doing big things out there. Okay. And yes, it's a bit of an investment. I'm not going to lie about that. It's a bit of investment, but we've got kind of 3 options for you. And, this is good for you plus a business partner, you plus a spouse, you plus somebody that you share an LLC, a bed, blood, or an LLC with. All right. And really, it's not just an 8-week or just 2 days one-on-one. You've got me as a part of your Note family for as long as you want. All right. And that's the biggest thing. I love answering the phone. I love talking to my coaching students because they're closing deals and I love bragging on them. I love seeing the success that they're having, making things happen. In our coaching program, it's $15,000. That includes the asset managers. That includes the 2 days one-on-one. That includes the 8 weeks of group calls, 8 weeks of one-on-one coaching, and continued year-long, lifelong support for you as long as you need it. Laura Blunt called me a while back. She was working on a big portfolio. I said, okay, let's go this route. You could take these down, or let's contact this person and see if they can finance that tape for you. Catherine, we got this note in. I was like, okay, let's reach out. We reached out to one of my contacts, one of my hedge fund contacts, who was able to get the note financed at 85% of LTV. Then we helped to raise the private capital, fund the other 15%. I want you guys to take action. Look, and $15,000 is still a bit of investment. I get it. But there are options. We offer a paid in full discount. If you want to pay in full, we knock a chunk off there for you. If you want to do payment plans, we can split that up of 4 or 5 months. But we do have another option that I want you guys to know about. It's actually, we've done such a great job with our coaching, our one-on-one coaching program the last couple of years, that it actually qualifies. We've got some third-party individuals that are willing and able to actually provide funding for you guys on a longer-term process for you. And what am I looking for funding? It's one of the great things about it is if you've made $40,000 over the last 2 years, you're a W-2 employee, and you've got a 620 FICO or greater, you can actually qualify for our funding program. It's a third-party financing. You get 24-hour approval. It's a soft pull. Actually, they'll check it crazy, we'll call it. And there's this group of investors out there that will finance this for you. They'll provide financing for you. And guess what? For as little as $500 or less a month, okay? No prepayment penalty. First payment doesn't start for 30 days. You guys can get in and start getting coached before you ever got to make your first payment. And the beautiful thing about not having a prepayment penalty, guess what? That means you do your first deal in 6 months, you pay it back, boom, you're done. You're paid in full, you're rocking and rolling. And that $500 a month is somewhere between 24 and 36 months. Obviously, it depends on your credit score. But if you're making more than 40 grand a year for 2 years, W-2, 620 or greater FICO, you can probably qualify. And it's a beautiful thing in the fact is that I've been approached by different funding and financing corporations in the past. And like, oh yeah, we'll get you approved. We're going to take a $3,500 chunk, or we're going to get you pre-approved a credit card. We're going to take $5 grand off the back. That's not what this is. This is a company called Ease Financing. They work with a lot of coaching companies out there. And I like them because they came heavily, they approached me because somebody referred them to me. And I reached out to them, talked on the phone with them, saw their programs about. I said, this is a great fit for what we're doing. And I love the fact, literally, no prepayment penalty, no payment for 30 days. If you're making 40 grand or more a year, 2 years, W-2, 620 FICO, they pull in a soft pull to see if you qualify. It's a pretty easy process for you. If you're really interested in doing this, you could literally get qualified if you qualify for our coaching event. Obviously, if you want to make the payments, want to do it paid in full, that's great. We'll do that too. Wire, check, not a big deal. Credit card's fine. But if you want to finance this and see if you qualify, maybe you don't have the 15 grand. Maybe you only got a little bit on the side. Maybe you want to see if you can qualify for the rest. This is an opportunity for you to do that because our coaching is impactful. We know it is successful because I've seen a lot of other higher end coaching where it's 30, 40, 50 grand. Other people in my industry charging 40, 50 grand and their students have never closed a deal. I'm very happy that we have a 95% success rate when it comes to our students closing actually deals. Now, there are times we've gotten our students approved for deals that they didn't close on. Some people are like, oh my God, I don't want to do that and run off. I can't help that. My goal is to work with you as long as you need till you've closed your deal, till you've made your money back. Now you've got to do some work. If that means me finding a deal for you that fits into what you're looking for, great, I'll do that. All right. If you're looking for non-performing or performing notes, I will work with you on that. I'm not going to write a check for you. I'm going to make sure, damn sure you market some things when it comes to raising capital. I'm going to make sure you're doing the work. You've got to meet me halfway. All right. But if you're really interested in taking it to the next step, really apart to see about if you qualify, check it out. Check it out. That link in the chat roll there for you. bit.ly/ScottCoaching on there for you. It'll take you to a website. We'll just click on here and kind of walk you through this. It's pretty simple freaking process. You're going to see Ease Consulting pop up. All right, let me share my screen here so you guys can see what we're doing. I'll walk you through it. It's pretty simple. You said major purchase and what you would do, how much you'd like to borrow. What you want to do is probably do it for 20, 25,000 on there just to see a little bit above the 15. No, we're not looking for more than 15. That's what I'm saying. But look for the 25 on there and hit continue. It's a pretty simple process. Your name. Let me put this in here just so I can walk you through it. Your email address, whatever that might be. And then puts your cell phone in there. It's a simple process, guys. You get applied for it. I'll have an answer by tomorrow if you qualify for things. And it's a simple 5-10 minutes application there. See if you qualify for it. What happens? You do qualify for it. Great. You usually have the funding within a couple days. Money ends up in your account, and then it's a wire into our account, and you're off and rocking and rolling. I want to help you guys succeed. I want to help you guys make money. We've done a really good job of the last 10 plus years of really helping educate the who's who in the non-performing note space. When you look at, we've gotten, endorsements from Sharon Lechter and Les Brown and Greg Reed and Bill Mancaro from Paper Source and Jack Sternberg and stuff like that. We're really very proud of the fact that we help people. And even when our competitors out there say, you know what, Scott students know how to fund deals, they know how to close, and they know how to market. And we're very proudful of that. When our peers come to us and ask us to help them with their marketing or help them to do things, it says a lot. And it's only because of the fact that we busted our ass. I've got an amazing team around me, a great group of vendors, friends, speakers who have been on here the last couple of days, even more coming tomorrow for you on day 4. I want to help you. And for those of you that are serious about getting rocking and rolling, hey, drop me an email, scott@weclosenotes.com. Check out the link bit.ly/Scott's Coaching, capital S, capital C there for you. And love for you guys to take your business to the next level. Are there any questions about our coaching? Any questions about some success and things that we're doing with our coaching students? You know, our one-on-one coaching students, they're at the front of the line to deals that we get in. And that's the thing, is we love to feed our students deals, tapes, assets. Yes, we love helping out our WCN memberships, of course. All right. But those that invest with us on our coaching and take it to the next level, hey, we're going to feed them until they close on deals. I mean, I think Laura Blunk's closed on close to 100. You know, I could go back there, numbers after numbers after numbers. I know Cody Cox is starting a fund, closed on 50, 60 deals. Logan's closed on about 75. I don't know what Chris Avenue's closed on, but I know probably 100 plus. I know Jay's closed on 300 plus because of the fact that we showed them how to find, how to fund, and how to close them. All right. Any questions, any comments, any concerns from you guys out there? Love to, you know, I'm here to answer any question. There are no dumb questions when it comes to this, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, hey, if you're not at a point with that, that's fine. No problem at all. Check out the WCN membership. Okay. $97 a month for our classes. Doesn't include the one-on-one coaching, but for those that are really serious about buying deals and being at the front of the line and knowing what to say, what not to say, and having help with everything, it's worth checking out the bit.ly/Scott Coaching. Click on that, get on ease there, see if you qualify for the funding. It's a lot simpler than you would think. And they'll even let you know if you don't qualify for the full 15 or 20 there. Sometimes we can partner people together if they qualify for a chunk, or maybe you've got $5,000, but you don't have the rest. Maybe you can qualify for the other part of that on there as well. We're here to try to create some win-win solutions for you all out there. All right. Love to hear any feedback, questions. What else do you have, guys? Has it been a valuable day 3 for you all? I think it has. I know it has. You know, here to help. Anybody ask questions, comments, concerns? It's a time to take action. Okay. David says definitely valuable. Thank you very much. You're welcome, David. Thank you very much for that comment. Guys, go out, take some action. You have to do it. Shelly says, been awesome. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Shelly. Glad to hear it. Very valuable, Sam says. Wayne, you know what, Wayne, you're part of the WCN crew. You do get to see it all. You're going to get the replay sent to you because you are part of the WCN crew, Wayne. So that'll be in the Basecamp group with a link for you come Tuesday. All right. And Wayne will vouch. Wayne calls me on deals all the time when he's looking at deals, whether it's performing or non-performing. We walk through different things. So Magdalene says, I'm new to all this. Hey, you know what? It's great to be new. Get some good habits to start off with there for you. The WCN membership might be a better route for you, Magdalene. No problem. Thanks, Asha. No problem, Wayne. You're going to get the stuff. No problem. Glad you're feeling better. I hope the help is doing well there for you. So, all right, everybody. Well, hey, are there deals with the speakers good after Tuesdays when we get the replay since I missed some? Yeah, most of them should be willing to extend it for you. Here's the things that I would take action on. And I wouldn't wait long. Okay. I would take advantage of the keep thing. Definitely with Darren, Darren. That's an amazing deal. You can get signed up for, and get rock and rolling for that. That's at $49.50 a month. That's a great deal to get into. There should be no brainer with that. As far as what's going on with Bill Barnett and Bill Twyford, you know, those guys, hey, if you did miss part of their presentation and you sign up on Tuesday, once you get the replays, just take action. Say, hey, sorry, I missed it. I didn't get to catch it live. And I know that they'll extend it for you. Okay. Magdalene, how do I get what I missed yesterday and this morning? If you're a paid ticket member, okay, if you pay to have a ticket in Note Camp, you'll get the replays automatically sent to you. If you didn't pay and you were comped in by one of the speakers or one of the guests, you can sign up for the replays and a ticket. We're doing this amazing thing to ticket for next year at Note Camp by simply going to http Note Camp Replays. That'll get you the replay sent to you on Tuesday, full replays, along with a ticket to Note Camp 2022. Okay. So sign up for your extra early bird ticket at $99. You'll get the replays if you're don't have a paid ticket, and you'll be ready to rock and roll and watch everything again come Tuesday. Chris, good to see you as well, our Hawaii student there. Hope everything is a little early out there for you, but hey, thanks for being on here. We are not done. We still got an amazing day 4 left tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of great stuff. We're going to start off on how to profit from Performing Notes with Desi Arnaz in the morning. You've got Chris Noggle talking about the private money, raising private money, getting people to give you money, okay? Yes, Sam, if you sign up for a ticket for next, if you sign up the replays for today, get your ticket next year. The replays are included if you're a ticket buyer. This is a bonus that we're offering. We only offer this right at Note Camp here. So yes, you don't have to replay for the tickets or the replays for next year. It's included in your ticket price. So yes, NoteCampReplays.com, replays of this year, ticket to next year, and the replays for next year. Okay. Don't need a special code. It is an outstanding deal for you for the content because look, we've covered a lot of stuff. We'll have new speakers next year as well. So NoteCampReplays.com is what it's there for. Guys, if you're interested, fill out that application, see if you can qualify. If you're interested in finding more about our one-on-one coaching and you want to talk with me, feel free. Shoot me an email at scott@weclosenotes.com or make a schedule appointment at talkwithscottcarson.com for next week. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging around. Glad you've enjoyed today. Go out, take some action. Hopefully we'll see you all at the top, everybody. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock. Bye, everybody.